So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Harry Potter was reincarnation of Link from Legend of Zelda. So this is a crossover between Harry Potter and Legend of Zelda. So this will be movie, and don't worry, I will be not hosting the whole video. So watch till end, and please make sure to subscribe and leave a like, share and comment down your feedback on the story. So, jump right into the video.
The war was over. That was what everyone kept saying, as though repeating it enough times could make the dead less dead. The first dawn after Voldemort's fall rose pale and thin over Hogwarts, washing the broken towers in colorless gold. Smoke still drifted from sections of the castle. Rubble littered the courtyards. Shattered stone and splintered wood covered the same grounds where students had once hurried to class, whispered over homework, and laughed over Quidditch victories. The great hall, which had always seemed eternal to Harry, now looked like a wounded giant. Windows were gone. Tables were overturned. Blood had darkened the flagstones in places no amount of scrubbing would ever truly cleanse. And in the middle of it all stood Harry Potter alive. Alive when Fred wasn't. Alive when Lupin and Tonks lay side by side and would never wake again. Alive when Colin Creevey, who had once grinned at Harry like fame itself was magic, had died on the floor of a school corridor. Alive when so many others were not. His body ached from curses, smoke, sleeplessness, and the kind of exhaustion that reached far beyond muscle and bone. Yet it was not pain that hollowed him out. It was silence, not the ordinary kind. Not the silence of a room between words or of snowfall in winter. This was the silence left when a prophecy ended and the world did not know what to do next. The survivors moved around him in waves. Some cried openly, some clung to each other. Some worked with stunned, automatic hands, lifting debris, carrying the injured, repairing what they could. Professors barked soft orders. Healers from St. Mungo's hurried through the grounds. Ministry officials had already begun to appear, dressed in grim expressions and freshly polished importance, as if they could somehow arrive late to a war and still look like they belonged at its ending. Everywhere Harry looked, he saw ghosts, not literal ones, not nearly headless Nick drifting through shattered walls or the gray lady watching the ruin with ancient sorrow in her pale face. He meant the other kind, memories hanging over every place his eyes landed. There, near the broken entrance steps, he remembered Neville standing against Voldemort with defiant fire in his voice. There, near the hall, he saw Ron and Hermione running beside him, battered and terrified and loyal enough to follow him into death itself. There, by the courtyard, he remembered Hagrid carrying him in his arms while the whole world believed him dead. The war was over. And for the first time in his life, Harry had no idea who he was supposed to be when he wasn't fighting. He stood alone near the edge of the Black Lake, away from the sounds of rebuilding, and turned two objects over in his hands. In his left hand rested the resurrection stone, dull and unimpressive now that its purpose had passed. In his right was the Elder Wand, thin, ancient, and unsettlingly light. It did not hum, it did not spark. It simply existed with the quiet confidence of something that had survived centuries of bloodshed and would survive centuries more. He hated it. Not because it had tempted him, because it understood temptation too well. The wand felt wrong in his grasp, not like an extension of himself the way Holly and Phoenix Feather had. His old wand had chosen him. It had grown with him, failed with him, fought with him. It had been part of his life. The Elder Wand was not part of anyone's life. It was older than belonging, older than loyalty. It was a tool of victory, and victory alone. Harry stared into the lake, seeing his reflection broken by ripples. His face looked older than he felt. 17 should not have looked like this. 17 should not have had shadows under the eyes that deep. It should not have known so much about funerals. He thought of Dumbledore, of King's Cross, of a white station under a colorless sky. He thought of Snape's memories, of the truth he had swallowed too late. He thought of the path that had led him here, through cupboards, cemeteries, lies, loss, prophecy, and fire. His hand tightened around the Elder Wand. Finished. Harry turned. Ron was making his way down the slope toward him, limping slightly but managing to look solid in a way Harry envied. Hermione followed, hair wild, face drawn, a bandage wrapped around one wrist. They looked as ruined as he felt, and somehow that made it easier to breathe. For now, Harry said quietly. Ron came to stand beside him and stared out at the water. Whole place looks weird without people trying to kill us in it. Hermione gave him a look that was half exasperation, half affection. Ron, what? It's true. Harry gave a faint laugh before it faded almost immediately. Hermione's eyes dropped to what he held. You've made your decision. He looked at the resurrection stone first. This goes back where I found it, or somewhere no one will ever look. Then his gaze shifted to the wand. And that? She asked. He had thought about it all night. Thought about snapping it, thought about burying it. Thought about locking it away in some place no one alive could reach. Every option had felt incomplete, as though the wand itself existed slightly outside ordinary solutions. I don't know, Harry admitted. I know I don't want it, Ron snorted. That's the first sane thing anyone's ever said about the bloody thing. Hermione folded her arms, studying it with wary intelligence. It might not matter what you want. Powerful objects have a way of remaining in history. People will search for it. Legends don't stay buried simply because someone decent wishes they would. Harry looked down at the wand again. That was what frightened him. Not that he might use it. That someone else would. Before he could answer, pain lanced through his scar. It was so sudden and sharp that his knees nearly buckled. He gasped and clapped a hand to his forehead. Harry! Hermione caught his shoulder immediately. Ron drew his wand in a flash and spun, as though expecting Death Eaters to burst from the reeds. But the pain was not Voldemort. It was not the old white, hot burn of their connection. This felt deeper, stranger. Not a mind entering his, but something vast turning its gaze toward him from an impossible distance. His scar burned. The Elder Wand blazed white in his hand. The black lake rippled outward in violent concentric rings. And in the reflection of the water, Hogwarts vanished. For one heartbeat, Harry did not see the lake at all. He saw a kingdom in ruins, a broken castle perched above a wounded land, fields blackened by ancient war, a sky stained with red twilight, stone guardians collapsed in moss and ash, and far, far beyond it all, he saw a sword buried in a pedestal beneath a canopy of ancient trees. The vision struck with such force that he tore free of Hermione's grip and stumbled backward. Then it was gone. The lake returned. The dawn returned. His heart pounded against his ribs. Ron stared. What in Merlin's name was that? Harry swallowed. I don't know, but that was a lie. Not a full lie. Just the kind that formed when truth was too large to fit into words quickly enough. Some part of him knew, even if he could not explain how. A place had called to him. Not Hogwarts. Not home. Not anywhere in Britain. Somewhere older. Somewhere waiting. Hermione was watching him with the fierce concentration she wore when a puzzle became dangerous. Your scar, was it him? No. Harry's answer came at once. Not Voldemort. That made Ron look even less comfortable. Brilliant, he muttered. So after everything, now it's someone else. Harry should have said no. Should have laughed it off. Should have insisted that it was only magical backlash, leftover residue from the battle, some strange interaction with the Elder Wand or the Hollows. Instead, he looked once more into the water. For the briefest instant, the castle in the reflection seemed different again. Not Hogwarts, but some vast ruin crowned by shadow. And beneath the surface of his thoughts, a voice that was not truly a voice whispered like wind over old stone. Come. Harry went still. Did you hear that? He asked. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. Hear what? Hermione said carefully. He didn't answer. Because now it wasn't just the lake. It was the ground, the air, the wand. Something ancient had noticed him, and worse, something inside him had answered. That night, sleep brought no rest. Harry lay in a temporary cot in one of the surviving rooms near Gryffindor Tower, staring at the cracked ceiling while moonlight fell through a half-repaired window. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw ruins. At some point, exhaustion dragged him under. He found himself standing in a field of dead grass beneath a bruised, dark red sky. Wind moved through the land like a mourner's breath. In the distance loomed the shattered remains of a castle unlike Hogwarts in every way. It had no warmth to it, no echo of students or secret passages or candlelit feasts. It stood like a wound in the earth, ancient and malignant. Harry looked down. The Elder Wand was in one hand. The cloak of invisibility hung around his shoulders, but in his other hand was a weapon he had never touched in waking life and somehow recognized instantly. A sword. Long, elegant, impossibly balanced. Its blade shimmered pale blue in the dying light, and its crossguard formed wings around a gem that pulsed like a sleeping heart. He should not have known its name. Yet the name rose inside him with painful certainty, Master Sword. The moment he thought it, the world changed. The field beneath his feet dissolved into 100 fragments of memory that were not his and yet belonged to him more deeply than anything he had ever owned. A child racing through sunlit grass, a horse galloping beneath open skies, a shield ringing under impact, a princess with golden power in her hands calling out across time, a battlefield beneath a burning moon, a king of evil rising again, again. Harry staggered, clutching at his head. They were not memories like pensive strands, neat and watchable. These were instincts wrapped in feeling. Fear, courage, greedy, centuries of them, layered one atop another until his chest felt too small to contain them. Then the sky split. Darkness poured from the clouds in ropes of red-black smoke, twisting downward like living hatred. It gathered before him, towering, laughing silently, shaping itself into the outline of a man with burning eyes and a crown of malice. Harry raised the sword on instinct. The figure lifted a hand. Scarlet power crashed into him like a collapsing mountain. He woke with a shout. The room shook. A glass shattered on the bedside table. His scar felt cold now, not hot, as though winter itself had been pressed into the old wound. For a long moment Harry sat there gasping in the darkness, sheets twisted around his legs, sweat cooling against his skin. Then he realized the Elder Wand was no longer on the table where he had placed it. It was in his hand. He had no memory of grabbing it. Its tip glowed faintly, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. "No," Harry whispered. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, got to his feet, and crossed to the broken window. Outside, Hogwarts slept uneasily beneath the stars. Lanterns burned in the courtyards where workers had collapsed for the night. Somewhere far off, he heard the giant squid stir the black water of the lake. He wanted normal. That was the ridiculous part. After everything, some stupid, impossible piece of him still wanted an ordinary tomorrow. Burrow breakfasts, Hermione nagging, Ron complaining about homework, Ginny laughing with a broom over her shoulder. He wanted a future that belonged to him, not to prophecy or dark lords or relics left behind by death itself. But the ache inside him had changed. It was no longer only grief. It was direction. He looked up at the stars, and for one impossible instant they shifted. They were not the stars above Scotland. They were unfamiliar, harder, older. A pattern flashed before his eyes, a triangle glowing over endless dark, 3 golden pieces rotating around an empty center. Power, wisdom, courage. The final word struck him like a bell. Courage. Not bravery in battle, not reckless nerve, not Gryffindor daring for the sake of applause. Something deeper. A choice made every time fear said run. Harry's hand tightened around the Elder Wand. The glow intensified. And somewhere beyond the castle, beyond Britain, beyond his world entirely, something ancient and sleeping felt the answer in his soul. The floor beneath him trembled. A low hum filled the room. Not from the walls, not from the stones. From the space itself. Harry stepped back just as a line of blue, white light split the air in front of him. It opened soundlessly, like a wound cut into reality by an invisible blade. On the other side lay darkness, wind, and the silhouette of broken cliffs beneath a blood-red moon. Harry stared. The portal widened. Cold air rushed through, carrying the smell of rain, old moss, and something else. Something metallic and ancient, like the breath of long-buried ruins. Footsteps pounded in the corridor. Hermione's voice shouted his name. Ron's followed half a second later. Harry should have called out. Should have stepped away. Should have waited. Instead, he took one slow step toward the breach. Because from beyond it came the same call he had heard in the lake, only clearer now, heavy with age and sorrow and impossible certainty. Hero, the word was not spoken. It was remembered. The portal flared. Behind him the door burst open. Harry, don't. Hermione began. Too late. The Elder Wand blazed in his grasp. Wind tore through the room. The stars above Hogwarts disappeared behind a flood of blue light, and Harry Potter, survivor of one war, was ripped from the ruins of his own world and hurled into another. Into the dark. Into the wild. Into the ashes of a kingdom waiting for its hero to return. Falling through a portal felt nothing like apparition. Apparition compressed the world. It squeezed space into a point so violently that Harry always felt as though his lungs had been left behind for half a second. Portkeys yanked. Flue travel spun. This was neither. This felt like being unmade and remembered incorrectly. Harry tumbled through blinding blue light with no sense of up or down. The Elder Wand was still in his hand, its white glow flickering as though it resented every inch of this journey. Wind howled around him. Fragments of impossible images flashed past in bursts too fast to understand. Ancient stone halls, golden symbols, a woman with light in her hands, a knight in green standing against a mountain of shadow. Then the world slammed back into existence. He hit wet grass hard enough to knock the breath from his body. For a moment he lay there, coughing, fingers clawing at the earth beneath him. The ground was real, cold, damp, uneven. It smelled of rain, old stone, and wild growth left untended for far too long. Above him, the sky stretched vast and dark, cloud-choked and painted in bruised shades of violet and red. Not dawn, not midnight. Some strange hour caught between ruin and memory. Harry pushed himself upright with a groan. The portal was gone. No glowing tear in the air. No path back to Hogwarts. No Ron shouting his name. No Hermione dragging him away from his own terrible decisions. Only silence. A silence so wide and ancient that it made the grounds around Hogwarts feel crowded in retrospect. Harry turned slowly. He stood atop a windswept plateau, broad and broken, ringed by ruined stone walls and dead watchtowers that leaned like the bones of giants. Tall grass bent in the wind around him. Here and there, chunks of collapsed masonry jutted from the earth as though the land itself had once been wearing a fortress, and then grown tired of carrying it. Beyond the cliffs stretched a kingdom in decay, a kingdom. Even in the dark, he could tell it had once been beautiful. Far below lay forests and rivers silvered by weak moonlight. He saw the silhouettes of hills and distant mountain ranges. He saw shattered roads snaking toward the broken shell of villages. He saw lakes black as glass. And in the far distance, like the heart of a nightmare made stone, he saw a castle. Not Hogwarts. This castle rose in jagged layers from the center of the land, wrapped in coils of red-black energy that twisted through the sky like smoke from a wound that would never heal. Every tower looked wrong, as if the building had been designed by grief and sharpened by hate. Something wreathed above it in the clouds. Darkness given weather, malice given shape. Harry's scar throbbed once. Not with pain this time. Recognition. He had seen that castle in the lake. In the dream. In the vision that had torn reality open in his dormitory. The kingdom waiting for its hero. The thought hit him so suddenly that he actually laughed once. A short, disbelieving sound that vanished into the wind. He muttered hoarsely. Another one. His voice sounded absurdly small. Harry checked himself quickly on instinct. Wand still in hand, cloak still fastened at his shoulders. The pouch Hagrid had given him still hung under his shirt. No broom, no firebolt, no school bag, no backup plan. He patted his pocket and found the snitch, the broken fragment of mirror, and a few other odds and ends he'd had on him when sleep had found him. Hardly ideal supplies for surviving in another world. His stomach tightened. Another world. Now that the shock had room to breathe, fear moved in. Not the clean fear of a duel or a charge into battle. This was colder, broader, the fear of isolation. Harry had been alone before, but never like this. Not with an entire world gone behind him. Not with the people he loved on the wrong side of a vanished tear in reality. He spun once more, searching the darkness as if sheer stubbornness might reveal a path back. Nothing. Only the whispering grass and the ruin-strewn plateau. Then something clanked. Harry froze. The sound came from ahead and to the left, near the remains of a toppled wall. Metal scraped stone, slow and deliberate. He raised the Elder Wand at once. Lumos. The spell burst from the wand tip, not the soft orb of light he expected, but a sharp white flare that cut across the grass like a blade. It illuminated a shape crouched in the ruins. Not a person, not an animal, a machine. It was roughly human-sized, with long segmented limbs, a rusted shell of pale stone or metal, and a single glowing eye set in a head too narrow to be natural. Ancient carvings ran along its frame. Moss clung to its joints. It looked dead, half buried in weeds and age, until the eye snapped fully open. A cold blue beam locked onto Harry's chest. His entire body reacted before his mind did. He threw himself sideways just as a lance of energy exploded from the machine and scorched the ground where he had been standing. The blast tore a trench through grass and dirt, spraying burning earth into the air. Harry rolled, came up on one knee, and fired back. Confringo! The curse struck the machine's shoulder and exploded in sparks and debris, but instead of collapsing, the thing shrieked in a metallic whine and surged to its feet with terrifying speed. Its limbs unfolded wrong, insect, quick and unnervingly fluid. Another blast charged in its eye. Harry cast a shield charm. Prodigo? The blue barrier flared just in time. The energy beam hit it like a hammer. The shield held for half a second, then cracked with a sound like splitting ice and hurled Harry backward into the remains of a low wall. Pain shot through his spine. The machine advanced. Its single eye glowed brighter. Harry's pulse hammered. He had fought Death Eaters, giant spiders, dementors, inferi, dragons, Voldemort himself. But this thing moved with the relentless certainty of a trap that had never learned fear. He fired a stunning spell. Stupefy. Red light hit the construct squarely. It did absolutely nothing. Oh, come off it! The machine fired again. Harry yanked the cloak around himself and dove behind a slab of broken stone. The blast smashed the rock apart, showering him in fragments. Dust filled the air. Invisible. That should help. But the machine's blue eye moved slowly, scanning the area with eerie precision. It wasn't looking for a body. It was searching for disruption. Sound, movement, heat, magic, Harry couldn't tell which. He bit back a curse. Fine. If stunning didn't work, maybe disarming would. He sprang out from behind the rubble. Expelliarmus! A jet of red light struck the creature's head. There was a sharp crack. Its eye flickered wildly. The machine staggered sideways, one limb jerking. Not disarmed exactly, but affected. Harry filed that away instantly. The thing retaliated with another blast. Harry dropped flat. The beam hissed over him and blasted the top from a dead tree behind him. Burning branches crashed down. His scar prickled. No, not the scar. Something deeper. A sensation he had felt only in pieces so far. A sudden alignment between thought and body. His eyes tracked the construct's shifting stance, the angle of its damaged head, the rhythm of its aim. Some hidden instinct whispered that the eye was not just a weapon. It was the focus point, the balance center, the opening. Harry didn't question where the knowledge came from. He trusted it. He darted left, then right, letting the machine fire where he had been rather than where he would be. His feet found the broken ground almost on their own. He leaped over a fallen pillar, slid beneath a half, collapsed arch, and snapped off another spell with more precision than panic. Expelliarmus! The beam hit the eye dead center. This time the result was immediate. The machine's head snapped backward. The blue glow burst in a shower of sparks. Its body convulsed, limbs thrashing out of sequence. It took 2 staggering steps and toppled sideways into the grass with a metallic crash that echoed across the plateau. Silence returned. Harry remained crouched, wand raised, chest heaving. The thing twitched once, then went still. For several seconds he did not move. Then, very carefully, Harry approached the fallen construct. Up close it looked even stranger. Ancient craftsmanship mixed with impossible engineering. The carvings along its shell glowed faintly before fading completely. It felt less like a machine in the Muggle sense, and more like a magical artifact built by people whose understanding of power had gone in a direction Wizarding Britain had never imagined. Harry crouched beside it, breathing hard. Well, he said aloud to no one, that's new. Wind rustled across the ruins. Then a voice answered behind him. You fight clumsily, but not without courage. Harry spun to his feet, wand already up. An old man stood a few yards away, cloaked and still, as though he had risen straight from the grass without disturbing a blade. He carried a staff and wore the sort of weathered, layered clothing Harry associated more with paintings than with living people. His beard was white, his posture straight, his eyes sharp and strangely sad. Harry had not heard him approach. That alone set every alarm in his mind ringing. "Who are you?" Harry demanded. The old man's gaze moved past the wand to Harry's face, then to the scar on his forehead. For the briefest instant, something like recognition flickered there. "That," the stranger said mildly, "is a question with more than one answer." Harry did not lower his wand. "I'd prefer the simple one." The old man inclined his head as if conceding a point in a polite argument. "A wanderer, a king, a memory. Tonight, whichever name troubles you least." That was exactly the sort of answer Dumbledore would have given if he'd had several more centuries to become insufferable. Harry narrowed his eyes. "Right? And do all the memories in this place come with killer scrap metal?" The old man glanced at the dead construct. "A guardian. Damaged. Corrupted by age and lingering malice. You were fortunate to face only one of the lesser remains." Harry let that sit for half a second before replying. "If that was one of the lesser remains, I'm having a very bad evening." The old man surprised him by smiling faintly. "Yes," he said. "You are." It was absurdly calm, the way he said it. Harry hated how much that steadied him. The stranger's attention shifted to the Elder Wand, and his expression sharpened in a way Harry did not miss. "That weapon does not belong to this world." Harry's grip tightened. "Neither do I." "No," the old man agreed. "And yet you were called." The wind changed. Harry felt it pass over the plateau carrying the scent of rain and something older. Woodland, sacred earth, the kind of silence one found in churches and graveyards and places where history sat too heavily in the stones. "Called by who?" Harry asked. The old man looked out across the plateau toward the distant castle drowning in dark red fumes. "By a kingdom that has waited far too long," he said. "By a princess who still holds the line against an age of calamity. By a blade that remembers your soul, though your mind has forgotten." Harry's throat tightened. The dream, the sword. The word hero whispered through the portal. He wanted to deny it, but the denial felt weak even before it formed. "I'm not your hero," Harry said. The old man regarded him in silence long enough to make the wind itself seem impatient. "At this moment," he said at last, "I should hope not." Harry blinked. "What?" "If you were already the hero this land requires, the Master Sword would be in your hand, and the darkness over Hyrule Castle would already be fading." His tone remained gentle, but there was iron under it. "Instead, you stand here exhausted, grieving, and armed with a relic that shines brightly but does not understand the war it has entered." Harry almost snapped back, then stopped, because the man was right, painfully, annoyingly right. The Elder Wand felt powerful, anciently, but it had reacted to this world like a living thing set against a storm it could not read. It was supreme in duelcraft, perhaps, but this was not a duel. This was something older. Harry lowered the wand a fraction. "Hyrule," he said quietly. "That's where I am." The old man inclined his head again. "The name survives, at least." Harry looked out over the ruined kingdom once more. "And that castle?" The answer came softly. "The heart of the wound." The red, black clouds above it writhed as though in response. Harry forced himself to breathe slowly. "You mentioned a princess."
Yes.
"And this Master Sword?"
A pause. Yes.
Harry looked back at him sharply. "You keep saying things as if I'm supposed to know them." "In part," said the old man. "You do?" That deeper feeling stirred again. Not knowledge exactly, more like buried shapes behind a wall. Familiarity without memory. A name almost remembered. A melody heard once in childhood and never truly lost. Harry's scar prickled again, but gently now, not pain. Resonance. The old man saw the change in his expression and nodded as if some private test had been confirmed. "You feel it," he said. Harry swallowed. "I feel like I'm either losing my mind or inheriting someone else's." The old man's eyes softened, perhaps both. Before Harry could decide whether that was comforting or horrifying, a low rumble rolled across the plateau. Not thunder, something beneath it, a pulse through the land itself. The old man turned toward a cluster of broken walls near the edge of the plateau. Beyond them, nestled against the slope, stood the remains of a small structure Harry had not noticed in the dark. A crumbled stone building with a bell-shaped roof half collapsed inward. "Come," said the old man. Harry did not move. "Why should I trust you?" The figure studied him for a long moment. "You should not," he said plainly. "Not yet, but dawn will reveal more dangers than the dark has shown you, and if you remain here questioning the wind, you will not live to see the day after that." That, at least, sounded honest. Harry glanced once at the dead guardian, then at the broken horizon, then back at the old man. He thought of Ron and Hermione. If they were here, Hermione would demand evidence and Ron would mutter that following mysterious old men into ruined chapels was how people got cursed. Both of them would probably be right, but neither of them was here. Harry hated that truth most of all, so he chose the only thing he had left to choose. He followed. The old man led him through the ruins toward the little stone shelter. As they walked, Harry kept his wand out and his senses straining, but nothing attacked. The night seemed to hold its breath around the stranger, as if the plateau itself knew him. Inside the ruin stood the remains of an old fire pit, a sleeping mat long since rotted, and carvings on the inner walls so worn by time that Harry could barely make them out. The old man touched the stone beside the doorway, and a faint blue light flared along the lines of the carvings, illuminating the room. Harry stared. The symbols resembled runes, but not any set he recognized. They curved like flowing water and cut like blades at the same time. Ancient magic. He asked before he could stop himself. The old man gave him a sidelong look. "Would your people call it anything else?" "Your people." Harry filed that away too. The stranger settled beside the fire pit, as if reclaiming a place once used often. With a slight motion of his hand, sparks flared from dry kindling Harry could have sworn hadn't been there a moment ago. Orange light filled the shelter. Harry remained standing. The old man looked up at him, firelight flickering across weathered features that seemed at once human and not entirely so. "You crossed worlds carrying the grief of victory," he said. "That burden is fresh enough that I can smell it in the air around you." Harry's jaw tightened. "Careful." "I do not mock it," the old man said. "I honor it. Heroes are seldom called when they are whole." That landed harder than Harry wanted it to. He looked away. For a few moments only the fire spoke, popping softly in the ruined room. Then Harry asked the question that had lodged in his chest the moment he saw the distant castle. "What is in that place?" The old man's face became very still. "Hatred that has outlived kingdoms," he said. "A king of evil who has risen in many forms. A will that does not tire, does not repent, and does not forget its hunger. The darkness you saw over the castle is but its breath escaping through old wounds." Voldemort, Harry thought immediately, but no. That comparison failed almost as soon as it formed. Voldemort had been petty inside his grandeur. Cruel, brilliant, terrifying, yes, but still deeply human in the ugliest ways. Obsession, vanity, fear of death. This sounded like something broader, older, less like a man and more like a curse that kept finding a body. The old man watched realization move over Harry's face. "You have faced darkness before," he said. Harry gave a humorless laugh. "That obvious. You wear it like armor." Silence fell again. Then the old man reached into his cloak and drew out something small and round. A glimmer of gold caught the firelight. He placed it on the stone between them. Harry stared. It was a tiny, ornate emblem, 3 triangles forming a larger one, with the bottom piece glowing faintly while the other 2 remained dim. His breath caught. He had seen that symbol above the stars. Power, wisdom, courage. The old man's voice dropped to something almost ceremonial. In every age, when the kingdom falls toward darkness, 3 forces gather. The wielder of power, the bearer of wisdom, the soul of courage. His eyes lifted to Harry's. This land has lost much, but not all memory. It knows the shape of the one who stands against the dark. Harry looked from the symbol to the old man and back again. "I don't understand." "No," said the old man. "But you will?" The golden emblem pulsed once, and somewhere deep in Harry's chest something answered. Not a voice, not a memory. A promise. The old man rose in one smooth motion despite his apparent age and walked to the doorway. Outside, the horizon had begun to pale, not with sunrise exactly, but with the thinning of night. The distant castle still glowed like a coal in the throat of the world. "When dawn comes," he said without turning, "I will take you to a place where the dead still keep watch. There, you may choose whether to continue as a lost boy from another realm, or begin to remember why this world called you its hero." Harry stood very still. A lost boy from another realm. That part felt true enough. But as he looked at the glowing triangle on the stone floor, at the impossible old man framed against the coming light, and at the ruined kingdom waiting beyond the plateau, another truth stirred beneath it. Not memory, not yet. Something sharper. Instinct. The kind that had guided his feet around the Guardian's killing blasts. The kind that had made his hand reach for a sword he had never held in waking life. The kind that whispered, with unnerving certainty, that somewhere in this broken land stood a blade waiting to test whether his courage was real. Harry tightened his grip on the Elder Wand. For the first time since arriving, he stopped looking for a way home and started looking toward the horizon. Dawn in Hyrule did not arrive all at once. It crept. The darkness did not flee so much as loosen its grip, peeling back from the plateau in layers of gray, blue mist and thin gold light. Harry stood outside the ruined shelter with his cloak drawn close, watching the kingdom emerge piece by piece from shadow. What he had taken for endless wilderness in the night resolved into broken roads, collapsed bridges, toppled walls half swallowed by the earth, and distant towers that rose like warning fingers against the paling sky. And always at the center, Hyrule Castle. Even under daylight it looked wrong. Its high black silhouette should have been majestic, but the red, black haze wreathing around it poisoned the shape of every tower. Great tendrils of malice curled upward from the foundations and bled into the clouds, turning the morning sky above the castle into a bruised wound. Harry had seen dark magic his entire life. He knew the chill of curses, the weight of Horcruxes, the wrongness of the Dementor's kiss. This was worse. This felt like dark magic that had stopped pretending to be magic at all and become a natural disaster. The old man joined him at the edge of the slope without a sound. In daylight he looked less like a wanderer and more like something carved from the kingdom's oldest stories. His clothes were still simple, worn by travel and weather, yet there was a dignity to the way he stood that no rags could hide. He rested both hands on his staff and gazed over the land as though measuring wounds no healer could mend. For a while neither of them spoke. Harry was the first to break the silence. "You said you'd take me somewhere." The old man nodded. "I did. And after that? That depends on whether you are willing to listen." Harry gave him a flat look. Mysterious, old, slightly dramatic. "You really are determined to remind me of someone." A faint smile touched the old man's mouth. "Then he must have been wise." Harry snorted before he could stop himself. The sound felt strange here. Too human. Too ordinary for a kingdom that looked like it had forgotten both. The old man turned and began walking along a narrow path that wound through the shattered stones of the plateau. Harry followed after only the briefest hesitation. The grass was wet beneath his boots. Wind tugged at his hair and whispered through cracks in ancient walls. As they descended a low ridge, Harry caught sight of more ruined structures scattered across the plateau's breadth. Watch posts, shrines, broken pillars, half-buried foundations. Whatever this place had once been, it had not merely fallen. It had endured a long decay, centuries of abandonment gnawing at the bones of a once living stronghold. Harry stepped over a split slab of stone etched with symbols he did not recognize. "This whole place used to be a fortress?" "In a sense," said the old man. "A place of learning, defense, prayer, and kingship. The Great Plateau was once the birthplace of Hyrule's heart. Time has not been kind to hearts." That last line hung between them a little too neatly. Harry chose not to comment on it. They passed another ruined wall, and beyond it the plateau opened toward a wide, broken stairway leading to the shell of a temple. Harry slowed. Even in ruin it was enormous. Columns taller than any in the ministry lay cracked across the courtyard. Moss climbed every surface. What remained of the roof had collapsed inward long ago, leaving the structure open to the sky. Fragments of old carvings lined the entrance. Figures with raised swords, women with outstretched hands, beasts bowing before a crowned crest of wings. At the center of the temple's shattered front stood a statue of a goddess, worn by age, but unmistakably deliberate. Her face had softened under centuries of wind and rain, yet something in the posture remained serene and commanding, as if ruin itself had only made her patience more obvious. Harry stopped at the foot of the stairs. He could feel it. Magic, not like Hogwarts' moving staircases or the living portraits or even the old, deep enchantments in places like Gringotts. This magic was quieter. Older, it did not hum at the surface. It slept in the stone, buried so deeply that even waking near it felt like trespassing into a memory not meant for him. The old man glanced at him and seemed unsurprised by his stillness. "You sense it?" Harry frowned. "This place feels—" He searched for the word and failed. "Like a grave and a church at the same time." The old man inclined his head. "That is not inaccurate." They climbed the broken stairs together. Inside, the Temple of Time was colder than the morning air. The floor was cracked, weeds bursting through ancient tiles. Shafts of pale sunlight fell through missing sections of ceiling and painted the dust in drifting gold. At the far end of the ruined hall stood a stone dais surrounded by old braziers and tattered banners too faded to identify. Harry's eyes moved across everything and stopped on shapes lining the walls. Statues, not gods, knights. Dozens of them, half hidden in shadow and age, each bearing shield and sword. Some were chipped. Some had lost heads or arms, yet all of them faced inward toward the center of the temple, as though standing eternal vigil over whatever had once been kept sacred here. Harry's hand tightened on the elder wand. He could not explain why, but those silent stone warriors unsettled him more than the dead guardian from the night before. The old man walked to the middle of the hall and turned. "This is where kings prayed," he said quietly, "where heroes were blessed, where time itself was once treated as a river that might be approached with humility rather than owned." Harry glanced around. "And now?" "Now," said the old man, "it is where truth may still be heard, if one asks without arrogance." Harry looked at him sharply. "You keep talking like this place knows I'm here." The old man's gaze did not waver. "It does." The words should have sounded absurd. Instead, they sank into Harry with uncomfortable ease. He thought of the sword in his dreams, the triangle symbol pulsing like a second heartbeat, the way his body had moved against the guardian before his mind understood what it was doing, the way the castle at the center of this land had felt instantly familiar in the worst possible way. "I told you," Harry said after a moment, "I'm not your hero." "No," said the old man. "You are not mine." The answer was so unexpected that Harry blinked. The old man took one measured step closer. "But you are his." Harry's scar prickled. Not with pain this time. With pressure, as though a locked door inside his head had just felt someone place a hand upon it. "Whose?" Harry asked, his voice lower now. The old man's expression changed. The gentleness remained, but something else rose beneath it: sorrow, pride, memory, and the immense wariness of someone who had watched the same war wear different faces across ages. "The heroes," he said, "the soul that returns when courage is needed more than comfort. The blade's chosen hand. The wanderer who rises, falls, is forgotten, and rises again." Harry stared at him. He had expected prophecy. Chosen one nonsense. A story about destiny written in the sky by forces that never had to bleed for it. He knew that shape of tale too well, but this sounded less like an appointment and more like inheritance. Something passed down through spirit instead of blood. "I'm not him," Harry said, though the certainty in the words was weaker now. The old man nodded. "Not entirely." A gust of wind moved through the ruined temple, stirring loose dust and rattling old banners. Harry hated the way his pulse quickened. "What does that mean?" "It means," said the old man, "that no life repeats exactly. The soul of the hero returns, but never as a copy. He is born to different mothers. He walks different roads. He makes different mistakes. Yet, when darkness rises in its oldest shape, the same courage answers." Harry looked away first. His thoughts moved too fast. He saw flashes. The silver stag leading him through a frozen forest, his body moving before fear could stop it. Flying toward a dragon with only a broom and nerve, walking into the forbidden forest to die because everyone else deserved the chance to live. Pulling friends to safety while terror screamed at him to run. Courage. He had never liked the word much. People used it as if it were clean. Noble. Simple it wasn't. Courage was ugly. It shook in your hands and lived beside panic, and often arrived too late to save the people you loved. It left scars. It buried friends. The old man watched all of that pass across Harry's face and said softly, "You know this already." Harry gave a short, bitter laugh. "You don't know anything about me." "I know enough," said the stranger. "I know that your grief has not curdled into selfishness. I know that you crossed into a dead kingdom and stood your ground against a machine older than your history. I know that the relic you carry is powerful, yet you still look at the horizon as if searching for what truly matters." He let the silence sit before adding, "And I know the Master Sword would never have called a coward." The name landed like a strike to the ribs. Harry's eyes lifted at once. "The sword." The old man nodded. "Wes, what is it?" The old man studied him for a long moment, as though deciding how much truth Harry could bear in one sitting. At its simplest, it is the blade of evil's bane, a sacred weapon forged to oppose the hatred that men call by many names and kingdoms remember as calamity. It is not merely steel. It is judgment, memory, and promise bound into form. Harry looked at the elder wand in his hand. Suddenly the Euless length of elder wood felt almost narrow by comparison. Deadly, yes, but intimate in its brutality. A duelist's weapon. A killer's instrument. The sword the old man described sounded less personal and more elemental, and it called me. It recognized you. The old man corrected. There is a difference. Harry wanted to press him further, but another question cut in first. "And Zelda," he asked. "You said a princess is holding the line?" At that, the old man's face softened in a completely different way. Not grief alone, affection, reverence. "Princess Zelda bears wisdom," he said. "In another age she would have ruled from a throne of sunlit halls and songs. Instead she holds back the darkness with every breath she has left, sacrificing years of her life, so this land may continue to wake to dawn." Harry swallowed. That sounded too familiar. Too much like everyone who ever stood in the path of evil and called it duty because there was no one else left. "Where is she?" "In the heart of the struggle," said the old man. "Nearer the castle than any living soul should endure. She cannot yet be reached." Then why hasn't anyone? He stopped himself. Anyone? He looked through the ruined temple, over the broken floor and fallen roof, and the endless silence pressing in from the land beyond. There was no one. Not really. Not enough people to build a kingdom, much less save one. The old man answered the unfinished thought anyway, because courage alone is not enough when hope has already been buried for 100 years. Harry stared at him. 100 years? The old man nodded. The number settled heavily into the hall. That explained the ruins. The deep, patient weathering of everything. The sense that decay here had become a second season. 100 years ago, the old man said, Hyrule fell. He did not tell it dramatically. There were no flourishes, no raised voice, no attempt to make himself sound like the keeper of some great legend. That made it worse. It was not a sudden death, though many died swiftly. He continued. The kingdom gathered its greatest warriors, its guardians, its champions, its princess, and the hero. Yet the enemy we faced was older than memory and more cunning than pride allowed us to admit. Our defenses became our doom. The guardians were corrupted. The champions were slain. The castle was seized. The land broke. Harry could almost see it as the old man spoke. A kingdom arming itself with shining machines and sacred beasts. Knights in lines, towers blazing, then everything turning at once. Metal eyes glowing red, fire in the streets, monsters at the gates, the center failing. Hope collapsing from within. He thought of Hogwarts under siege. Of giants, spiders, cursed walls, shattered trust. Then multiplied it by a kingdom. And the hero, Harry asked quietly. The old man's eyes moved past Harry for a moment, focusing on some distance no longer present. He fell before the princess's eyes, he said, but the soul of courage does not vanish. It waits. It wanders. It returns. Harry's throat tightened. Somewhere deep in his mind, a shape pressed against the locked door again. Not memory exactly. More like the ache of almost remembering a death that had happened to someone else, and somehow mattered to him anyway. The old man stepped forward and raised his staff. At the far end of the temple, the stone dais began to glow. Blue light crawled along ancient carvings cut into the floor. Lines branched outward like roots, connecting pillars, braziers, statues, and walls until the whole central chamber shone with a dim, sacred radiance. The air grew warmer. Harry instinctively shifted his footing and lifted the elder wand, but the old man made no hostile move. "This place remembers," he said, "and it may show you enough to choose knowingly." The glow intensified. The air in the center of the chamber shimmered. Then figures appeared. Not ghosts, images. Ancient light shaped itself into scenes hanging above the stone dais like living windows. Harry saw a castle untouched by corruption, bright and whole beneath banners snapping in the sun. He saw warriors in colors tied to regions he did not know. He saw towering beasts shaped like divine engines. He saw a young woman with golden power blazing at her fingertips, and beside her, Harry's breath caught. A knight, green-clad, sword at his back, face turned partly away. Yet even from a distance, even through magic and age, Harry felt the shock of recognition like cold water down his spine. Not because the face looked like his. It didn't. Not exactly. But the feeling of him did. The stance, the steadiness, the quiet way he seemed to exist as an answer rather than a question. Harry took one step toward the vision before he realized he was moving. The image shifted. Battle, fire, guardians turning. Champions falling. The knight bleeding, still fighting. The princess screaming his name. A final stand beneath impossible odds. A body carried away while the world burned around it. Harry flinched as if struck. The vision vanished. Silence crashed back into the temple. The light faded slowly, leaving only dawn filtering through the broken ceiling. Harry stood frozen, breathing harder than he should have been. The old man lowered his staff. "What did you see?" he asked. Harry laughed once, but there was no humor in it. "You already know." "I know what happened," said the old man. "I asked what you saw." Harry looked down at his free hand. It was shaking. He hated that. "I saw a war lost before it started," he said. "I saw people trusting power they didn't fully understand. I saw a kingdom break because it believed destiny would carry it if it prepared enough weapons." He stopped, jaw tightening. "And I saw him?" The old man said nothing. Harry lifted his eyes. The question had been there since the first dream, since the sword in his hand beneath a dead sky, since the voice calling him hero through a wound in reality. Now it finally forced its way out. "Was that me?" The old man held his gaze. "Yes," he said. And no. Harry closed his eyes briefly. Of course. The answer of every ancient guide with too much patience and not enough respect for simplicity. But when he opened them again, the old man was no longer evasive. He was solemn. "You are Harry Potter," he said. "That name matters. That life matters. Your debt are your own, and so are your wounds. I will not insult you by claiming otherwise, but beneath that life burns the same soul that once drew the Master Sword, stood beside Zelda, and bled for this kingdom." The words struck with terrible calm. Harry had spent his whole life being told what he was: freak, famous, chosen, weapon, Horcrux, savior. He had hated every label. This one was different only because some part of him wanted it to be true. Not for glory. For meaning? Because if all that pain inside him belonged only to one world, one war, one life, then maybe it would break him. But if courage truly could survive death, if duty could outlive flesh, then maybe losing everything didn't make the universe empty. Maybe it made it connected. The thought frightened him more than any monster so far. The old man turned toward the temple doors. "Come," he said. Harry did not move immediately. "We're to the edge of the plateau," said the old man. "There you will see the road below, the broken kingdom above, and the forest that guards the sword's resting place. After that, the choice is yours." Harry looked once more at the silent statues lining the walls. Stone knights, endless watch. A dead kingdom waiting for someone to decide whether it was still worth saving. He thought of Hogwarts again. Not the battle, But the years before it, the warmth of the common room, snow on the grounds, friends at his side, a place worth fighting for precisely because it was not perfect, only loved. Then he thought of the image on the dais, the hero falling, the princess remaining, the war unfinished. Harry slid the Elder Wand into a firmer grip and followed the old man toward the doors. As they stepped into the morning light, the wind rose across the great plateau, carrying the scent of distant woods. And somewhere far beyond the temple, hidden beneath ancient trees and older memory, a sword waited for him to prove that courage could survive 2 worlds. The edge of the great plateau looked less like the boundary of a kingdom and more like the lip of a broken world. Harry stood beside the old man on a rise of weathered stone, staring out over a sheer drop that vanished into veils of morning mist. Far below, ruined roads cut through forests and fields like scars across old skin. Rivers wound silver through the land. Towers leaned in the distance. Beyond everything, Hyrule Castle still rose beneath its storm of red-black malice, beautiful and monstrous in equal measure. Harry had thought the temple was ancient. From here, the whole kingdom looked ancient and wounded. The old man planted his staff beside him. The plateau once stood at the heart of Hyrule's beginning. Now it serves as a threshold. A threshold to what? The old man's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, to whether you are merely lost or worthy to continue. Harry exhaled through his nose. There it is. There what is? The part where the mysterious guide informs me I can't just walk to the sword. No, said the old man calmly. You cannot. Harry turned to him. And I suppose the reason is very old, very sacred, and very inconvenient. The old man gave him a sideways glance that carried the faintest trace of amusement. The Master Sword does not wait at the end of a road, he said. It waits beyond understanding, sacrifice, and resolve. A boy who stumbles into Hyrule with a foreign wand and a brave face is not enough. Harry folded his arms. Good to know I'm making such a strong impression. Your impression improves when you are not speaking. Harry almost laughed. Almost. Instead, he followed the old man's gaze. Below and across the plateau, 4 separate points glimmered faint blue in the daylight. They were far apart, half hidden among ruins, hills, and broken woodland, but once Harry noticed them, he could not ignore them. Each glowed with the same old magic he had felt inside the Temple of Time, though sharper now, more focused. Sacred points, waiting places, shrines, the old man said, answering the question before Harry voiced it. Remnants of trials once given to those who sought to prove their spirit stronger than their fear. Harry studied them in silence. 4. Spread across a plateau crawling with dead machines, crumbling towers, freezing water, and gods knew what else. He already disliked where this was going. You want me to complete them? Yes. And if I don't? Then you remain here until the plateau kills you. Harry looked at him flatly. You have a remarkably poor bedside manner for an ancient mentor. Would you prefer a lie? No. Then we understand each other. The wind moved through the tall grass, bending it in long silver-green waves. Harry let his eyes rest on the nearest shrine, a small blue point nestled among ruined walls to the east. He thought of the guardian from the night before, of how close its beam had come to cutting him in half. He thought of Hogwarts, of how every year had eventually turned into some version of go there, do that, probably nearly die. Another trial. Another impossible road. Another demand that he become something more than a tired boy who wanted, just once, to lay down the burden and have it stay laid down. Why me? He asked quietly. The old man did not answer at once. When he did, his voice had lost its distant riddled tone. Because courage is not comfort. It does not come to those who are ready. It comes to those who stand up when readiness is no longer possible. Harry stared at the distant castle, at the poison cloud twisting over its towers. That answer was too honest to dismiss. And when I finish these, he asked. The old man tapped his staff once against the stone beneath them. Then the plateau will judge that you may descend. The plateau will judge? Yes. Harry rubbed a hand over his face. Brilliant. Even the geography here is dramatic. The old man pointed his staff toward the eastern glow. Begin there. That shrine tests movement and thought, not power. Harry caught the distinction immediately. Not power, he repeated. No, because the Elder Wand was power. Raw vicious, distilled superiority in wand form. The old man had made it clear enough that such power meant little here, if Harry did not understand the shape of Hyrule's trials. Harry glanced at the wand in his hand. It still felt alien in this world. Strong, but slightly wrong, like a word spoken with the correct meaning and the wrong accent. He slid it into his sleeve rather than keeping it raised. The old man noticed. Better, he said. Harry shot him a look and started down the broken path. The first shrine stood among the remains of an old outer settlement, where fractured walls and collapsed roofs had sunk into the earth under generations of rain and neglect. Trees had grown through old courtyards, most coated stone. A toppled cart lay half buried near a dry fountain, as though its owner had set it down a century ago and never returned. At the center of the ruins rose the shrine. Up close, it looked less like a building and more like a sealed thought carved into stone. Smooth, dark rock curved upward from the earth in an elegant, impossible shape, lined with glowing blue veins that pulsed softly like the breath of something sleeping beneath the ground. Symbols shifted across its surface, ancient, circular, precise. Harry stopped several paces away. Magic prickled against his skin, not hostile, expectant. The old man remained behind him, letting Harry approach first. What do I do? Harry asked. You asked to enter? Harry looked over his shoulder. You could have just said that from the start. I wished to see whether you would touch it carelessly. Harry muttered something uncharitable under his breath and stepped forward. The stone at the shrine's center resembled an altar or plinth. He placed his hand against it. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then blue fire raced through the grooves of the shrine, flooding outward in rings of light. The symbols brightened. Somewhere deep inside the structure, gears older than memory awakened with a low humming sound. Harry jerked his hand back as the front of the shrine unfolded. Not opened, unfolded. Stone moved like machinery and silk at once, revealing a stairway descending into luminous dark. Cold air rose from below. Harry stared. There were some things in life you never really got used to. Moving portraits, perhaps. Dragons, maybe. Reality, opening stairways inside sacred glowing ruins from another world, definitely belonged on that list. The old man stood at the entrance but made no move to descend. You go alone, he said. Harry frowned. Of course I do. These trials are not meant to be witnessed, only survived. That's encouraging. The old man's eyes rested on him with a gravity that cut through Harry's sarcasm. Listen carefully. Hyrule's oldest magic does not reward force. It rewards alignment. You must learn the difference. Harry looked into the shrine's depths. Somewhere down there, his next step waited. He thought of Hermione telling him to think first, of Ron telling him not to be mental, of every terrible plan he had ever followed because no better one had existed. Then he started down the stairs. The doors folded shut behind him with a deep, final sound. Harry stopped halfway down and turned sharply, but the entrance had already sealed into solid stone. Only blue light remained, tracing lines along the walls and casting the interior in a dim, underwater glow. Well, he murmured, too late now. The chamber below opened into a wide stone hall suspended over a dark drop. Ancient mechanisms moved beneath grated floors. Platforms slid in silence. Narrow bridges extended and withdrew. At the far end of the chamber stood another altar, glowing faint blue. Between Harry and that altar lay the trial. A sequence of moving slabs crossed the open void, each separated by just enough distance to make a single misstep fatal. Some rose, some sank, some shifted sideways with maddening slowness. Overhead, pendulum-like arms swung great stone weights through the space where a careless jumper would pass. No monsters, no curses, no duel, just height, timing, and the certainty that one bad decision would kill him as thoroughly as any spell. Harry looked down into the dark below and felt his stomach knot. He had always hated standing still above a fall. Flying was different. Flying meant control, motion, the broom answering his balance. Heights were fine when they came with wind and speed and a way to steer. This was gravity waiting politely. Movement and thought. Harry muttered to himself. Not power. He could try magic. He could cast bridges maybe. Levitation. some improvised solution. But the old man's warning held him back. Hyrule's oldest magic does not reward force. Harry crouched slightly and watched the pattern instead. The first slab rose every 5 seconds. The second drifted left, paused, then returned. The pendulum swung in paired rhythm, wide, narrow. The path looked chaotic only at first glance. Underneath, it was structured. A puzzle wearing danger as a mask. That part, at least, felt familiar. He waited through one full cycle, then another. On the third, he moved. Harry leapt to the first slab just as it rose to meet him. It dipped under his weight and steadied. The second came drifting into place. He jumped again. A pendulum arm swung past close enough that the wind of it tugged his hair. He ducked instinctively, boots scraping stone, and sprang for the next platform. The rhythm came quickly after that. Move. Pause. Breathe. He stopped trying to dominate the chamber and started listening to it. By the time he reached the midpoint, his body had settled into a strange calm. Not confidence exactly, something leaner, more focused. His feet landed more quietly. His timing sharpened. On the fifth jump, he twisted sideways around a descending weight with a motion so smooth it startled him. He landed and turned at once, heart hammering. That movement. He had not thought it out. His body had simply known. A flicker flashed across the back of his mind, a different place, brighter, older, his arm lifting a shield beneath falling stone while another self pivoted with that same economy of motion. The image vanished before he could seize it. Harry stood very still.
Not memory echo.
The words slid into his mind unbidden. He breathed once, steadied himself, and kept going. At the final gap, the trial changed. A platform rose too high, then dropped too low, never settling. The pendulums crossed in alternating arcs that cut off every obvious path. Harry waited through 2 cycles, 3, 4. There was no perfect opening. That was the point. The realization settled into him with sudden clarity. The trial was not asking whether he could find certainty. It was asking whether he could move without it. His mouth went dry. Very well. Harry measured the timing once more, then ran. He hit the last stable slab, pushed off before fear could catch up, and leapt through the crossing pendulums at the instant their arcs diverged by the width of a body. Stone roared past at both shoulders. He hit the final platform hard, skidded, nearly went over the edge, clawed his way back, and lay there breathing in sharp, shaky bursts. Then he laughed. It came out half hysterical and wholly real. Because for one breathless second in the air, terror had vanished. Not because it was gone, because something older inside him had cut through it and said now. Harry got to his feet and crossed to the altar. When he touched it, warm light poured upward around him. No voice spoke. No grand revelation filled the chamber. Yet the light sank into his chest with the unmistakable feeling of recognition, as if the shrine had taken measure of him and found one part of him answered. The floor behind him shifted. A new stairway rose. He climbed it and emerged once more into the daylight. The doors unfolded open. The old man was waiting. He studied Harry's face for a moment, then nodded once. You learned. Harry stepped out into the grass. I nearly died. Yes. That seems to happen a lot around wise instruction. Wisdom often improves after the first near-death experience. Harry gave him a look. That might be the worst advice anyone has ever given me. And yet, said the old man, turning to walk, you survived. Harry followed more slowly this time. He felt odd. Lighter in one sense, more burdened in another. The shrine had not made him stronger in any obvious, violent way, but something had aligned inside him, as though one loose piece had slid into place. What was that light? He asked. A blessing, said the old man. Proof that the shrine acknowledged your spirit. Harry frowned. So I'm collecting sacred approval. An essence. Wonderful. But secretly he was relieved. The plateau was not arbitrary. The trials had rules. He could work with rules. They traveled west next, toward a shrine perched near the ruins of a frozen ridge where the plateau's grass gave way to rock and patches of old snow. The air sharpened steadily until Harry's fingers numbed and his breath smoked before him. Wind screamed between broken cliffs. He pulled the cloak tighter around his shoulders, but cold pierced through it all the same. Hyrule is trying very hard to kill me, he said through clenched teeth. The cold is honest, said the old man. Harry shot him a disbelieving look. You people have a strange relationship with honesty. By the time they reached the second shrine, Harry's teeth were chattering. This one stood near an icy stream beneath a cluster of dead pines, blue lines shining through frost. He touched the altar with a stiff hand and descended again alone. The second chamber differed completely from the first. No heights, no moving platforms. Instead, the hall inside was divided by narrow channels of freezing water fed from overhead stone mouths. Heavy cubes of ice drifted through them in deliberate intervals, blocking doors, floating toward pressure plates, or creating temporary steps before melting under bursts of heat from vents set into the walls. At the center of the trial sat a flame brazier protected behind bars. At the far end, another altar waited beyond a sealed gate. Harry wrapped his arms around himself once and hissed. Even inside the shrine, the air was bitter. Movement and thought again. But differently, he watched the chamber. Ice blocked fires. Water carried weight. The solution was there, hidden in patience. He began carefully, using small spells where they fit rather than trying to overpower the trial. A flick of heat to weaken one ice block at the right time. A levitation charm, brief and controlled, to guide another onto a switch. A conjured spark to steal flame from the brazier once he managed to uncover it. Step by step, he stopped thinking like a wizard trying to solve a magical obstacle and started thinking like the chamber itself. How do the pieces want to move? On the third sequence, when he needed to cross a series of drifting ice platforms over freezing water, his foot slipped. He dropped to one knee, one hand plunging into the icy stream. The cold hit like knives. Harry sucked in a sharp breath and almost lost the wand. For an instant panic flooded him. The water tugged. The ice shifted beneath him. The sealed gate beyond seemed absurdly distant. Then another echo touched him. Not an image this time. A feeling. Hands blue with cold. Breath against a winter mountain. A sword too heavy with frost. Continuing anyway. Harry blinked hard, his grip steadied. He hauled himself upright, ignored the pain in his numbing fingers, and kept moving. By the time he lit the final torch and the gate rolled open, he was shaking from exhaustion more than fear. When the blessing light poured into him at the altar, it brought not warmth, but endurance. That was the shape of it. Not victory, not dominance, endurance. He emerged from the second shrine at dusk-colored afternoon, though the sun had not yet begun to fall. The old man looked at Harry's soaked sleeve and pale face. And? Harry flexed his freezing hand. I hate this kingdom. The old man nodded gravely. That is often the first stage of belonging. Harry stared at him in disbelief, then barked a laugh despite himself. It hurt less to laugh now. That startled him more than the shrines had. The old man began walking back toward the central rise of the plateau, where the remaining 2 shrine lights pulsed in the distance like patient stars. Harry followed. He was tired, cold, and one bad step away from cursing every sacred stone in Hyrule, but he no longer felt like a stranger dropped blindly into ruin. Not entirely. The plateau was teaching him in pieces. Its language was danger, yes, but also rhythm. Pattern. Restraint. Motion. Endurance. Faith without certainty. And beneath all of it, something quiet and relentless was waking. Not Link. Not fully. Not some stolen identity threatening to replace Harry Potter. Something shared. A line of courage stretching across Levs. As they reached the ridge overlooking the kingdom once more, the wind carried the scent of distant forest. Harry stopped. Far beyond the plateau, hidden somewhere in that sea of ancient trees, he felt it again. The sword. Waiting. Not for a champion already complete. For one still becoming. The old man followed his gaze. You feel the path now, he said. Harry's hand settled unconsciously near the hilt, less air where a sword should have been. Maybe, he said. The old man's eyes narrowed with approval. Good. Tomorrow, the plateau will ask more difficult questions. Harry let out a slow breath. Of course it will. Behind them, the shrine doors closed in silence. Before them, Hyrule stretched vast and broken under a hardening sky, and deep inside Harry, where grief and courage had begun to stop fighting each other, the first true pulse of the hero's spirit stirred awake. The third shrine taught Harry that courage and impatience were not the same thing. The fourth taught him that magic was not always the answer, By the time the Great Plateau finally judged him worthy to leave, Harry Potter was bruised, half-frozen, sleepless, and beginning to understand why Hyrule had survived this long in ruin. It did not endure because its trials were fair. It endured because they forced people to become harder to break. The third shrine waited in the shattered western reaches of the plateau, beyond old battlements and wind-scarred ruins where the earth dropped away into open sky. Unlike the first two, it seemed almost empty at first glance. A long chamber lined with giant fans, suspended bridges, and circular mechanisms built into the walls like the insides of some ancient clock. Harry stepped inside and immediately understood the problem. Wind. Not natural wind, but controlled bursts of it, released in measured currents from the shrine's spinning mechanisms. Platforms hung over wide gaps, some light enough to sway, some chained in place, some only reachable if the gusts were timed properly. At the center of the room floated a cluster of suspended stone slabs, each rotating slowly in the air as though held up by invisible streams. Harry stood at the edge of the first gap and stared. "Of course," he muttered. "Why not add flying stone to the list?" No monsters attacked. No beams lanced toward him. No cursed voice hissed from the dark. Just wind, distance, and an altar waiting on the far side like a patient insult. He tried the obvious solution first. Arresto momentum. The spell struck one of the spinning slabs, but instead of slowing it properly, the ancient current around it twisted and flung the magic aside. The slab dipped, lurched, then snapped back into its original rhythm as if rejecting interference. Harry scowled. Hyrule doesn't reward force. He said bitterly to the empty chamber. "Yes, I heard you." He watched. The currents weren't random. They rose and fell in pulses. A hanging bridge would swing outward when the lower vents burst, then drift back when the upper current caught it. A platform would spin fast, then slow slightly, then fast again. There was a pattern inside the chaos. So Harry waited until he could feel the room's breathing. Then he moved. He timed the first gust, jumped onto a narrow platform, bent low beneath a slicing wind current, then let the next burst carry his cloak and body farther than his own leap would have allowed. He landed awkwardly, slid, recovered, and kept going. On the second crossing, he misjudged the current and nearly got thrown sideways into the abyss. His hand caught a chain. His body swung over open dark. For one terrible second, all he had was air beneath him and stone rushing past his boots. Then the echo came again. Not words. Not memory. A feeling of trusting momentum instead of fighting it. Harry stopped trying to haul himself straight up against gravity. Instead, he shifted with the swing, let the motion carry him toward the platform's return arc, and used that momentum to launch himself onto the ledge. He hit the stone shoulder, first, and rolled. For several breaths, he just lay there, glaring up at the glowing ceiling. Then he sat up slowly and laughed once under his breath. He was beginning to hate the echoes almost as much as he needed them. At the end of the shrine, when the blessing light entered him, it did not feel like endurance or alignment. It felt like balance, a steadiness inside motion, a breath found in the middle of a fall. The fourth shrine was the worst. It stood in the northern part of the plateau near a field of broken columns and dead guardians half, buried under lichen and grass. The sky above it had gone pale and hard by then, washed in a cold afternoon light that made every ruin look more skeletal than before. Harry had come this far with aching legs and a body that wanted food, sleep, and about a week without being tested by ancient magic. The fourth shrine did not care. He touched the altar and descended into a chamber of polished stone and blue fire. At first it looked simple. Circular room, no gaps, no ice, no wind. An altar glowed on a raised platform at the far side. Between Harry and the altar stood a single figure, not a rusted guardian this time. A construct. It was taller than the one on the plateau, cleaner in design, its body built of smooth pale stone and ancient metal bound with glowing lines of blue energy. It carried a spear in one hand and a shield, like disc on the other arm. Its face was a mask with one calm, unblinking eye. As Harry stepped forward, the doors sealed behind him. The construct lowered its spear. A low tone filled the chamber. Then symbols blazed around the edges of the room, and Harry felt the elder wand in his sleeve go suddenly cold. He pulled it out at once. Nothing. No glow. No answer. No surge of magic. Harry's stomach dropped.
No, no, no.
He snapped the wand up anyway. Stupefy silence. Not even a spark. The construct advanced. Harry backed away quickly, pulse hammering. The shrine had done something, suppressed or severed spellcasting inside the chamber. Whether it blocked foreign magic, wand channels, or simply Harry's access to them didn't matter. What mattered was brutally simple. For the first time since arriving in Hyrule, he was in a deadly room with no working spells. The construct swung its spear. Harry threw himself backward as the weapon sliced the air in front of his chest with enough force to split him open. He hit the ground, rolled, and came up near a wall rack he had not noticed before. Weapons rested there. A simple shield, a worn training sword made of shrine, metal, and ancient wood. The realization came like a slap. The trial was not asking whether Harry could survive with magic. It was asking what remained when magic could not carry him. The construct came again. Harry grabbed the shield first, raising it just as the spear struck. Impact slammed through his arm and shoulder hard enough to numb both. He nearly dropped the shield on the spot. The construct did not press wildly. It stepped back with unnerving calm, reset its stance, and circled. Harry snatched the training sword with his free hand. It felt wrong, not because it was badly made, but because it was honest in a way wands never were. A wand extended intention. This demanded commitment. Distance vanished. Hesitation became visible. The construct attacked again. Harry blocked too high. The spear shaft knocked his shield wide. The construct reversed the weapon instantly and slammed the butt into Harry's ribs. Pain burst through his side. He staggered, sucking air, barely dodging the next thrust. This was impossible. He was not a swordsman. He was not Link. He was not whatever ancient warrior Sol Hyrule kept trying to see in him. He was a 17-year-old wizard who had spent most of his life surviving magic, not steel. The construct pressed him harder. Spear thrust, sweep, shield bash, reset, thrust.
Reset.
Harry retreated step by step, battered backward by precision. Then anger rose. Not noble anger, not inspiring anger, the hot, furious kind born of exhaustion and humiliation. He had crossed worlds. He had buried friends. He had crawled through war and walked into death, and survived things that should have destroyed him. He was tired of being measured by one impossible standard after another. The construct lunged. Harry moved. Not well, not gracefully, but differently. He did not back away this time. He stepped inside the line of the spear, the way some buried instinct screamed he should, slammed his shield into the shaft to deflect it, and struck clumsily at the construct's side. The training sword glanced off stone armor. Still, the construct reacted. A half step, a recalculation. Harry saw it. There were openings in the rhythm, tiny ones. Not enough for a beginner to dominate, but enough to survive if he stopped trying to duel and started trying to disrupt. The construct came again. Harry gave ground, then suddenly angled left instead of straight back. The spear missed by inches. He clipped the weapon aside with his shield. Not a proper parry, not elegant, but enough to break the construct's line. He struck at the knee joint. This time the blade bit. Blue sparks jumped from the seam. The construct recoiled. Harry's heart kicked. There. Again. The fight changed after that. Not in his favor, not fully. He was still slower, still less disciplined, still one mistake from being skewered. But now the chamber no longer felt like an execution. It felt like a lesson delivered with violence. The construct did not attack with fury. It attacked with expectation. Show me what remains when you have no wand. Show me whether courage can inhabit your hands as well as your heart. Harry's shield arm trembled. His ribs screamed. Sweat stung his eyes. The training sword felt heavier every minute. Then came the clearest echo yet. A flash. A shield raised under a rain of blows. A blade turning in the hand with impossible familiarity. Boots pivoting on stone. Not a full memory. A habit older than language. Harry inhaled. When the construct thrust again, Harry did not think. He stepped in, twisted his shield just enough to knock the spear wide, turned with the motion, and slashed across the construct's arm joint in one clean line. The weapon-bearing limb sparked violently. The spear fell. The construct's eye flared brighter. For the first time, it changed stance. Harry recognized that too. Final phase. No more testing. End it or be ended. The construct drew a short blade from its side and rushed him. Fast. Much too fast. Harry blocked the first strike, missed the second. The third sliced across his upper arm, opening cloth and skin. He hissed in pain, nearly dropped his sword, then drove forward anyway because retreat would kill him faster. Steel rang. Shield struck shield. Stone feet scraped against polished floor. Harry fought ugly. Desperate human. But the ugliness kept him alive. He kicked the construct's damaged knee, bashed its head sideways with his shield rim, took a cut across the shoulder to buy an angle for his next strike. When the opening came, small, vicious, final, he drove the training sword into the glowing seam at the center of its chest. Blue light burst outward. The construct froze, its eye dimmed slowly like a star folding in on itself. Then it stepped back once almost ceremonially and collapsed. Silence flooded the chamber. Harry stood over it shaking, sword still clenched in both hands. Blood ran down his arm, his lungs burned. His whole body felt like one giant bruise. Yet somewhere beneath the pain something had changed. Not mastery. Absolutely not. But acceptance. Steel no longer felt alien. It felt unfinished, like a conversation he had only just begun to remember. When he touched the altar, the fourth blessing entered him like a strike of clear light. This one was sharper than the rest. Resolve,
Not endurance, not patience.
not balance. The simple refusal to stop. When Harry emerged from the final shrine, evening light had begun to slope across the great plateau in long amber bands. The old man was waiting just outside the door, leaning on his staff as if he had always been there and always would be. His gaze dropped at once to the blood on Harry's arm. You passed. Harry stared at him in disbelief. That's what you lead with. You are standing. I was stabbed. A correction, said the old man calmly. You were cut. Had you been stabbed, your posture would be much worse. Harry laughed despite himself, half from disbelief, half because the alternative was screaming. The old man stepped closer then, and his expression lost its teasing edge. You learned the lesson of the fourth shrine, he said. Harry looked down at the training cut along his arm, then at his empty hand where the trial sword had vanished when he left the chamber. I learned that Hyrule is obsessed with throwing away my best advantages. No, said the old man. You learned that your best advantage was never your wand. Harry opened his mouth to argue, then closed it, because he remembered the construct spear glancing aside under his shield. The pivot of his foot, the instinctive line of the final strike, all of it had felt impossible, until it didn't. The old man turned toward the highest ridge of the plateau. Come, there is one truth yet to be given before you descend. They climbed in silence as the sky deepened toward gold and shadow. At the top, where Harry had first looked out over Hyrule's broken vastness, the wind met them hard and cold. The castle in the distance still bled malice into the heavens. The forests below were darkening. The ruins glowed with the last tired light of day. The old man stood with the kingdom spread beneath him. Then, at last, he changed. It was not a violent transformation. No thunder, no flare of power. More like the world stopped pretending. The weathered traveler's form straightened. The weight of age remained, but beneath it rose majesty too large to hide in rags. His cloak shifted in the wind. Gold-lined symbols seemed to emerge from threadbare cloth. His shadow stretched long across the stone. Harry went still. I told you, the figure said, voice deeper now, fuller, carrying the quiet authority of ruined thrones. I was a wanderer, a king, a memory. He turned, and for the first time Harry saw him not as an old man surviving the plateau, but as someone the plateau obeyed. I am the last king of Hyrule, he said. A spirit lingering where my kingdom first drew breath. I remain to watch, to regret, and to wait for the courage I once failed to protect. Harry stared. So many things clicked at once that he almost resented them for making sense. The temple, the authority, the grief, the way the land had seemed to bend around him. You're dead, Harry said finally. The king inclined his head. For 100 years. Harry let out a slow breath. Right. Of course you are. The king studied him in the fading light. Would you hear the rest? Harry looked out over Hyrule, the dead kingdom, the poisoned castle, the forests hiding a sacred blade.
Yes,
He said quietly. The king raised one hand toward the distant castle. One calamity came, I believed strength alone could defend us. I placed faith in guardians, walls, old weapons, old pride. I was wrong. My champions died. My people scattered. My daughter remained behind to hold a war no one else could survive. And the hero, his voice roughened, only slightly. The hero fell before the work was done. Harry's chest tightened. He did not need another vision to know who the king meant. The king stepped closer. But souls do not always obey death. Courage least of all. The blade that waits in the forest did not call for a stranger. It called for the same spirit that has answered this land across ages. His eyes fixed on Harry's. Not as replacement, not as theft, as return. The wind rose around them. Harry's scar prickled once, then went still. He had expected to resist harder than this, to deny it, to fight for the boundaries of his own identity. But no one here was asking him to stop being Harry Potter. They were asking him to become more honestly himself than he had yet allowed. The boy who survived. The boy who kept choosing others over ease. The boy who walked into terror because someone had to. Courage, Hyrule called it. Britain had called it by other names. The king reached behind him and drew something from where it hung across his spectral back. A paraglider. Cloth and frame, simple in construction yet ancient in design. He held it out. Harry blinked. That's what I get. 4 sacred trials, and the reward is a flying tarp. The king's mouth twitched. A practical hero is preferable to a dramatic corpse. Harry took the glider despite himself. It was lighter than it looked. He turned it in his hands, then glanced over the edge of the plateau and immediately regretted that idea. You cannot be serious. You crossed moving platforms over an abyss, said the king. Surely this is less troubling. That abyss was indoors. The king ignored this. The sword waits beyond the plateau, in a forest old enough to remember every hero who ever walked beneath its leaves. The lost woods do not welcome force, lies, or fear disguised as arrogance. If you go there as a thief, they will consume you. If you go there as a pretender, they will turn you in circles until your bones feed the roots. Harry gripped the paraglider a little tighter. And if I go as myself? The king's expression softened. Then they may remember you. That landed harder than Harry expected. Before he could answer, the king stepped back. My time here ends soon, he said. The plateau held me because my regrets were anchored to its stones. You have passed the trials. You have accepted the call, whether fully or not. I can do no more. Harry frowned. That's it. That is never it, said the king. But it is my end. The last light of day touched the spectral edges of his form. They had begun to thin. Harry felt something strange then, an echo of the same grief he had carried since Hogwarts, but gentler now. This king was a ghost of failure, yes, but also of endurance. He had waited a century for the chance to hand hope to someone else. Harry knew something about waiting with pain. He swallowed. I'll find her. The king looked at him steadily. My daughter. Harry nodded once. And the sword, he added. And whatever's in that castle. The king smiled then. Not with joy. With relief?
Yes?
He said. You will? Then his form began to dissolve fully into pale light. The wind caught the last of him and carried it upward over the plateau, into the falling evening and toward the kingdom he had outlived. Harry stood alone. For a long moment he did not move. Then he walked to the edge, opened the paraglider with stiff hands, and looked down at the vast drop below. The world beyond the plateau waited in shadow and distance. The first true step into Hyrule. He thought of Ron calling him mental, of Hermione demanding a better plan, of Hogwarts, far away beyond worlds. Then he took a breath and jumped. The descent should have been terrifying. It was for the first few seconds. Then the glider caught the wind. Harry's body jerked, steadied, and suddenly he was no longer falling but riding the current, drifting out over open air as the plateau receded behind him. Cold wind tore at his clothes. The ruined kingdom widened beneath him in impossible scale. Rivers flashed silver. Forest canopies rolled like dark oceans. Broken roads traced dead lines across hills and valleys. For one clean, impossible instant, all his fear gave way to something else. Freedom. Not the wild speed of a broomstick, not the darting joy of Quidditch, something older, a trust between body and sky. The echo stirred again, bright enough this time to almost hurt. A horse across an open field, a leap from a cliffside into waiting wind. A hand reaching for a glider not unlike this one. Harry laughed aloud into the rush of air. Then the current shifted, dumped him lower far too quickly, and he yelped his way into a rough landing in a patch of long grass beside a stream. Freedom, apparently, still came with bruises. He packed the glider, checked his arm, and started walking. The journey to the Lost Woods took longer than he expected and less time than it should have. Hyrule distorted scale. Things that looked near took hours to reach. Hills concealed ruins. Roads ended in collapsed bridges or monster-haunted clearings. More than once Harry had to hide beneath the cloak of invisibility, while groups of creatures roamed past. Horned, broad-shouldered monsters carrying clubs and scavenged weapons, their camps marked by crude fires and cages made from Old Kingdom wood. Bokoblins, a buried instinct called them. Harry hated that the name arrived before he understood how he knew it. He avoided most fights. Not because he was afraid of every enemy, but because the plateau had taught him something important. Survival was not always victory's lesser cousin. Sometimes it was the price of reaching the battle that mattered. Still, Hyrule tested him. A half-buried guardian on a roadside hill woke as he passed, and forced him to sprint through ruined masonry while firing desperate, disarming spells until he hit the eye and sent it collapsing into the dirt. A moblin in the dusk nearly spotted him crossing a broken archway, and Harry had to hang by one hand from the underside of the stone until it lumbered past overhead. Twice he got lost among old roads that bent away from the forest no matter how certain he had been of the direction. And always ahead, the woods waited. Not merely as trees, as presence. By the second night he could feel them before he saw them clearly. Ancient forest, thick and whispering, older than kingdoms. Older, perhaps, than the scars those kingdoms left behind. The air near its edges changed. Sound softened, wind moved differently. Even the dark seemed less empty there, as if countless hidden eyes, not hostile but aware, watched him approach. Harry reached the boundary close to midnight. Moonlight silvered the trunks of immense trees rising so closely together that the forest looked almost like a wall. Mist pooled between roots and hung low over the ground. Fireflies drifted in slow constellations above the undergrowth. Somewhere deep inside, something wooden knocked softly, like a distant branch tapping an old door. Harry stopped at the edge. Everything in him said this place mattered. Not because it was dangerous, though it clearly was. Because it was holy. He took one step forward. The mist shifted. A path appeared between the roots, narrow and pale under moonlight. Harry frowned. That seems suspiciously easy. A tiny laugh answered him from somewhere overhead. He spun wand halfway up. Nothing. Then another sound, lighter this time, like leaves rustling around a hidden smile. Harry lowered the wand slowly. "All right," he said into the darkness. "That's getting unsettling." He followed the path. The deeper he went, the stranger the forest became. Distance stretched oddly between trees. Sounds came from the wrong direction. Once, he passed a twisted root formation shaped like an old doorway, and for half a heartbeat he could have sworn he saw a child-sized figure peering at him from behind it. A tiny creature with a leaf for a face and bright, curious eyes. When he blinked, it was gone. The mist thickened, then thinned, then drifted aside all at once. Harry stopped dead. At the heart of the forest lay a clearing drenched in pale blue moonlight. The trees ringed it like ancient guardians. Moss-covered stones formed a path inward. At the far center rose a pedestal of old white stone, and in it stood a sword. Harry forgot to breathe. Even at a distance he knew it instantly. Long, elegant, impossibly still. Its blade glimmered with tired light, as though half asleep yet undefeated. The crossguard curved like wings around a blue gem set above the hilt. Vines in time had crept near the pedestal, but never over it, as if even the forest refused to touch what belonged there. The master sword. Not in dream, not in memory, real. Harry took one slow step forward, then another. The clearing did not stop him. The mist remained back at its edges like a veil. The woods were letting him approach. Halfway down the mossy path, Harry began to hear them. Whispers, not in words at first, in feeling, recognition, sorrow, curiosity. Then very faintly, like leaves rubbing together in an old wind. He has returned. Harry froze. The voice had not come from the sword. It had come from the forest itself. More whispers followed, spreading through branches and roots like ripples through water. Not the same. But the soul remembers. The woods remember. Harry's throat tightened. He looked around, but only moonlit trunks and swaying leaves met his gaze. No enemy, no visible speaker. Yet the whole forest felt awake now, ancient and watchful and impossibly gentle. A deep, slow voice rose from somewhere beyond the clearing, vast as roots and older than sorrow. Come forward, child of another world. Let the forest look upon the courage it has called home. Harry stared into the moonlit silence, pulse loud in his ears. Then he looked back to the pedestal, to the blade waiting in white stone, to the weapon that had once belonged to another life and now stood at the center of this one. He stepped forward, and the lost woods, which had forgotten kingdoms and outlived kings, bent their ancient memory around Harry Potter and knew him. The clearing did not feel like a place inside the world. It felt like the place the world had been built around. Harry stood at the edge of the moonlit path with his breath caught somewhere between his ribs and his throat. The Master Sword waited in the center of the clearing, set in its ancient pedestal with the stillness of something that had watched kingdoms rise and die without ever needing to move. Pale light lay across the blade like sleeping water. The white stone beneath it was cracked with age but unbroken. Moss had claimed the path. Roots had twisted around the edges of the clearing. Yet the pedestal remained untouched, preserved by something greater than weather and time. The forest watched. Harry could feel that now with absolute certainty. Not watched like prey, watched like memory. The deep voice that had spoken from the trees did not come again immediately. Instead, the silence itself seemed to widen, making room for Harry's heartbeat, his breathing, the tiny sounds of leaves shifting overhead. Firefly like motes drifted between trunks. Somewhere unseen, something small giggled and darted away through the roots. Harry took another step forward, then another. The whispers rose around him, not loud, not hostile, but layered so thickly that they seemed woven into the air itself. Courage a return. Not the same, yet known. Harry turned slowly, trying to find the speakers, and caught movement high in the branches. Tiny figures peered down at him from behind leaves. They were child-sized, maybe smaller, with wooden bodies, round, bright eyes, and masks shaped like leaves, flowers, acorns, and bark. One wore what looked suspiciously like a little twig crown. Another clung upside down from a branch and stared at him with shameless curiosity. The instant Harry noticed them, 3 vanished in a flurry of leaves, and one gave a delighted squeak before ducking behind a trunk. Harry blinked. "Right," he murmured. "Of course there are tree children." A few of them giggled. The deep voice returned then, and every smaller sound in the forest settled beneath it. Koroks, children of the woods, do not fear what carries true courage, though they may laugh at what does not understand them. Harry looked deeper into the circle of ancient trunks. At first he saw only shadow and root. Then the darkness took shape. A colossal face emerged from the living wood beyond the clearing, vast and patient, carved not by tools but by nature grown too wise to remain faceless. Eyes large as shield bosses opened in the bark, a mouth lined with the texture of old oak, and younger green bent into something that was neither smile nor frown, but age itself learning expression. Harry went completely still. The tree was enormous, far wider than the whomping willow, far older than anything Harry had ever seen alive, its crown vanishing into the moon, lit canopy like a second night sky made of leaves. The roots surrounding the clearing now made sense. They had not grown around this place had grown from him. "You're the one who spoke," Harry said quietly. The giant tree's eyes regarded him with unreadable depth. "I am the great Deku tree, guardian of this forest, keeper of the blade, witness to the endless dance between light and ruin." The title settled over the clearing like sacred smoke. Harry swallowed. There were things you could prepare for in life. Dueling dark wizards, maybe. Flying at dragons, apparently. Meeting an ancient tree that spoke with the authority of scripture had not been on the list. Still, by now Hyrule had taught him not to waste too much time being shocked. "You called me here," Harry said. The great Deku tree's gaze shifted briefly toward the Master Sword, then back to Harry. "Not I alone. The sword felt your soul brush against this world the moment you crossed into it. The forest felt the wound you carried. The old courage answered. So yes, child of another realm, you were called. Harry looked at the pedestal. The blade seemed almost modest from a distance. Not flashy, not loud. It did not announce itself the way the Elder Wand had done simply by existing. Yet Harry could feel its weight in the clearing, the way one felt gravity or prayer. Something constant, fundamental, impossible to ignore once noticed. I came, Harry said, but I still don't understand why. I'm not Hellion, I'm not from here. And I'm not, he hesitated, I'm not him. The great Deku tree's ancient eyes softened in a way that startled Harry more than sternness would have. No, you are not, and yet you are not entirely separate. That is the burden and wonder of the hero's spirit. It returns not to erase but to continue. The words stirred the same discomfort they always did. Harry had accepted the idea more than he had in the temple, but acceptance was not peace. You keep saying that? Harry said, frustration slipping into his voice. Everyone keeps saying it like it explains everything. It doesn't. If I'm Harry, then I'm Harry. If I'm some reincarnated hero, then what does that make my life? Someone else's second chance. The Koroks went very quiet. The leaves overhead stilled. For a long moment the great Deku tree said nothing at all. Then his voice rolled through the clearing, deep and patient. It makes your life your own. Harry frowned. Listen carefully. A soul may carry old music without repeating the same song. The courage that once stood beneath these boughs and drew the blade is within you, yes. But so too is everything you have become in your own world. The orphaned child, the boy who endured cruelty without surrender, the friend who walked into death so others might live. The blade does not seek a copy, it seeks truth. Harry stared at him. The great Deku tree continued. Would you have trusted this sword if it answered only blood, only birthplace, only a face remembered from another age? No. A sacred weapon that values lineage over spirit becomes a tyrant's prize. This blade serves courage, sacrifice, and the refusal to let darkness define the world. Those things live in you. That is why it called. Something inside Harry loosened. Not all the way. Not enough to stop the ache, but enough. Enough that he could look at the sword again, without feeling like an intruder wearing someone else's shadow. The great Deku tree watched that realization settle. Now comes the more difficult truth. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. There's always one, yes. The great tree did not seem remotely apologetic. Being called is not the same as being ready. Harry let out a long breath through his nose. That part, I gathered. The master sword glimmered once in the moonlight, as if acknowledging the words. The blade remembers the last fall. It remembers the hero's blood soaking the earth. It remembers corruption striking from beneath the castle and almost breaking the sacred line of courage. It will not yield its full strength to uncertainty, grief without clarity, or desperation disguised as resolve. Harry glanced down at his own hands. Grief without clarity. That was uncomfortably precise. He had been moving since Hogwarts fell, since Voldemort died, since the prophecy shattered and left him standing in the silence after. He had not stopped to decide who he was without a war to answer him. Hyrule had given him another battle before he could even ask. Maybe that was why the call had reached him so easily. He had been empty enough to hear it. What do I have to do? Harry asked. The great Deku tree's vast head tilted toward the pedestal. Approach. Place your hand upon the hilt. The sword will judge whether your spirit can bear its burden. Harry gave the blade a long look. That sounds painful. It often is. Wonderful. A Korok near the roots made a snorting laugh. Harry ignored it and walked down the moss-covered path. With every step, the air changed. Cooler first, then sharper. The closer he came to the pedestal, the less the clearing felt like a forest, and the more it felt like standing in the presence of something awake and disciplined. Something that had every right to reject him and knew it. He stopped before the white stone. Up close, the master sword was even more beautiful, not merely polished or finely crafted, but purposeful in every line. The blade seemed forged around balance itself. The blue gem above the hilt held a faint inner light like a star buried in crystal. Tiny age lines marked the crossguard, evidence not of weakness but of survival. This sword had been broken, perhaps worn, maybe even wounded, yet it remained unmistakably itself. Harry raised a hand, then hesitated. The great Deku Tree's voice came from behind him, low and immense. "Why do you pause?" Harry didn't look back. "Because if I touch it and it rejects me," he said quietly, "then all of this means I was wrong." The words hung in the clearing. He hadn't realized until speaking them how much he needed the sword not to refuse him, not because of pride. Because if the blade saw through him and found nothing worthy, then maybe all this talk of courage and return and memory was only wishful nonsense wrapped around another burden he had mistaken for destiny. The great Deku Tree answered at once. "No," Harry blinked. "If the blade does not yield, it does not mean you are false. It means you are unfinished. There is honor in unfinished things that continue striving toward the light." Harry closed his eyes briefly. Unfinished? That, at least, felt true enough to trust. Then he wrapped his hand around the hilt. The world vanished. He was standing in darkness. Not ordinary darkness. Not the simple absence of light. This darkness had texture. "Wait," it breathed. Far away, something pulsed deep red, black in the gloom like the heartbeat of a wound too old to heal and too hateful to close. Harry turned slowly. The forest was gone. The clearing was gone. The great Deku Tree, the Koroks, the moonlit air, all of it had vanished into an endless expanse where only he and the sword remained. He still held the hilt, but the blade would not move. Instead, cold poured through his hand and arm, racing up into his chest. Not freezing cold, evaluating cold, like a river of clear water moving through every fracture inside him. Pain followed instantly. Harry gasped as the force of it doubled him over. Every bruise from the shrines flared. The cut on his arm burned. The grief in his chest opened like fresh skin under a blade. The sword was not merely measuring strength. It was moving through his soul. Cedric, Sirius, Dumbledore, Fred, Lupin, Tonks, the endless dead. The sword found them all. Harry gritted his teeth as memories came apart under the pressure. Not vanishing, but being tested, stripped of excuses and sentiment, reduced to what they had made of him. The darkness shifted. Shapes emerged. Not enemies exactly. Memories made hostile. Dementors gliding at the edges of sight, cloaked in the taste of fear. Voldemort's red eyes in the graveyard. The cupboard under the stairs. The moment he walked into the forest to die. The broken castle of Hyrule overlaying Hogwarts' shattered towers until two wars bled into one another. A voice, cold and merciless, spoke from nowhere and everywhere. "Why do you seek the blade?" Harry straightened with effort. "I don't seek it for power." The darkness did not react. "Then why?" Harry looked down at his hand locked on the hilt. "Because I was called." The voice sharpened. "Many are called by desperation, few by worth. Answer truly." The pressure increased. Harry's knees nearly buckled again. He could lie. He could say something heroic and polished and empty. The blade would know. So he answered honestly. "Because I'm tired," he said, his voice ragged in the dark. "I'm tired of evil always rising somewhere new. I'm tired of burying people while the ones who cause all this keep leaving scars for someone else to clean up. I'm tired of being dragged into wars by relics and prophecies and old men with more faith in me than I have in myself." The red, black pulse in the distance swelled once. The voice continued. "That is weariness, not purpose." Harry clenched his jaw. "Yes," he snapped. "It is, but it's not all." The darkness waited. Harry forced himself upright. "I'm here because I know what it means when a whole world starts losing hope. I know what darkness does when good people stand back and tell themselves someone else will handle it. I know what it costs when nobody answers." His grip tightened on the hilt until his knuckles hurt. "And if I can stop that from happening again, even here, even now, then I'm not walking away just because I'm afraid this world wants more from me than I can give." Silence. The darkness drew closer, pressing against him from all sides. Then the voice asked its final question. "If the blade takes from you as much as it gives, will you still choose it?" Harry thought of the Elder Wand, its promise of effortless superiority, its history of blood, its invitation to dominate. Then he thought of the shrines, the plateau, the last king's ghost, the princess holding back darkness alone, the ancient forest that had remembered him before he remembered anything of it, and he thought of the sword in his hand, alive with judgment, refusing flattery, asking not whether he wanted power, but whether he accepted cost. "Yes," Harry said. The darkness exploded. He was back in the clearing, still gripping the hilt, still standing before the pedestal. But now the sword was blazing. Blue, white light poured along the blade and up his arm in burning waves. Harry cried out as the pressure multiplied tenfold. The Master Sword was not merely allowing him to touch it now. It was drawing measure in earnest, pulling against him as if the act of wielding it required a part of his life, forced to bridge the gap between worlds, between identities, between Harry Potter and the hero's spirit buried in him. The stone beneath his boots cracked. Roots trembled. The Koroks shrieked and scattered into the trees. The great Deku Tree's voice thundered across the clearing. "Hold if you mean to be known!" Harry set both hands on the hilt and pulled. Nothing, not because the sword would not move, because it was tearing him open from the inside. He saw flashes, not dreams, not distant images, but violent fragments of memory and instinct colliding in his head. A shield catching sparks, hooves pounding across sunlit fields, a princess laughing once before war swallowed the sound, a body collapsing under impossible wounds while golden light screamed his name. Harry's own memories fought back, Hedwig falling from the sky, Ron leaving and returning, Hermione's hand in his as they ran through hell, Ginny's face in the Great Hall after the war, alive, thank Merlin, alive. He pulled again. The blade lifted a single inch. Pain unlike anything he had known slammed through him. It was not cruciatus pain, not sharp and vicious and designed to break. This was sacred pain, the kind that came when something utterly pure refused to be held cheaply. Blood ran warm from Harry's nose. His scar burned white hot. His arms shook so violently that the hilt seemed ready to slip. Darkness spilled from the ground around the pedestal. Not illusion now, real gloom, oozing in thin black, red tendrils from cracks in the roots and stone, as if the sword's awakening had drawn the eye of whatever watched from beneath the castle. The clearing's moonlight warped. The air stank suddenly of rot and old hatred. The great Deku Tree roared, and the whole forest shook. "It comes! The wound has scented the blade!" The ground split open at the edge of the clearing. Two ancient guardians dragged themselves upward from beneath the roots, more intact than the one on the plateau and slick with veins of gloom that pulsed across their pale shells. Their eyes glowed crimson instead of blue. Corrupted, furious, one unfolded spider, like limbs, and scuttled onto the moss. The other rose from a half-buried position near the stones and charged a beam so hot the air screamed. Harry was still locked on the sword, still half-blinded by agony. He had a split second to act. He let go. The instant his hands left the hilt, he stumbled backward, nearly collapsing. The beam from the first guardian lanced across the clearing. Harry threw up his wand by reflex. Prodigo, a shield burst into place. The beam slammed into it with enough force to drive him 3 steps back, boots tearing furrows through moss. The barrier spiderwebbed with cracks of white light. Harry redirected the shield at the last second, angling the blast into the stone path, where it exploded in a shower of debris. The second guardian lunged, limbs scraping sparks against the roots. Harry's chest was on fire. His arms felt flayed. But instinct and training snapped together. "Lumos Maxima!" The elder wand flared with fierce white brilliance, flooding the clearing in daylight. The gloom recoiled visibly from the roots, hissing like something alive dragged into the sun. The charging guardian hesitated. Not enough. Harry reached for the next spell and found the echo before the words. Light against darkness, soul against corruption, hope given shape. Expecto Patronum, silver burst from the tip of the wand. His stag exploded into the clearing with antlers of radiant moon, metal, far brighter and more solid than Harry had ever cast before. The Patronus did not merely drive at the corrupted magic. It crashed through it, trampling a smear of gloom into smoke as it slammed headfirst into the nearer guardian. The ancient machine reeled sideways, eye flickering from crimson to unstable violet. The Koroks cheered from the trees. Harry had no time to appreciate that. The second guardian fired. He dropped low, rolled, and came up beside the pedestal again. The Master Sword still blazed where it stood, roots and stone cracked around it. It felt awake now, more awake than before. The very air near it cut like conviction. The beam swung after him. Harry jammed his wand down. Diffindo. The spell sliced through a hanging root above the guardian. The thick vine, whip dropped across its eye just as the beam reached full power. It exploded prematurely, blowing the construct backward into the edge of the clearing, where ancient roots immediately wreathed up and pinned two of its limbs. The first guardian tore through the fading Patronus and came on fast. Harry's breath caught. No time. He threw the cloak of invisibility around himself and dived sideways. The guardian's crimson eye scanned wildly, beam charging and releasing in erratic slashes that carved trenches through the clearing. Trees groaned. The Master Sword's light held steady, untouched by the destruction. Harry circled through the smoke and moonlight, boots nearly silent on the moss. There, a damaged seam under the eye joint, where the stag had cracked the corruption shell. Harry whipped the cloak aside just long enough to fire. Expelliarmus? It wasn't a weapon he meant to disarm. It was the focus. Red light struck the seam. The guardian's eye flared, sputtered, and burst in a spray of red-black sparks. The construct shrieked and crashed sideways into the pedestal steps, limbs spasming. The pinned guardian broke free of the roots with a shrill metallic scream. It aimed not at Harry this time. At the sword. At the light. Harry saw it and moved before thought. He sprinted straight between the pedestal and the beam, planting both feet and slamming up a shield so strong it tore the cry from his throat. PR Aukai Maximile. Blue, white force crashed into gold. The barrier bowed inward until it was almost touching his face. Pain ripped through Harry's arms, shoulders, spine. Blood dripped from his mouth now, warm against his chin. The guardian pressed harder. The shield shuddered. He was losing it. He knew he was losing it. Then the great Deku Tree's voice struck the clearing like thunder. Harry Potter, courage is not only to stand. It is to stand for something. Harry's vision swam. He thought of Hogwarts, of the final moments before Voldemort fell, of everyone standing behind him while he faced the dark because someone had to. He thought of Zelda, unseen, holding back a century of ruin alone. And something inside him answered, not Link, not fully, but the same line of refusal that had carried through both souls. Harry dropped the shield at the final second and twisted. The guardian's beam shot past his shoulder. He stepped in close, impossibly close, as if entering the strike's shadow felt natural. With his left hand he seized the hilt of the Master Sword again. This time it moved. Not fully, not cleanly, but enough. The blade came free with a sound like a bell rung beneath the earth. Blue, white light exploded across the clearing. Harry cried out, not from fear, but from the force of it. The sword was lighter than it should have been and heavier than anything he had ever held. It vibrated with restrained power, as if every inch of it knew exactly what it was made to cut. The charging guardian froze for one lethal instant. Harry moved. No training should have allowed what happened next. No logic should have made it possible. Yet the echo in him and the blade in his hand aligned so completely that his body simply obeyed the motion. Step. Turn. Slash. The Master Sword carved a line of blue fire through the guardian's eye and down the center seam of its body. Holy light surged through the corruption, burning red, black filth out from within. The guardian split apart with a shriek that cut off almost instantly as both halves crashed, smoking into the roots. The second guardian reeled up from the pedestal steps, damaged but still alive. Harry turned toward it, chest heaving, sword blazing in his hand. For one impossible heartbeat, the clearing held him in that image, battered, bloodied, cloak half torn, elder wand in one hand and the Master Sword in the other, lit by moon and sacred fire alike. Then the sword pulsed, too strongly. Pain detonated through Harry's arms. The Master Sword dimmed at once, nearly going dead in his grasp. His knees buckled, not ready. The meaning hit him like cold water. The blade had answered, but his body and soul could not sustain that level of union yet. The second guardian charged. Harry fell back on instinct and magic. Confringo, the curse blasted the broken construct's damaged legs apart. It collapsed, scraping helplessly through the moss while roots surged around it under the great Deku Tree's command, dragging it down into the earth until only a few crimson sparks remained above the soil. Silence crashed over the clearing. Harry stood swaying. the master sword point down in the moss, using it to remain upright. The blade's light had dimmed to a low blue shimmer now, alive but quiet again. Breathing hard, he looked at his own reflection in the steel and barely recognized the face staring back, pale, blood-streaked, eyes bright with shock and exhaustion. Then his legs gave out. He hit one knee. The Elder Wand fell from numb fingers and landed in the moss beside him. The great Deku Tree's roots moved swiftly, not to bind but to steady, rising at his back so he did not collapse forward entirely. The Koroks crept back into sight one by one, peeking from leaves and stones with huge eyes. Harry stared at the sword still in his hand. "I pulled it," he whispered. The great Deku Tree's voice rumbled with something like pride and sorrow mingled together. "Yes." Harry tried to lift the blade again. His arms shook violently. The sword dimmed further, almost warningly. "Enough, child." Harry let it rest, breathing in ragged pulls. The great Deku Tree continued. "The blade knows you, it has accepted your soul. But your bond is not complete. You stand between worlds, between lives, carrying grief that has not yet become clear purpose. The sword will answer you, but not yet with its full strength. Its holy power remains veiled until you grow into the burden you have chosen." Harry laughed weakly, though it sounded more like a gasp. "So I pass?" he said, but only partly. "You pass truthfully." That mattered more than he wanted to admit. Harry looked down again at the Master Sword. Even dimmed, it felt different from every weapon he had ever held. Not superior, not hungry, not eager to dominate. It felt like responsibility given shape, like being trusted, and that, more than the power, frightened him. He reached down with a trembling hand and picked up the Elder Wand from the moss. The contrast was immediate. The wand was sharp, predatory, intimate with violence. The sword was steady, watchful, almost stern. One had ruled through conquest. The other served through worthiness. The thought settled quietly in his chest. One day, those two things were going to collide. The great Deku Tree's gaze moved briefly to the wand as well, and his ancient eyes narrowed. That relic carries a dark and tangled history. It is strong, but pride clings to it. Be careful what you ask it to become in this land. Harry remembered the outline he had only half consciously built in his mind since arriving here. The idea of somehow joining the Elder Wand's magical supremacy to the Master Sword's sacred purpose. After what he had just felt, the thought no longer sounded simple. It sounded dangerous. "I'll remember that," Harry said quietly. The great Deku Tree lowered one vast branch toward Harry. Upon it rested a simple sheath, blue and worn by age, lined with old runes that glowed faintly when brought near the sword. "Take the blade. Carry it, learn it. It will not remain at full radiance in your hand yet, but neither will it sleep entirely while you bear true courage. Against lesser darkness it will answer. Against the deepest corruption, you must grow stronger or be broken." Harry nodded once. He slid the Master's sword into the offered sheath. The instant the blade settled home, a pulse moved through the clearing. The roots quieted. The moonlight softened. The forest seemed to exhale. Accepted, not crowned, not completed. Accepted. Harry pushed himself carefully to his feet, wincing as every muscle protested. The Koroks had come closer now, their earlier fear replaced with bubbling excitement. One circled him twice and pointed at the sword with both tiny hands. Another pointed at Harry's face and whispered loudly to a friend, "Not same, but same?" Harry gave them a tired look. "You're all very strange." Several of them nodded as if taking that for praise. The great Deku Tree's mouth bent again in that slow, nearly smile. "The woods have remembered you. That is no small gift." Harry looked up into the ancient eyes above him. "What now?" The answer came without hesitation. "Now the kingdom begins to test you in earnest." The plateau asked whether courage lived in you. The sword has answered that it does. The world below will ask what kind of hero that courage creates. Harry thought of the ruined roads, the monsters roaming them, the poisoned castle in the distance, the princess still holding the line somewhere under that blood-red storm. And now the sword at his side. Not a dream, not a promise. Real. He felt more dangerous with it. That was true. But more than that, he felt accountable. The great Deku Tree was still watching him. There are regions of Hyrule where despair festers differently, where old allies must be won, where memory and purpose will meet upon harsher ground. Go first where the waters still sing. There you may learn what it means to defend rather than merely endure. The waters still sing. Zora's domain, some hidden fragment in him whispered. Harry was getting increasingly tired of knowing things that were not yet his. Still, he nodded. Before turning to leave, he glanced back once more at the cracked pedestal, at the roots scorched by guardian fire, at the clearing that had nearly killed him and welcomed him in the same night. I wasn't ready, he said quietly. The great Deku tree answered with ancient certainty. No hero ever is. The worthy ones go anyway. Harry let out a slow breath. That sounded enough like his life already to be almost comforting. He adjusted the sheath at his side, tucked the Elder Wand back into his sleeve, and stepped away from the pedestal path. The Koroks parted around him like leaves making room for wind. The forest opened a route between the roots, pale with moonlight. Somewhere high above, dawn was still hours away, but Harry had the strange sense that night had already changed around him. He entered the trees no longer as a lost boy following a call he barely understood. He left as the bearer of a sword that had judged him, wounded him, and still chosen to trust him. Behind him, the great Deku tree's voice followed through branch and leaf and ancient bark. Go, Harry Potter. Carry courage carefully. The blade is yours, but its full song awaits the day you become strong enough to hear it without breaking. Harry did not look back. He walked into the whispering dark of Hyrule with the Master Sword at his side, pain in his bones, blood drying on his skin, and the first real weight of destiny settling across both his shoulders at once. Far away, under the malice, choked clouds above Hyrule Castle, something ancient stirred and took notice. And in the depths below that poisoned fortress, Ganondorf smiled in the dark. Harry should have gone east. He knew that. The great Deku tree had practically said it outright. Go where the waters still sing. Learn to defend. Grow stronger. It was good advice. Wise advice. Possibly life-saving advice, which was precisely why Harry Potter ignored it. Not entirely out of arrogance. Not entirely. Some part of it was urgency. The kind that had ruled most of his life whenever evil wore a face and stood somewhere within reach. Zelda was still out there, somewhere near that poisoned castle, holding back darkness alone. Hyrule was bleeding. The sky above the kingdom's center looked like a wound that never stopped reopening. Harry had a sacred sword at his side now, the Elder Wand up his sleeve, the cloak across his shoulders, and a hero's half-awakened instincts whispering that standing still while the enemy sat in plain sight was not courage. It was delay. So instead of turning his feet toward the east and the promise of water, Harry angled south through the dark roads of central Hyrule until the castle began to dominate the horizon. By sunrise, he knew he had made a mistake. The land around Hyrule Castle was different from the rest of the kingdom, not merely more ruined. Wrong. The farther Harry traveled into central Hyrule, the less the world felt abandoned, and the more it felt occupied by something that hated being alive. Grass yellowed under his boots. Streams ran darker, slower, as though even the water feared lingering. The wind moved strangely, carrying ash one moment and the copper, sour scent of old blood the next. Broken walls rose from the earth like snapped ribs. Guardian carcasses littered the plains, some rusted into harmless silence, others half, buried and twitching faintly with dormant corruption. The castle itself loomed larger with every mile. At a distance, it had seemed monstrous. Up close, it became obscene. The architecture of old Hyrule still showed through in places. Towers that must once have been elegant, bridges that once welcomed kings and knights, walls built for defense and ceremony both. But all of it had been strangled. Malice crusted the stone in red, black growths like veins crawling over skin. Gloom poured from broken windows and split battlements in slow drifting curtains. The clouds above did not move naturally. They circled, watched, waited. Harry stood on a ridge of shattered roadway overlooking a dead moat and felt his scar prickle. Not with Voldemort's old invasive presence, but with something broader and colder, a vast attention, not fixed on him exactly, on the world. On the fact that the world still dared exist beyond its reach. The Master Sword stirred in its sheath, not drawing itself. Warning, Harry rested a hand on the hilt. I know, he murmured. No answer came, but the blue gem in the guard pulsed once against his palm. He pulled the cloak tighter, crouched low among the broken stones, and studied the approaches. The main road to the castle had collapsed in 3 places, swallowed by cracks from which smoke coiled upward in lazy threads. Bokoblin camps clung to the outer ruins like parasites, their cookfires staining the morning air. Higher up, along the surviving ramparts, dark shapes paced, leaner than bokoblins, armored in scraps of old Hellion metal and carrying wicked curved blades. Patrols. Harry watched them for a long minute and frowned. The enemy force here was disciplined, not in the polished, drilled way of Aurors or Death Eaters under orders, but in something harsher, the obedience of creatures who knew they existed under a single terrifying will. No wasted movement. No shouting for the sake of noise. Even the monsters seemed quieter near the castle. He should have gone east. Instead, Harry pulled the cloak over himself, slid down the ruined ridge, and began the approach. Getting close to Hyrule Castle felt less like infiltration and more like crossing into a place where reality had been injured. The air thickened first. Every step closer made breathing feel subtly wrong, as if the atmosphere itself had been dragged through grief and left to rot. Magic followed. Harry tried a few small spells under the cloak. Simple things. Wand light dampened almost to nothing, a silencing charm that took 2 attempts to hold, a detection spell that came back blurred and overfull as though too many cursed things clogged the area to separate. The Elder Wand still functioned. But here, near the castle, it felt unstable in a new way. Not weaker exactly, more brittle, like forcing a perfect dueling instrument to sing in a battlefield language older than it understood. Harry kept moving. Twice he had to flatten himself against broken walls while bokoblin patrols lumbered past beneath him. Once he slid through the wreckage of an old gatehouse and nearly stepped onto the skeletal remains of a Hylian knight still half armored beneath the dust. His sword rusted in one hand, body curled toward the castle as if even death had not broken his final charge. Harry paused there, just for a breath, just long enough to look at the old bones and feel the awful familiarity of a battlefield left behind by people who had believed they could still win. Then he moved on. The first true sign of Zelda came near the moat. Harry had reached the shadow of a collapsed bridge, crouched behind a knot of malice, coated stone, when a shaft of golden light flashed across the castle's upper towers. Not sunlight, magic. It lanced downward from somewhere high within the ruin and struck a rising plume of darkness over the central keep. The gloom recoiled, twisting and screaming soundlessly as the gold burned through it for one blinding instant. Then the light vanished. Harry stared. It had been brief. Thin, nothing like a triumphant display. It looked like strain, like someone pushing back against an ocean with bare hands. Zelda, he thought immediately. Still there, still fighting. His chest tightened with sudden, reckless certainty. If she could do that, if she was still holding back the worst of whatever lived inside this place, then maybe the castle was not yet entirely lost. Maybe there was a route in, a way to reach her, a chance to cut something vital before the darkness understood what had happened. It was exactly the sort of thought Harry should have mistrusted on sight. Instead, he followed it. He found a breach in the outer wall where old stone had caved inward under years of corruption. The opening led into a lower service passage, once meant perhaps for supplies or soldiers moving beneath the main courtyard. Now it was half, choked with fallen beams, puddles of foul black water, and veins of hardened malice clinging to the masonry like diseased ivy. The cloak helped. Without it, he would never have made it past the first inner patrol. 2 of the leaner creatures crossed the corridor ahead of him, dark-skinned, long-limbed, with white hair trailing behind horned helms, and eyes that gleamed a wet red in the gloom. Their blades were too long, too thin, made for killing in narrow spaces. Something in Harry recoiled at the sight of them. Another part of him named them instantly. Lizalfos. He hated that the knowledge came before the comfort of understanding it. He waited until they passed, then slipped deeper into the castle's lower gut. It was colder inside, not temperature alone. Spiritual cold. The kind Harry had felt near dementors and horcruxes and graves that did not stay quiet. He descended a broken stairwell and emerged into a long undercroft chamber, where the old castle stones had split apart over a chasm dropping into darkness. Wooden walkways crossed the gap in fragile, rotting sections. Above, somewhere far up through layers of cracked ceilings and ruined halls, the castle groaned like something breathing in pain. And beneath that, another sound. A heartbeat, not a literal one, but a pulse in the gloom. Slow, massive, patient. Harry stopped dead. The Master Sword pulsed once in its sheath, harder than before. His own heart pounded in answer. He was close to something. Too close. The sensible thing, the only sensible thing, would have been to turn around right then. Retreat. Take what he had learned and leave while the castle had not yet fully noticed him. Harry took one more step forward. The pulse deepened. The chamber changed. It took him a moment to understand how. The darkness thickened, not by dimming the air but by gathering itself. It peeled away from the walls in threads and sheets, drawing together over the far side of the chasm. Malice dripped upward instead of down. The rotting planks of the nearest bridge creaked though nothing touched them. Harry's hand went to the Master Sword. His other closed around the Elder Wand. The gloom rose, a shape formed tall, lean, a man's outline more or less, but stretched by hatred and made regal by force rather than nobility. Armor of black, red shadow clung to him in pieces like memory trying to become flesh. His face remained partly hidden, features shifting beneath a crown, like silhouette of horned malice. In one hand, darkness condensed into a blade long and cruel as spite. The thing stepped forward onto the far platform. Its eyes opened. Red, not the frantic red of beasts or cursed machines. A deep, intelligent crimson. Harry knew instantly, absolutely, that he was not looking at Ganondorf himself, but he was looking at something that belonged to him. A hand extended across distance, a fragment of the King of Evil given shape and intent. The thing smiled. Harrow, it said. The voice was wrong in a way that made Harry's skin crawl. Too smooth, too old. As if several dead wars were speaking through one mouth. Harry drew the Master Sword in a flash. Blue light spilled into the undercroft. The shadow man's smile widened. Again, it murmured. Then it moved. Harry had fought dark wizards his whole life. This was not that. The phantom crossed the chasm in a single leap, blade descending in a diagonal slash that would have opened Harry from shoulder to hip if buried instinct had not yanked him sideways before conscious thought caught up. Steel of darkness screamed past his face and struck stone. The impact shattered half the walkway. Harry hit the planks rolling, came up on one knee, and snapped out the first spell he had. Defendo. The slicing curse tore through the phantom's torso. Or should have. Instead it passed through with a hiss of red sparks, dispersing a layer of gloom before the form simply folded back together. Not enough. Harry didn't hesitate. Lumos Maxima! White brilliance flooded the chamber. The phantom recoiled half a step, shadow flesh smoking where the light touched it. Useful, but not decisive. The thing lunged again. Harry met it with the Master Sword. The clash rang like a bell being struck underwater. Blue light exploded where holy steel met shadow blade. For one heartbeat the phantom's form lost cohesion, edges shredding into smoke. Harry felt the answer instantly. The sword could hurt it. Truly hurt it. Then the phantom twisted with impossible speed and drove a kick into Harry's ribs. He flew backward into a broken railing, barely caught himself, and nearly toppled into the dark below. Pain shot through his side. The phantom did not press blindly. It watched him recover, red eyes bright with cruel interest. You carry courage, it said. But not yet power? Harry bared his teeth. Funny, I was thinking the same about you. He fired 3 spells in rapid sequence. Confringo, Reducto, then Expelliarmus, each angled slightly differently. The idea was not to overpower but disrupt, blast, break form, tear focus. Against most opponents, the combination would have been devastating. The phantom cut through the first curse with its blade, dispersed into smoke through the second, and let the third strike its chest only to turn the force aside in a ripple of malice. Harry's stomach sank. Too intelligent. Too adaptive. The thing came forward again, faster this time. Harry met blade with blade and felt the difference immediately. The phantom was stronger. Not by a little. Every strike jarred through his arms and teeth. The Master Sword answered, yes, its holy light biting into gloom and forcing the shadow, weapon back. But Harry's technique was still stitched together from instinct, shrine lessons, and desperation. Against a creature that moved like a swordsman remembered through nightmare, it wasn't enough. Slash, parry, step back, thrust, twist, retreat. Harry used magic where he could, firing short-range blasts from the Elder Wand between sword exchanges, but the castle's corruption warped the timing. One spell overpowered and shattered a section of wall he had meant only to crack. Another nearly blew back in his face when the phantom redirected the magical force through its own gloom field. He adjusted. Couldn't rely on wand work, couldn't rely on sword skill alone, so he fought like himself. Ugly inventive, refusing neat rules. He let the phantom drive him onto the narrower bridge, then slashed at the rotting support ropes with the Elder Wand. Diffindo! The nearest plank section dropped out from under the phantom. For an instant the creature fell with it. Harry moved immediately, stepping in with the Master Sword raised in both hands, and bringing it down in a bright, brutal arc that carved through the phantom's shoulder and halfway into its chest. The undercroft filled with a shriek like steam forced through broken lungs. Red, black smoke exploded outward. Harry staggered back, coughing. For one wild second he thought he'd won. Then the darkness around the broken walkway surged. The smoke folded inward, reforming faster than before, denser now, more angular, more furious. The wound across the phantom's torso glowed blue for a moment, where the Master Sword's light had burned deepest. But even that was being swallowed. Not healed. Resisted. The phantom looked at the mark on its chest, then at Harry. Better, it said. The word carried approval. That was somehow worse than mockery. Then the chamber trembled. The pulse below them deepened into something like laughter. Ganondorf. Not present, not awake in full, but aware. Aware enough to feel a sacred blade in his castle. Aware enough to notice the intruder who carried it. The phantom's stance changed. No more testing. Harry felt the shift a heartbeat before the attack came. The shadow, man vanished. Not turned invisible, moved too fast for ordinary sight. Harry reacted on instinct, cloak whipping around him as he twisted and brought up the Master Sword, just in time to catch a strike that came from his blind side. The impact dropped him to one knee. The phantom reappeared inches away, red eyes burning above the crossed blades. "You are early," it whispered. Then it slammed a hand into Harry's chest. Gloom erupted through his coat like liquid fire. Harry screamed. It wasn't like dark curses. It was worse, colder, older, invasive in a way that made every instinct in him convulse. The corruption spread across his chest in branching black, red lines, trying to sink inward. The Master Sword blazed. Blue, white light surged from the hilt through Harry's arm and across his body, burning the gloom away in a flash that smelled of ozone and scorched hatred. The phantom recoiled with a snarl, hand smoking where the holy force had struck back. Harry stumbled free, gasping. His chest felt flayed raw. The sword's glow, however, had changed, still alive, but unstable. The blue light along the blade flickered at the edges, as though the concentrated gloom had struck something deeper than surface magic. Harry saw it. A thin, dark line near the fuller, no wider than a hairline crack in glass. His stomach dropped. No. The phantom saw it too. Its smile returned. There was a lesson in that smile. One Harry understood instantly and hated. Even the sacred could be wounded here. The thing advanced. Harry fired a Patronus out of sheer reflex, because fear had nowhere else to go. Expecto Patronum. The silver stag burst into the undercroft, magnificent and furious, antlers blazing as it charged straight through the gloom. The phantom took the impact full on and crashed backward through a ruined archway into the chamber wall. This time the damage lasted a little longer. The holy animal's charge pinned the shadow, figure in silver light, its outline tearing apart under the force of Harry's defiance made visible. Harry didn't waste it. He ran, not in panic, in tactical surrender. The castle had made the truth perfectly clear: he was not ready. Zelda was still somewhere far above or deep within, beyond reach. Ganondorf's presence here was too vast, too layered. If Harry stayed, he would die, or worse, let the Master Sword be further corrupted in a place designed to drown holy things under endless malice. He sprinted for the stairwell. Behind him the phantom screamed as the Patronus faded. Then the undercroft shuddered. Something struck the wall hard enough to split stone. Harry hit the stairs 3 at a time. The shadow came after him. No footsteps. No breath. Just the sudden slicing hiss of a blade that cut through darkness and nearly took off his head at the next landing. Harry ducked, spun, and answered with the Master Sword. Blue and red black collided again, this time in a corridor so narrow the force of the impact shattered old masonry around both of them. The phantom pressed relentlessly. Harry backed up the spiral stair with the sword in his right hand, Elder Wand in his left, forced into a 2-weapon defense that looked impossible and felt worse. He slashed holy arcs at one angle and snapped fast, brutal spells at the other. Bombarda. Stone exploded between them. The phantom burst through the smoke. Protego. Harry's shield caught a thrust meant for his throat, but collapsed instantly under the force, sending the backlash straight into the Elder Wand. A cracking sound snapped through the stairwell. Harry stared in horror. A fracture now ran along the wand's elder wood just below the handle, not enough to break it, but enough to show stress where none should exist. The most powerful wand in history was splintering in his hand. The phantom saw that too. Its laughter was quieter than the crack had been. Harry's fear flashed into anger so fast the transition almost burned. He whipped the damaged wand up and snarled the first spell that came. Confringo! At that range, with that much fury, the curse hit like artillery. The stairwell wall detonated. Ancient stone gave way in a roar of dust and shattered beams. The floor between Harry and the phantom collapsed in a burst of debris and falling shadow. He dove the opposite direction as the whole landing folded inward. Then he was falling. Not far enough to kill him immediately, but enough to smash through rotten flooring and crash into a lower corridor hard enough to drive the breath from his body. Rubble rained down. Somewhere above, the phantom shrieked in fury from beneath tons of broken stone. Harry rolled, coughing blood and dust, grabbed for both sword and wand, and stumbled upright. Run. The castle was finally done pretending not to notice him. All through the lower levels, things were waking. Guardian eyes flickered to life in dead alcoves. Monster calls echoed through side passages. The pulse below the castle had become a slow, delighted thrum. Harry threw the cloak over himself and ran like hell. He barely remembered the escape in sequence. A collapsed gallery where he had to jump a gap over a pit webbed with gloom. A corridor of broken night. Statues where Lizalfos searched in snarling silence inches away, while he held his breath under the cloak. An outer hall where a guardian beam clipped the wall beside him and sent molten stone across his cheek. A final leap through the breach in the outer wall, just as the whole lower passage behind him filled with red, black light and something like rage-given weather. Then he was out, back in the dead air of central Hyrule, stumbling down a rubble-strewn slope beneath the castle as morning bled toward afternoon. He didn't stop until the castle had shrunk, from immediate threat to looming nightmare again. Only then did he drop to one knee behind the remains of an old siege wall and force himself to take stock. His hands were shaking. His ribs screamed. The place on his chest where the phantom's gloom had touched still throbbed with cold, fire echoes, though no corruption remained visible thanks to the Master Sword's cleansing surge. And the weapons. Harry looked down first at the Master Sword. The blade was dimmer now than it had been in the Lost Woods. Not dead. Not even close. But the blue light along its edge was muted, and that same thin dark mark remained near the center, like a bruise caught in holy steel. When he touched the hilt, the sword answered faintly, as if conserving strength. Wounded, then he looked at the Elder Wand. The fracture in the wood had not spread, but it was real. Hair thin, pale. A line of strain where the wand had taken castle, borne force and nearly broken rather than yield cleanly. Harry closed his eyes. For the first time since arriving in Hyrule, shame hit him hard enough to feel physical. Not because he had lost a duel. He'd lost plenty in one sense or another over the years. Because he had been warned. The great Deku Tree had told him he was unfinished. The king's ghost had made it clear the castle was the wound at the center of everything. The sword itself had nearly torn him apart just to let him hold it honestly. And still he had come here alone, half-trained, grief-driven, mistaking urgency for readiness. He laughed once, bitterly. All right, he said to the empty plain. Message received. The wind did not answer. Far behind him, over the castle's highest towers, a thread of golden light flared again, brief, strained, still fighting. Zelda. Harry looked at it for a long time, then at the wounded sword in his hand, then at the cracked elder wand. He understood, finally, the shape of the truth. He could hurt Ganondorf's shadow. He could survive the outer edge of the castle's corruption. He could even draw the Demon King's attention. But if he tried to force the final battle now, Hyrule would lose its blade, and Harry would die in the ruins like one more brave fool who mistook courage for enough. That thought settled something inside him. Not defeat. Perspective. He slid the Master Sword carefully back into its sheath, tucked the Elder Wand away with far more reverence than before, and got to his feet. East, then, to the waters that still sang, to allies, to growth, to becoming worthy of coming back here. As he turned away from the castle, the shadow of its towers stretched long across the dead fields, touching his heels like a promise. He did not look back again. But deep beneath Hyrule Castle, where ancient malice coiled around a withered king not yet risen to his full horror, red eyes opened in the dark, and a voice like stone dragged across bone said softly, "Let him grow." Harry learned very quickly that shame was lighter when you were moving. It never vanished. It simply had less room to spread if your boots kept finding road, so he turned east, away from Hyrule Castle's poisoned silhouette, away from the Undercroft where Ganondorf's shadow had touched his chest and smiled at the wound it left in the Master Sword, away from the foolish certainty that had driven him under those walls too soon. The land did not forgive him for learning. It simply let him continue. For 2 days Harry crossed the broken roads of central Hyrule beneath a sky that could not decide whether to rain or mourn. The plains slowly changed as he went. The air lost some of the castle's suffocating wrongness, though not all. Grass grew greener. Streams ran clearer. The trees thickened near the eastern roads, and the hills began to rise in layered folds that caught morning light along their ridges like old scars trying to heal. But the weapons did not heal with them. The Master Sword remained quiet at his side. Not dead, never that, but subdued. The blade answered when he touched the hilt, though only faintly, as if conserving every breath of holy strength it still possessed. The bruised dark line near the fuller had not spread, yet it remained a visible reminder that even sacred steel could be hurt if asked to stand too soon against the deepest evil in the world. The Elder Wand was worse. Harry noticed it on the first night. He had made camp beneath the shattered roof of an old roadside watchtower overlooking a small river, the kind of place that might once have housed sentries or messengers long before monsters claimed the roads. Rain tapped softly through the missing stones overhead. Harry had built a small fire with more patience than grace, eaten the last of the dried provisions scavenged from his pouch, and then, because he could not keep avoiding it, drawn the Elder Wand into the firelight. The fracture in the wood looked almost delicate. That was what made it frightening. A pale line along the elder grain just below the handle, so thin most people would have missed it. So wrong Harry could barely force himself to look away. He had tried repair spells at once. Reparo. Nothing. Not even a flicker. He had tried again, harder, angrier. Still nothing. Then, on the third attempt, the wand had spat a burst of white sparks so sharp and violent that it blew apart half the campfire and sent cinders hissing into the rain. Harry had frozen. The wand lay in his hand afterward as if nothing had happened. Calm, slight, innocent looking. He hated it for that. Now, on the second night of the journey east, the memory of those sparks stayed with him as the road wound into wetter country where mist drifted through reeds and the distant rush of waterfalls sometimes reached him on the wind. He drew the wand again while walking. The crack caught a line of gray afternoon light and flashed like a scar. Harry stared at it. "You're not supposed to do that," he muttered. The words sounded absurd the moment they left his mouth. The most powerful wand in history was not a broom handle with a loose screw. It was an artifact that had survived centuries of murder, betrayal, and conquest. It had passed from owner to owner through blood. It had bowed to no one except victory. It was not supposed to splinter because one exhausted 17-year-old had taken it into a different world. Yet it had. And the more Harry thought about it, the more he understood why that frightened him more than the crack itself. Because the wand had not failed in Britain, it had failed here, in Hyrule, in the presence of the Master Sword, the gloom, and a war built on laws older than wand lore, as if something fundamental in the land itself was rejecting what the Elder Wand believed power should be. Harry put it away. The thought followed him anyway. The road east narrowed near dusk as it climbed through wet hills scored by streams and moss-covered ruins. Trees leaned close overhead. Birds called somewhere beyond the mist. Harry was beginning to think he might find a place to stop before full dark when he heard shouting ahead. Not monster voices. Human. Sharp with panic. He dropped at once into the undergrowth beside the road and crept forward beneath the cloak of invisibility until the scene opened below him. A wagon had broken one wheel near a small bridge crossing a fast stream. Two shaggy pack animals strained against the harness, wild-eyed and half-rearing. Around the wagon moved three bokoblins and something larger, broad-shouldered, thick-necked, carrying a club made from a tree trunk studded with scrap metal. A moblin. The creatures had already torn open one of the cargo chests and were dragging sacks into the mud, while a man with a spear and a woman clutching a lantern backed satchel tried desperately to keep them away from a third figure crouched behind the wheel. A child. Harry did not think. He moved. The cloak fell from his shoulders as he came downhill at speed, Master Sword in one hand, Elder Wand in the other. The bokoblins barely had time to turn before he hit the first with a slash of blue steel that knocked its crude blade spinning into the stream. Holy light did not erupt. He was nowhere near the kind of foe that demanded the sword's deepest answer, but the strike landed with clean, disciplined force, and the bokoblin went sprawling with a screech. The second rushed him from the left. Harry parried clumsily, twisted, and drove his elbow into its face. It staggered back long enough for him to snap the Elder Wand up. Expelliarmus, red light burst from the tip. Too much red light. The spell hit the bokoblin's weapon and blew it apart in a violent spray of splinters that also sent the creature tumbling into the wagon axle hard enough to crack wood. Harry stared for half a beat. Expelliarmus should not do that. The moblin roared. He barely got his shield up in time. Prodigo. The barrier held against the first swing of the club, but the force of it still drove Harry backward through the mud until his heels hit the bridge stones. The crack in the Elder Wand burned cold against his fingers. He felt it, not widening exactly, but straining. Another bokoblin lunged past him toward the wagon. The child screamed. Harry moved on instinct, sword flashing low. The bokoblin's legs disappeared under it and it crashed face, first into the roadside weeds. The man with the spear shouted something in a language Harry did not know, then drove the spear down into the fallen monster's shoulder with desperate courage of his own. The moblin came again. This time Harry tried a blasting curse. Confringo. The spell exploded from the wand with such savage force that Harry's stomach dropped before it even connected. The moblin's club shattered, so did half the bridge rail, a section of stone, and most of a tree on the far bank. Shards and burning fragments flew everywhere. One slab of broken stone spun toward the wagon, toward the child. Harry's heart stopped. The Master Sword moved before he did. He yanked it up with both hands and cut the stone in midair. Not in the legendary, world-shaking way of ancient songs. Not with a blaze that split mountains. But cleanly enough, blue light traced along the blade. The slab broke into two harmless halves that crashed apart on either side of the wagon. Silence hit him for one sickening instant. Then the child started crying, alive, terrified, very much alive, and the spell-shocked world resumed. Harry finished the fight fast after that. The wounded moblin charged through smoke and broken bridge dust. Harry met it with steel this time, not spells, turning one huge swing aside and stepping inside the monster's reach, the way the shrine construct had taught him pain could teach anything. He struck once at the elbow, once at the throat. Then a final cut across the chest dropped the creature to its knees, and the spear-bearing man finished it with a shaking thrust through the neck. The last bokoblin fled into the trees. Harry let it go. For a few seconds no one moved. Rain hissed softly against the stream. The woman clutched the child so tightly the little figure vanished into her soaked shawl. The man with the spear stared at Harry, chest heaving, eyes wide not with gratitude alone but caution, wonder, and the kind of exhaustion that came from living in a land where monsters by the road were ordinary. Harry lowered the elder wand first, then looked down at it. The tip still smoked faintly. His hands began to shake. If the Master Sword had not answered that falling stone, if his spell had been even a degree more wild, he swallowed hard. The man stepped forward slowly, lowering his spear. He spoke quickly, gesturing first toward Harry, then east, then toward the hills beyond the road. Harry caught none of the words except a name repeated twice. Kakariko, Kakariko. Harry frowned. The woman repeated it too, nodding urgently now, as if whatever Harry was, traveler, madman, hero, dangerous fool, he needed to go there. Kakariko, she said again, then pointed to the wand in his hand and made a small twisting gesture like something breaking. Harry stared. Even without the language, the meaning was clear enough. They had seen the misfire. They had seen the weapon turn too much force loose for the spell he meant to cast. The child peered over the woman's shoulder, eyes round. Then, with the fearless honesty only children ever seem to have, pointed at the Master Sword and smiled through tears. At the wand, the child only looked uncertain. Harry tucked the elder wand away immediately. He helped right the wagon wheel, more with muscle and a few carefully restrained levitation nudges than anything else. The man watched every use of the wand with open tension now, while relaxing visibly whenever Harry used the sword or plain effort instead. That stung more than Harry expected. When the family finally got moving again, the woman bowed once from the wagon seat. The man touched 2 fingers to his brow in what Harry guessed was thanks. Then they rolled east through the mist, leaving him standing beside the broken bridge with rain dripping from his hair and guilt settling cold in his stomach. The child had not been afraid of the blade, only the wand. Harry stood there a long while after the wagon vanished. Then he turned east and followed the road to Kakariko. Kakariko Village did not appear all at once. It revealed itself the way wise places often did, only to those who had come close enough to deserve finding it. The road climbed into a valley sheltered by steep, green walls of stone and cedar. Lanterns began to appear first, warm and steady against the wet evening. Then terraced roofs, prayer ropes, carved wooden posts, little bridges over narrow streams, gardens clinging to every ledge where earth would hold. The whole village seemed tucked deliberately into the mountain's folds, hidden from the plains yet open to the sky above. After the dead vastness of central Hyrule, the sight of people living in lamplit order hit Harry harder than he expected. Not many people. Not enough to erase the kingdom's wounds. But enough. Enough voices, enough smoke from cooking fires, enough soft light in windows to remind him that Hyrule was not only ruins and battles and distant prophecies. It was also this, a place where someone still hung paper charms by a doorway and swept mud from a threshold before nightfall. He felt suddenly, painfully tired. Villagers noticed him as he entered. Their reactions were mixed curiosity first, then recognition, not of his face, but of the sword at his side. That changed the room around him even before any words were exchanged. Heads turned. Voices lowered. A few people bowed slightly without seeming to realize they were doing it. Harry wanted to tell them not to. He was not ready for reverence in any world. Before he could decide how to handle any of it, a young woman in Sheikah clothing approached him at a measured pace and said something formal. Her eyes flicked to the sword, then to the elder wand's outline beneath his sleeve, and sharpened. Harry managed, "I'm looking for whoever's in charge." The woman did not understand the words, but apparently she understood the tone. She beckoned. Harry followed through the village and up a series of slick wooden steps toward the highest house built beneath a carved cliff, face lined with ancient symbols. A banner stirred over the doorway. Lantern, light spilled warm and golden across the porch. Inside, waiting on a raised cushion beneath maps, old scrolls, and an oil lamp whose flame burned almost without flicker, sat an elderly woman with a face lined by time and thought. Impa. Harry knew the name before she spoke it. He was getting tired of that too. Her eyes were old in the way the great Deku trees had been old. not merely with years, but with accumulated patience sharpened into judgment. She looked first at Harry himself, then at the Master Sword, and only then at the outline of the wand. That order mattered. The young woman spoke rapidly to her. Impa listened without interruption, then raised one hand. Silence settled. When she finally addressed Harry, it was in careful, accented language that startled him by being mostly understandable. "The sword has reached us before you," she said. "That is often its habit." Harry stared. "You speak English?" "A little," said Impa. "Magic has many bridges when one is very old and somewhat stubborn." That sounded close enough to Hermione that Harry nearly smiled. Impa's gaze sharpened further. "Set." He did. The room smelled of paper, cedar oil, and mountain rain. It felt safer than anywhere he had been since crossing worlds, which only made the tension in his shoulders more obvious by contrast. Impa studied him for a long moment. "You went to the castle?" "Not a question." Harry looked away first. "Wes!" "You were warned not to?" "Yes." "You were nearly killed." "Yes." Impa nodded once, as if the universe had behaved exactly as expected. "Good. Then you may still be teachable." Harry gave a tired laugh despite himself. "That's becoming a trend." The old woman held out her hand. "Show me the wand." He hesitated. Something in Impa's expression changed. Not offense, but precision. "If you wish to keep your secrets, leave now and continue breaking alone," she said. "If you wish to survive long enough to matter, let me see the thing that does not belong." That settled it. Harry drew the Elder Wand and placed it across her palms. The lamp flame bent toward it. Impa did not touch the crack at first. She merely looked, eyes half-lidded, as if listening to a voice inside the wood. Then she inhaled slowly, ambitious, she murmured, violent, certain of itself. It believes power should flow downward from a single victorious hand. Harry blinked. "That's uncomfortably accurate." "It is a conqueror's relic," said Impa. "Very refined, very dangerous." She finally touched the fracture with one weathered fingertip. The wand answered with a brief pale pulse, and a hiss like a kettle beginning to boil. Impa withdrew her hand at once. "It is splitting." "I noticed." "No," she said quietly. "You noticed the crack. I am telling you the truth beneath it. The relic itself is dividing." Harry frowned. Impa set the wand carefully on a folded cloth between them. "This land does not move by the same grammar as yours. Here, power is older than dominance. Sacred things answer relationship, vow, courage, sacrifice, memory. Even evil in Hyrule is ancient enough to understand those laws and twist them. Your wand was made to perfect mastery in contests between wielders. In this kingdom, it has entered a war between principles." Harry said nothing, because for the first time since the bridge, someone was giving shape to the feeling he had not known how to name. Impa continued, voice low and exact. "Near the castle, the wand tried to answer corruption on its own terms. Supremacy against supremacy. That is why it cracked. It is learning the wrong music." Harry looked down at the Elder Wand. Learning the wrong music, it felt horribly right. Impa's eyes flicked to the Master Sword at his side, and the blade. Harry drew it carefully and laid it across the cloth as well. The room changed. Not dramatically. No thunder, no flare of divine light. But the air straightened. The lamp burned steadier. Even the rain outside seemed to soften around the presence of the sword. Impa bowed her head for a brief respectful moment before examining the dark bruise, lying near the blade's center. "When did this happen?" she asked. "At the castle." "Of course." She did not sound surprised, only disappointed in the way one might be disappointed by a nephew who had climbed onto a roof after being told not to. Harry rubbed a hand over his face. Everyone's really enjoying that. Impa ignored him with skill that suggested long practice. "The blade is not broken, but it has taken concentrated gloom before your bond was strong enough to shield it fully. It can heal, yet not if you keep asking two incompatible weapons to stand side by side as though they desire the same end." Harry's head lifted. He looked from sword to wand and back. "What do you mean, incompatible?" Impa leaned back slightly. "One is a relic of right to rule through victory. The other is a relic of duty accepted through worthiness. The other answers. One asks who is strongest. The other asks who will bear the burden honestly. The words entered him like cold water. He thought of the Elder Wand in Dumbledore's tomb, of Grindelwald, Voldemort, the whole sick lineage of men wanting the wand, because they thought power proven by conquest was power made legitimate. Then he thought of the Master Sword hurting him simply for trying to take it cheaply. They're both weapons, Harry said, though the argument sounded thinner than he intended. Impa's gaze sharpened. So are a knife and a sacrificial bell. Yet you would not use them the same way. That shut him up. The old woman folded her hands. You came to this land carrying the inheritance of another war. That was survivable at first. It may no longer be. Harry stared at the cloth between them. His throat tightened in a way he did not like. The Elder Wand had never been his in the way his Holly Wand had been his. He knew that. Knew it deeply. The Holly Wand had chosen him, broken with him, returned through impossible loyalty. The Elder Wand was different. Colder, more like a crown made from another man's grave, and yet, it was still the last wand in his hand. The last living shape of the magic he had grown up with. The last thing that answered in the language his body knew best. Impa saw the change in his face. This is not sentiment for the wood, she said more gently. It is fear of what giving it up means. Harry laughed once, without humor. You say that like it's small. It is not small. The rain pattered softly outside. Somewhere down in the village a bell rang once, calling someone home. Impa's voice lowered further. Tell me the truth, hero, from afar. Do you mourn this wand? She nodded at the elder wood. Or do you mourn the first one you already lost? Harry looked up sharply. That landed too cleanly. Because of course that was the real wound inside it. Not the elder wand, Holly, phoenix feather 11 inches warm in his hand, loyal, his. Broken in a frozen field while he hunted horcruxes and tried to pretend losing it did not feel like losing one more piece of himself. He had taken the elder wand after the war because he needed a wand and because destiny kept handing him relics, as if that made up for the cost. But he had never loved it, never trusted it, never mistaken it for home. Impa watched the understanding settle. This wand is not your beginning, she said. It is only the last inheritance of a dead conflict. If you cling to it because you fear standing between worlds empty-handed, then it will break in your grasp when you most need certainty. Harry looked down again. The cracks seemed more obvious now. Not damage. A verdict already underway. What happens if I keep it? He asked. Impa answered without embellishment. It worsens. The fracture spreads. The wand becomes increasingly unstable in the presence of concentrated gloom or sacred force. One day, in a battle that matters, it will either fail you or answer with power so violent it wounds what you are trying to save. Harry thought of the bridge, of the child. His stomach turned, and if I don't keep it. Impa's eyes moved briefly to the sword. Then there is another path. Harry went very still. The old woman rose with some effort, crossed to a low shelf, and returned with a rolled map bound by blue cord. She spread it between them. The parchment showed eastern Hyrule in old ink, mountain passes, rivers, shrine sites, forgotten structures, and one mark deeper in the map than the others, a circular symbol drawn in gold over a ravine north of Lanayru's waters. The Forge of Echoing Light, Impa said, older than my people's written memory. Not a smithy for ordinary metal, a place where relics are made to choose what part of themselves may continue. Harry looked from the map to her face. You mean merge them. I mean transform them, she corrected. Merging is easy. Children do it with glue and call the result invention. This would be surrender, translation, sacrifice. The word settled heavily between them. Impa continued. The Master Sword can recover from the wound it took under the castle. More than that, it can be given a new channel through which your magic may flow, one aligned to Hyrule instead of at war with it. The Elder Wand's essence, its command of focused spellcraft, its ability to shape overwhelming magical current, could be given to the blade. Harry's eyes dropped to the cloth again. Sword wand. Blue and elder wood. Two different ideas of power waiting for one decision. But, Impa said, and the softness vanished from her voice, the wand would not remain itself. Harry looked up. She held his gaze without mercy. It would end as a wand, No second thoughts. No taking back. No burial to reclaim later. No secret kept in a sleeve for emergencies. You would surrender the relic utterly, and only what the forge judges worthy would pass into the sword. For a long time Harry said nothing. Outside, the rain eased to a fine whisper. Inside, the lamp flame did not move at all. He thought of Dumbledore, lying dead with the Elder Wand on his chest, of Voldemort violating a tomb for it, of the path of blood and obsession that followed the wand wherever men believed power made them entitled to history. Then he thought of the Master Sword in the Lost Woods, asking not what he wanted but what he was willing to bear. One had always been taken. The other could only be received. A strange calm came over him then. Not peace. Recognition. If he kept the Elder Wand separate, he would be keeping not just a tool but a philosophy. Victory hoarded in the hand, dominance preserved because one day it might be useful. Hyrule was already teaching him that such thinking belonged too easily to the dark. Still, fear remained. If I do this, Harry said slowly, I lose the only one I have? Yes. And after that? After that? Impa said, you stop trying to win this war as though it were the last one. That hurt because it was true. Harry leaned back and shut his eyes for a moment. He saw Hogwarts again, saw his first wand on Ollivander's counter, saw the forest where it broke, saw the white station in King's Cross, saw himself over and over picking up things left by the dead, because there had never been time to stand still and decide what belonged to him, and what only passed through his hands. When he opened his eyes, they went first not to the Elder Wand, but to the Master Sword. Duty accepted through worthiness, burden honestly borne. He let out a slow breath. Where is this forge? Impa did not smile. She was too wise for relief that cheap. But something in her shoulders loosened. She tapped the gold symbol on the map, in the ravines above the eastern waters. Hidden beneath an abandoned sanctuary where ancient bells once called both sages and smiths. The path is not unguarded, nor will the forge obey you merely because you arrive carrying relics. Her gaze flicked to him knowingly. Hyrule is repetitive in this way. Harry almost laughed. Almost. Instead he reached for the Elder Wand. He held it a long time. It felt light. Too light for what it had meant to so many people. Too light for what men had killed to claim. Too light for how close it had come to shattering a child with the overreach of a single spell. He thought, strangely, of his first wand again. How different it had felt. Chosen, loved, not coveted. He looked at Impa. It was never really mine. Impa nodded once. No. But it is yours to give. That, more than anything else, decided him. Not ownership. Choice. At last. Harry placed the Elder Wand back on the cloth beside the Master Sword. When we go to the forge, he said quietly, I won't bury it. Impa's eyes stayed on him. No? Harry continued. Too many men tried to hide this thing and let history dig it back up. I'm done passing it on. He looked at the crack running through the wood. If it has to end, then it ends doing one thing right. For the first time, Impa smiled. It was not warm exactly, but it was approving. Yes, she said. That is the kind of answer sacred places listen for. That night Harry did not sleep much. Impa had given him a small room overlooking the village terraces and the dark ribbon of river below. Lanterns burned low outside. Somewhere in the houses beyond, someone sang softly while working late. The sound drifted in and out with the wind. Harry sat by the window with both relics before him. The Master Sword in its sheath, quiet and patient. The Elder Wand across his knees, pale crack glinting in lantern light. He turned the wand once between his fingers. No warmth of recognition met him, no bond like the Holly Wand had given. Only potential. Lethality, precision history, useful things, terrible things, not home. He thought of Ron and Hermione then, more sharply than he had in days. Of what they would say to this? Ron would call him mental for even considering giving up the most powerful wand in the world. Hermione would ask 6 questions about magical transference theory, and then, after thinking it through, quietly tell him that objects shaped by conquest had no business deciding the fate of a kingdom built on sacrifice. He smiled despite himself. Then the smile faded, because he missed them with a depth that almost made the room feel too small to breathe in. The wand lay across his palms, and for the first time he did not see it as a weapon or prize or emergency answer. He saw it as a door he did not need to walk back through. Britain, Voldemort Hallows. Tums, prophecy. Victory inherited from the dead. He had come through all of that. He did not need to keep carrying every relic it left in his hands. Harry rose, crossed to the window, and looked out over Kakariko's lights. Below him, living people slept under roofs that still held against the weather. Somewhere far beyond the mountains, Zelda still held her line against the dark. Somewhere beneath worse stone, Ganondorf waited and smiled and let him grow. The thought no longer made Harry feel hunted, it made him feel measured. Fine. Let the Demon King measure. He would come back stronger. He set the Elder Wand on the sill beside the Master Sword and spoke into the quiet room. I'll spend you well. The words were not dramatic, not a vow to the heavens, just the truth. The lantern flame bent once, as if in answer to a wind that had not touched the room. Then all was still again. By dawn, Harry Potter, boy from another world, bearer of an unfinished sacred blade, last master of a cracked wand he had never truly loved, was ready to walk toward the forge where one war's inheritance would end and another kingdom's weapon would begin. And somewhere in the eastern ravines, ancient bells waited to hear what sacrifice sounded like in the hands of courage. They left Kakariko before sunrise. The village still slept beneath mist and mountain shadow, its lanterns burned down to dying amber beads along the terraces. Water whispered through the narrow channels cut between homes. Prayer strips tied beneath the eaves stirred in the cold dawn breeze. Somewhere far below, a rooster called too early and was answered by silence heavy with hills and old stone. Harry followed Impa along the upper path without speaking. The Master Sword rode at his side, still dim but steady. The Elder Wand rested tucked inside a wrapped cloth case she had given him the night before. Not hidden, not displayed, simply contained, like something already halfway through becoming memory. Neither weapon felt ordinary now. The sword had judged him and found him unfinished. The wand had judged itself and begun to split. Between them walked Harry, carrying two separate ideas of power toward a place old enough to decide which one deserved to survive. The mountain path wound northeast through pine, wet rock, and narrow ledges overlooking valleys still full of sleeping fog. By the time the sun rose properly, it did not flood the world so much as gradually reveal it in bands green terraces, blue, gray ravines, long strips of silver river in the distance, and farther still the gleam of open water near Lanayru's domain. Here the land felt alive in a different way than the Lost Woods. Not sacred in the same deep, rooted sense, but deliberate. The Sheikah had not simply hidden in these mountains. They had listened to them and learned where to build around silence. Impa walked with a cane staff, but never slowly. Harry had stopped underestimating elderly people with mythic connections some time ago. "You're very calm about this," he said at last as the path narrowed beside a drop thick with cedar and morning haze. Impa did not look back. "Should I be hysterical?" Harry adjusted the cloth, wrapped wand at his belt. "Maybe a little?" "No. That's fair." They climbed another switchback cut into the cliffside. Above them, old bells hung from stone frames built into the rock, green with age but unbroken. None rang, yet Harry felt sure they could if the mountain wanted them to. After a while Impa said, "You are still thinking of keeping the wand." Harry didn't answer immediately. That was answer enough. Impa nodded once. "Good. Doubt is honest. Only fools reach sacred decisions feeling clean about them." Harry looked out across the valley below. He had expected certainty after last night. Some bright heroic conviction, maybe. The kind stories pretended arrived the moment a person made a noble choice. Instead, he felt restless. Not because he wanted the Elder Wand for conquest. Not because he trusted it more than the Master Sword. But because giving it up meant choosing a direction he could not walk back from. Once the wand ceased to exist as a wand, so did the last easy road into the kind of magic he had spent his life wielding. No more standing at range and solving danger with shaped light from wood and will. No more pretending Hyrule could be fought like Britain with different scenery. Impa spoke again, quiet enough that the wind almost took it. "You are not betraying your world." Harry's head turned sharply. she continued walking. "It is written all over your shoulders," she said. "The fear that in ending the wand here, you somehow sever yourself from where you came from. But relics are not nations. You do not owe history the preservation of every dangerous thing it leaves in your hand." Harry let that settle. Then, grudgingly, "You do that on purpose?" "What? Talk like you've been reading my mind for 3 hours." Impa's mouth twitched. "Only 3. Harry almost smiled. The path opened at last onto a high shelf of stone, overlooking a deep ravine split through the mountain like an old blade, wound in the earth. Waterfalls fed down both sides, vanishing into blue, white spray far below. Across the gap, built into the opposing cliff face, and half hidden by hanging vines and centuries of moss, stood the ruins of a sanctuary, not a temple, not exactly a forge, something between them. Pillars carved with spiraling runes flanked a broad entrance half blocked by fallen stone. Bronze bells hung above the doorway in clusters, their surfaces etched with symbols that shimmered faintly when shadow moved over them. The whole place felt sealed not against intrusion, but against unworthy noise. Harry stopped at the sight of it. "That's the forge. The sanctuary above it," said Impa. "The forge is below." They crossed by an old rope bridge reinforced with Sheikah engineering that looked suspiciously recent compared to everything else. As they stepped onto the far side, the nearest bells gave a low, single chime without anyone touching them. Harry looked up. Impa did not. "It knows we've arrived," she said. He was growing tired of Hyrule's architecture being spiritually observant. Inside, the sanctuary was all cool stone and filtered green light. Water ran through channels in the floor, converging beneath a circular dais carved with rings of symbols. Broken alcoves lined the walls. In each stood the remains of things that had once mattered: smashed ceremonial masks, cracked blades offered point, down, fragments of mirrors, bowls blackened by ancient fire. Sacrifice and remembrance had lived here long before rust and moss. Impa walked to the center of the chamber and tapped her staff once against the stone. The channels brightened. A deep hum rose beneath the floor. Then the round dais split open in 6 moving sections, unfolding inward like stone petals. Warm golden light rose from the shaft below, along with air that smelled of metal, cedar ash, rain on hot rock, and something stranger, like old vows burned into the structure of a place. Harry stepped nearer and peered down. A staircase spiraled into brilliance. He looked at Impa. "Tell me this is the part where nothing tries to kill us." Impa considered that. "Nothing with teeth. That is not comforting, no?" She agreed. "But it is useful." The forge beneath the sanctuary was not what Harry expected. He had imagined hammers, anvils. Sparks flying in dark heat. This was quieter. Far larger. The chamber opened beneath the mountain like the hollowed heart of a bell. Rivers of light, not lava, not fire exactly, but flowing molten radiance, ran through channels cut into black stone. Great mirrored plates stood around the room, angled toward a circular platform in the center. Chains of silver metal descended from the ceiling, each linked with tiny runes that brightened as Harry passed beneath. At the platform's edge, braziers burned with flame so pale it looked almost blue-white. The whole room thrummed softly. Not with power eager to be used, but power waiting to be understood. At the center stood a forge pedestal shaped like 2 converging arcs, one rising like a blade, one branching like living wood. Between them hovered a suspended ring of gold and obsidian inscribed with symbols too old and fluid for Harry to read. He stopped again, because Hyrule had now officially exhausted his capacity to see ancient impossible things without needing a moment. Impa descended beside him, her face unreadable in the radiance. "The forge of echoing light," she said. "Here relics are not made stronger, they are made honest." Harry looked at the pedestal. "Honest," he repeated. "Wes, that sounds worse than stronger." "It often is." They approached the central platform together. The air grew warmer, but not oppressively so. The heat here felt chosen. Purifying rather than consuming, Impa gestured toward a low basin fed by one of the streams of light. "Place your hands." Harry raised an eyebrow. "There's always a basin." "Do you object to basins?" "At this point I just respect the pattern." He knelt and placed both hands into the basin. The liquid light should have burned. Instead, it felt like cool water touched by memory. A pulse moved through it instantly, racing up Harry's wrists, along his arms, and into his chest. The Master Sword answered in its sheath with a low resonance. The cloth-wrapped Elder Wand shivered against his belt. The suspended ring above the forge began to rotate. Symbols lit one after another around the chamber walls. Impa watched closely. "The forge sees you," she said. "Speak your intent." Harry looked up at the moving ring. He suddenly hated how dry his mouth felt. "What exactly am I supposed to say?" "The truth," briefly. Sacred places lose patience with speeches. That at least felt manageable. Harry drew a breath. "I came here to stop trying to win one war with the leftovers of another," he said. "I came because the blade is wounded, the wand is breaking, and I can't keep carrying both without one of them failing where it matters." The light in the basin brightened. The ring turned faster. Impa nodded once. "Adheres." That was not reassuring. "Now the relics," she said. Harry stood slowly. He unwrapped the Elder Wand first. Even here, in the center of a forge older than his world's wand lore, the Elder Wood seemed self-possessed. Thin, elegant, dangerous. The crack along its grain glimmered pale and cold. Then he drew the Master Sword. Blue light spilled across the platform at once, dimmer than it once had been but still enough to make the chamber's reflected glow shift in answer. The bruised dark mark near the fuller showed plainly in the sacred light. One conqueror's wand, one wounded holy blade. Harry laid them both upon the twin arcs of the forge pedestal. Everything stopped. The hum beneath the floor deepened into silence so absolute it felt like expectation made physical. Then the forge reacted. The arc beneath the Master Sword blazed blue-gold. The arc beneath the Elder Wand burned white and silver. The suspended ring above them flared and began spinning in earnest, casting loops of light across the chamber like orbiting blades. Impa stepped back. Harry stayed where he was. "Should I?" "Yes," she said sharply. "Now you stay." The twin arcs rose, lifting sword and wand into the air. Not high, just enough to suspend them between the converging shapes of blade and branch. Streams of light from the channels below climbed upward in thin threads, wrapping each relic separately. The Master Sword glowed in response, its blue edge strengthening. The Elder Wand resisted. Harry felt it before he saw it. A subtle tension in the air, like a drawn breath refusing release. The wand's white, silver aura hardened around it, narrowing into something more rigid than the sword's answer. Not fear, identity. It did not want to become part of anything else. It wanted to remain singular. Of course it did. Impa's voice cut through the chamber. "It must be given." Harry looked at her. "I already brought it here." "You brought it. You have not surrendered it." The light around the Elder Wand sharpened dangerously. The crack glowed. Harry understood with sudden clarity. If he tried to let the forge take the wand by mere proximity, it would fail. The relic's whole existence was built on being won, claimed, inherited through domination. No one had ever truly offered it. The forge was asking for a thing its history had never known. Harry stepped closer to the suspended wand. He had expected this moment to feel grander. Instead, it felt heartbreakingly simple. A wand in the air, a choice in his chest. He remembered Ollivander's shop, holly and phoenix feather, warm and right, sparks of gold. His first real belonging. He remembered that wand breaking in the cold. Then all the time after, spent surviving with replacements, borrowed tools, dead men's relics. The Elder Wand had never filled that place, it had only occupied it. Harry lifted his hand toward the floating Elder Wood. "I don't love you," he said quietly. Impa did not interrupt. The forge did not either. "But I kept you because I was afraid of standing in another world with nothing that spoke my language." He swallowed once. "That's over." The wand's aura flickered. Harry went on, voice firmer now. "You are not my victory. You are not my home. You are not the future of any war I mean to win." He looked at the crack running through it. "So if there's anything in you worth saving, it won't stay a wand." The chamber shook. The white silver aura around the Elder Wand shattered outward in rings like glass struck by a bell note. The crack along the wood blazed. And Harry knew, with the kind of deep, impossible certainty sacred places sometimes forced upon a person, that the wand had finally heard something no master had ever told it no. Not mine. Enough. The suspended ring above the forge dropped lower. Light surged. The Master Sword rose higher to meet it. The Elder Wand splintered. Not physically at first. In essence. Harry saw it as layers of luminous structure unfolding from within the wood, fine lines of spell, channeling, spirals of ownership, knots of history stained with old violence, all of it held together by the wand's absolute belief in singular supremacy. The forge pulled those layers apart, separating what was craft from what was blood memory, what was magical refinement from what was conquest-shaped poison. The light turned violent. Harry shielded his face as the chamber filled with floating fragments of white, silver script, and black cracks of discarded history burning away in the air. The wand itself trembled inside that storm, its form growing thinner, less certain, as if it had spent so long being one thing that becoming anything else felt like erasure. The Master Sword answered, not by consuming, by opening. The blue wound along its fuller brightened, then widened slightly, not damaged this time, but an old hurt-making room. The forge directed the cleanest threads from the unraveling wand toward that opening. Lines of silver, white spellcraft poured into the blade's center and disappeared beneath the steel like rain sinking into thirsty earth. Harry stared. It was not insertion, not fusion in the crude sense. More like translation. The best of the wand, precision channeling, the ability to carry vast magical current without shattering, was being rewritten into the sword's grammar. Everything else burned. There, in the fire, white storm, Harry saw pieces of the Elder Wand's history die, hands drawing it over corpses. Green light cast from elder wood in hate and ambition. A tomb opened by violation, a wand passed from victor to victor as if murder were lineage. All of it blackened, broke, and fell into the streams below as ash, light. The forge refused to preserve any part of that. Harry realized then why Impa had corrected him. Not merging, judgment. Impa's voice came strained across the brightness. Now the cost. Harry tore his eyes from the dissolving wand. What? The sword will not carry your magic safely unless it knows the hand that guides it. Relics may be transformed by sacrifice, but they are awakened by covenant. Her gaze locked on his. You must bind your will to the blade consciously. If you refuse, the forging will stop half-finished and both may fail. Harry looked back at the Master Sword. Silver, white threads were flowing into it in increasing volume now, weaving along the core of the blade beneath the surface. The blue light around it had sharpened, become finer, almost musical, but the steel was vibrating hard enough that the entire pedestal trembled. Covenant. Of course the forge wanted more. What do I do? Impa pointed to the center ring, now glowing with intertwined blue, gold, and silver, white light. Step into the circle. He did not waste time asking what might happen if that was a bad idea. He stepped. The instant his boots crossed the circle's boundary, pain lanced through both hands. Harry cried out. Lines of light lipped from the suspended Master Sword to his right arm, and from the unraveling Elder Wand to his left. For a terrible moment he became the bridge between them. Holy burden in one hand, refined magical supremacy in the other, both asking whether he truly intended to carry one through the death of the other. The force of it drove him to one knee. Visions exploded through him. Not random this time. Structured. The forge showing him possibilities. He saw the Master's sword channeling light through slashes that carried spellwork in their wake. He saw barrier magic anchored in steel rather than wand point. Shields cast as arcs of blue, white force from the blade's movement. He saw short bursts of movement, blink, fast repositioning tied to sword stance, not full teleportation, but the kind of impossible battlefield step that turned defense into answer. He saw Curse's attempt to slide down holy steel and break apart before reaching him. Then he saw the cost. No broad, effortless wandwork anymore. No casual range dominance. No easy separation between combat and magic. Anything he wanted from now on would have to travel through discipline, posture, timing, and intent. Magic would not simply extend from his hand. It would have to be born, fought for, earned through form as much as will. The forge was not merely offering a stronger weapon. It was rewriting how Harry would wage war. The pull intensified. The Elder Wand's remaining structure trembled above the pedestal. Harry saw one final choice hanging in the air. Let the forge preserve a shard of the wand's separate identity as a fallback focus, or surrender it completely so nothing divided the new channel. He knew instantly what the safer part of him wanted. A backup, something in reserve, a secret final answer, and he knew with equal clarity that the forge could feel that hesitation like blood in water. Impa shouted something sharp in Sheikah. The bells above the chamber rang once, far away and thunderous. Harry looked up at the unraveling wand. No, he said aloud, teeth clenched. No fallback. The light in the chamber surged to blinding. I'm done keeping a door open for that thing. The last coherent outline of the Elder Wand flared white, then shattered. Not broken, released. Its form dissolved completely into silver, white radiance that poured into the Master Sword in one final overwhelming arc. The blade screamed, or perhaps it was the forge, or Harry himself. The sound filled the mountain. He felt the covenant take hold then, not ownership, not possession, but binding through mutual burden. The Master Sword accepted the transformed current, because Harry accepted the loss that made it possible. The last of the wand's precision settled into the sword's core, not as arrogance or supremacy, but as capacity, a way for vast magic to move through holy purpose without tearing the blade apart. The bruised, dark wound along the fuller vanished. In its place, delicate silver, white lines appeared beneath the blue steel like a second hidden script running the length of the blade. The forging ended, the circle blew outward in a ring of wind and sacred fire. Harry was thrown back off the platform and hit the black stone hard enough to see stars. For a second all he could hear was ringing. Then the chamber slowly returned. The streams of light calmed. The suspended ring rose back into place. The bells above the mountain fell silent, and at the center of the forge, resting point down in the pedestal, stood the sword. Changed. Not dramatically in silhouette, that was what made it beautiful. The Master Sword remained itself. Same noble line, same winged guard, same ancient blue gem. But now, when the light struck along the blade, faint silver, white runic lines shimmered beneath the surface like moonlight trapped under clear water. The whole weapon seemed more awake, less dimmed than before, yet not louder, just deeper. Harry pushed himself up slowly. His left hand felt empty in a way that stunned him. No wand. No familiar shape tucked against the wrist or hidden in a sleeve. The absence hit harder than grief sometimes did. Not because he mourned the Elder Wand itself, but because for the first time since Ollivander's shop as a child, he held no wand at all. Impa approached the forge with measured steps. "It is done," she said quietly. Harry looked around the platform, almost absurdly expecting splinters, ash, some remnant of elder wood to remain. There was nothing. Not even dust, only the sword. The wand's just gone. Yes. The answer came without softness, but not without understanding. Harry stared at the empty air where it should have been, then at the blade that had taken what was worthy and refused the rest. A strange mix of loss and relief moved through him. The kind you only felt when something dangerous finally ended after being in your life longer than it should have. Impa inclined her head toward the forge. "Take it." Harry stepped forward. No pain greeted him this time. No testing cold. When he wrapped his hand around the hilt, the sword answered at once. Blue light ran softly along the edges, and beneath it the new silver, white channels awakened in delicate pulses timed to his heartbeat. Not omnipotence, not perfect union, but fluency. He lifted the blade. It felt balanced in a new way, not lighter exactly, but more responsive, as though the sword now understood how magic moved through him, and had chosen to accommodate that without losing its own nature. Harry turned it slightly in the sacred light. A thought formed instinctively shield. He didn't speak. He angled the blade across his body and focused. Blue, white force arced outward from the sword's line. Not a full protego dome like wandwork once gave him, but a crescent barrier anchored to the edge and posture of the blade. It held for 2 heartbeats, then dissolved cleanly. Harry stared. Impa nodded. Again. He shifted his footing, this time imagining motion. One short repositioning burst, the kind he had seen in the forge vision. The sword pulsed. Silver white lines along the fuller flashed. For a split second the space in front of him folded strangely, and Harry stepped. Not far, only a few feet. but so quickly it felt like the world had blinked and let him through. He nearly stumbled. Impa did not react except to say, "Do not attempt that off cliffs until you are smarter." Harry looked at her. Was that a sword step? Yes. Crude at present. You are not a sage, so try not to behave like one. That was fair. He looked back at the blade. And spells? Impa considered. Some. Not all. The sword is not a wand wearing new clothes. Do not insult both traditions by pretending otherwise. Harry huffed a laugh. Then he focused again, this time on something simpler. Disarming force shaped through a slash rather than a wand point. He drew the blade in a smooth horizontal cut. A thin silver red arc shot from the edge, struck one of the far empty braziers, and knocked it clean off its mount to spin harmlessly across the floor. Harry's eyes widened. Impa's did not. Precision over breadth. Channel over flood. The forge preserved the wand's best lesson, how to carry power cleanly. Harry lowered the blade slowly. It wasn't stronger than the Elder Wand plus Master Sword had been separately in raw terms. Not yet, maybe not ever. But it was coherent. The contradiction between them was gone. No separate relic waiting to misfire from another philosophy of power. No fracture, no spiritual cross-current. Just one blade. One burden, one answer. The hollow blade. Impa said, as if naming what the room had already decided. Harry glanced at her. She nodded toward the sword. A holy blade, carrying the last purified inheritance of your old world's wandcraft. Not a hollow in the sense of your legends, perhaps, though I suspect the dead would find the symmetry amusing. Harry let the title settle. Hollow blade. It sounded a little dramatic, which meant Hyrule would absolutely keep it. He turned the weapon once more in his hand. Some part of him still waited for panic to come, for regret, for the fear of being wandless in a world that kept finding new ways to kill him. Instead, what came was quieter. Clarity. The Elder Wand had not been taken from him. He had spent it. Spent it well, maybe for the first time in its long cursed history. And the blade in his hand carried that truth now. Impa moved to the edge of the platform and looked up toward where daylight filtered faintly from the sanctuary above. The forging will be felt. Harry's grip tightened slightly. By Ganondorf. Yes. And by those who still watch for hope. That made sense. Nothing this old and loud happened in secret. He slid the hollow blade back into its sheath. The fit was perfect, though the sword's new pulse of magic made the old scabbard glow briefly, as if adjusting around it. What now? Harry asked. Impa turned back to him. Now you learn whether sacrificing one path actually made you wiser on the next. Harry sighed. There's always another test. She raised an eyebrow. Would you prefer leisure? A little, honestly. No, he smiled despite himself. Then the smile faded as he looked once more at his empty left hand. Wandless, really wandless. He flexed the fingers slowly. It felt like standing on a healed leg and realizing the limp had become habit more than injury. Impa saw the motion. You are grieving a shape, she said. That is natural. But remember this, the magic was never in the wood alone. Harry looked at the sheathed blade. No, he said quietly. I suppose not. Together they climbed back toward the sanctuary above. The mountain air hit colder after the forge's chosen heat. Bells stirred overhead as they emerged, ringing soft notes that did not feel ceremonial so much as acknowledging. Clouds had shifted while they were below. Sunlight now spilled through the ravine in pale gold beams, catching the spray of the waterfalls and setting them briefly on fire. Harry paused on the threshold and looked east. Far beyond the mountain folds lay Lineru's waters, Zora's domain, and whatever came next. Far to the west, unseen now but impossible to forget, Hyrule Castle still sat beneath its storm of hatred. The distance between those two things no longer felt like delay. It felt like preparation finally chosen on purpose. Impa stood beside him, small and old and carved from more patience than most kingdoms deserved. You have ended one inheritance, she said. Do not dishonor the cost by rushing back to the castle, because the new blade feels impressive in your hand. Harry let out a breath through his nose. Everyone really enjoys reminding me I'm an idiot. Not an idiot, said Impa. Only a hero. The overlap is unfortunate. He laughed then. Actually laughed? clean and brief and real enough that the bells above answered with a faint accidental chime. The sound followed them as they crossed the bridge back from the sanctuary. Harry did not look for the Elder Wand anymore. There was nothing left to look for. At his side hung the hollow blade, blue and silver, white, holy and sharpened by chosen loss. It would not solve every battle. It would not make him unbeatable. But it no longer argued against itself, and neither, perhaps, did he? Behind them, deep beneath the mountain, the forge went quiet again. Ahead, Hyrule waited, and somewhere under the red-black sky above the castle, Ganondorf felt a weapon change shape in the world and smiled. Not because he feared it, not yet, but because all worthy enemies were forged in pain. This time, Harry intended to make that smile regret its patience. The first thing Harry learned about the hollow blade was that it did not like panic. It answered urgency, yes. It respected decision. It even sharpened beautifully under pressure. But panic made the silver, white channels under the blade flare unevenly, turning clean intention into jagged force. More than once on the road down from the eastern mountains, Harry tried to call the same spell, arcs he had managed in the forge, only to get a crooked burst of light that scorched a tree, rattled his wrist, or threw him half a step farther than intended. The blade did not punish him for fear. It simply refused to let fear pretend it was mastery. So by the time the mountains fell away into the lush blue, green country of Lanayru, Harry had begun to understand the next lesson Hyrule was trying to carve into him. A wand obeyed thought at speed. This blade obeyed thought that survived contact with the body. Stance, breath, weight, timing. It was infuriating. And, Harry admitted to himself by the third day, annoyingly brilliant. Lanayru felt like a different world from central Hyrule. Water lived here in everything. Mist hung over long stone bridges. Rivers cut silver lines through meadows and wet rock. Great waterfalls thundered down layered cliffs into clear basins bright as polished glass. Reeds sang in the wind. Even the light seemed changed, cooler, softer, forever moving over surfaces that reflected it back in wavering pieces. After the dead weight of Hyrule Castle and the solemn mountain forge, the country around Zora's domain felt almost healing. Almost. The deeper Harry traveled into Lanayru, the more he noticed the signs of strain beneath the beauty. Fish floated belly, up in some shallows. The edges of certain pools were stained with a dark residue that looked too much like diluted gloom for comfort. Broken irrigation channels and watch posts showed where something had repeatedly come down from the upper waters and smashed through the defenses. Tracks in the mud, slick, clawed, and far too large to belong to ordinary river beasts, crossed the banks at irregular intervals, and every traveler Harry passed moved with the same look he remembered from war, touched villages in Britain not surprised at danger. Habit. That unsettled him more. He followed the river road upward toward the domain, using the hollow blade sparingly. The sword answered best when he treated each use like a sentence rather than a shout. A short barrier arced to deflect a tumbling boulder loosened by rotten cliff roots. A careful sword, step across a washed out section of road where leaping would have meant a broken ankle in the gorge below. A narrow disarming slash of silver, red force that knocked a Lizalfo spear from its owner's hands without blowing apart half the riverbank. Every success brought the same feeling, not triumph but fit, as if the blade was slowly teaching him how to speak with it. That did not mean it was easy. Once, while crossing a broad stone aqueduct above a torrent, Harry tried to cast too quickly at a flying Octorok spitting rocks from below. The hollow blade answered with a hard, beautiful arc of force that split the first projectile in midair, and carried on into the support wall behind him, cracking a whole section of carved stone. Harry had to throw himself flat while broken masonry roared past and vanished into the river. He lay there for several seconds, cheek pressed to wet stone, breathing hard, then muttered into the aqueduct floor, "Right. Still hate the learning curve." The sword, infuriatingly, offered no sympathy. He saw Zora's domain near dusk. At first it looked impossible. White stone and luminous blue structures rose from the water like something grown rather than built, all flowing curves and sweeping arches that mimicked waves, fins, and river shell spirals. Bridges linked terraces above a vast central basin. Waterfalls poured through the architecture itself, descending in controlled sheets from platform to platform. Lanterns glowed beneath domed roofs. Carved statues of ancient Zora heroes stood watch over the lower approaches with tridents raised toward the sky. It was beautiful enough that Harry slowed without meaning to. It also looked under siege. The outer channels churned with unnatural force, as if the domain's graceful waterworks were straining against something foul in the current. Sections of parapet had been patched with fresh stone. Watchposts bristled with armed Zora guards. Along the lower bridge, civilian figures moved quickly under escort carrying baskets, jars, and bundles toward inner shelters. And out beyond the main approach, where a river widened into a defensive basin, something huge moved beneath the surface. Harry felt his shoulders tighten immediately. A horn sounded from the upper terraces, clear, sharp, urgent. Then another. The thing in the basin erupted upward. It was not elegant, not draconic, not anything natural. A mass of river, water, and black sludge surged into the air, shaped only loosely like a beast, all jaws, fins, and collapsing bulk held together by corruption. Broken bits of timber and armor churned inside it like swallowed debris. Its roar sounded like a waterfall drowning. Zora guards shouted from the bridge. Spears of water and arrows of bright scale, metal flew toward the creature, but the thing simply crashed back into the basin and sent a tidal wave slamming against the outer defenses hard enough to crack stone. Harry had barely taken 2 steps forward when the next shout came. Children. A lower walkway along the side channels had not cleared in time. 2 smaller Zora and 1 elder were stranded there, trapped behind a snapped railing, while the basin's rising surge rolled toward them in a wall of poisoned water. Harry moved before he had a plan. Some habits were too old to wait. He ran down the sloped approach, boots splashing through shallow runoff, and drew the hollow blade in one smooth motion. The silver, white lines beneath the steel flared awake at once. He remembered the forge vision. Defend rather than merely strike, and forced himself to breathe once before acting. The wave hit the broken channel. Harry planted his feet, blade angled low. Shield, he thought, not as a static wall, but as a curve. The hollow blade answered. Blue, white force arsed outward in a crescent broad enough to cover the stranded trio. The corrupted water smashed into it, with a sound like glass and thunder colliding. Harry's arms jolted all the way to the shoulder. The barrier bowed inward. Sludge black residue hissed where it touched the blade light. He almost lost it. Then he shifted his stance, body remembering the 4th shrine, and let the shield curve instead of resisting flat. The wave split. Most of it sheared away around the barrier, crashing into the side channels and outer stones. Some still burst through in dirty spray, but not enough to sweep the Zora from the walkway. A deep voice shouted from the bridge above, strong as a bell. Again, Harry glanced up. A red Zora stood there, taller than the others, broad-shouldered, carrying a trident that gleamed in the fading light. His expression was fierce and focused, not afraid. More like he had been waiting years for something worth fighting in the open. Prince Sidon, some instinct supplied immediately. Harry was beginning to accept that his life no longer offered basic introductions. The corrupted beast surged up again. This time it aimed not at the civilians but at the bridge supports themselves. Sidon leapt from the railing without hesitation, trident first, landing in the shallows atop a broken stone buttress, like he had been born to make impossible entrances. The Zora guards cried out in renewed courage at the sight. Harry admired the timing for exactly half a second. Then the beast struck. Sidon met it head, on thrusting his trident through the outer sludge shell. Blue water, light flared around the weapon and blew a hole through part of the creature's mass. But the corruption folded back over the wound almost instantly. Sidon barely twisted clear before a sludge-laden tendril smashed down where he had stood. Not enough. They needed to purify the thing, not just pierce it. The thought came clear. Harry acted on it. He sword-stepped. The burst was still rough, nothing elegant, but it carried him from the lower channel to the edge of the broken support where Sidon fought. Water sprayed up around both of them. Sidon spared Harry one quick, stunned look. "You are not one of mine." "No," Harry said, already turning into guard, "but I'm helpful." The beast lunged again. Harry did not swing for damage first. He swept the hollow blade upward and cast light through steel, not force. A silver, blue arc cut across the incoming tendril and burst into a shimmering barrier, vein over its surface. The black sludge hissed and peeled back as though offended by being seen too clearly. Clean water flashed beneath the corruption for one brief instant. Sidon understood immediately. His grin came like sunlight through storm. A purifying edge! Excellent! He drove his trident straight through the exposed gap Harry had opened. This time the creature screamed, not in rage, but in fracture. Half its bulk collapsed into ordinary water, sluicing harmlessly down the stone. The remaining corrupted mass recoiled toward the basin. The Zora on the walkway were pulled to safety at last. But the creature was not done. It drew itself together in the deep center of the pool, swelling larger than before. Harry could see the problem now. The corruption was being fed from upstream. Every time part of the beast was cut clean, the poisoned flow simply replenished it. You can't kill it here. Harry shouted over the roar of water. Sidon planted the butt of his trident against the stone. Then we break its source! The answer might have sounded simple, if the whole basin had not begun to churn like a whirlpool. The corrupted flow narrowed suddenly into a spinning column, drawing in broken timbers, shattered rail fragments, and loose stones from every side. At the center of the vortex, a dark core pulsed like a heart made of river filth. Harry saw the civilians still evacuating the lower terraces, saw the cracked supports, saw the exact thing the beast would do next. It's going to hit the domain itself. Sidon's smile vanished. Yes. They moved together without another word. Harry ran left across the support line, while Sidon vaulted right, each taking one angle of the basin. The creature rose, screaming water and sludge into a tower twice the height of the outer gate. Then it collapsed forward. Harry drove the hollow blade point down into the stone and poured everything clean in him into one shape. Hold. Not destroy. Hold. The sword's silver, white channels ignited. A barrier unlike the earlier crescent burst outward, broader and deeper, anchored not just to his stance, but to the very line of the basin wall. Blue, white force laced through the spray like interlocking panes of light. Harry felt the effort rip through him instantly. This was beyond his comfort, beyond control, closer to prayer than technique. For one awful second the wall of corrupted water stopped. Then the pressure doubled. Harry's knees buckled. The barrier screamed. Sidon shouted something sharp in Zora tongue and slammed the butt of his trident into the waterline on the opposite side. A spiraling current of clean, luminous water rose around him and crashed into Harry's barrier from behind, not breaking it, but reinforcing the shape, flowing through the light instead of against it. The two powers met. Holy Blade light, Zora watercraft. The barrier stabilized. The corrupted wave split again, but this time not outward. It peeled upward into a dome shape around the dark core, trapping the sludge hard in a cage of force and current. Harry understood. Now, Sidon leapt. Harry had seen reckless heroics in his life. This was art. The prince launched himself straight up the curve of his own summoned water, spun once through the falling spray, and drove his trident down through the trapped sludge. Core at the exact moment Harry cut the hollow blade upward in a silver, white severing arc. Water and light crossed, the core burst. A shockwave rolled through the basin, knocking Harry to one knee and Sidon backward across the support stones. For a breath everything went white with spray, then the basin fell, not empty clean. Water crashed back into itself in clear blue sheets. The black residue hissed away. The last of the beast dissolved into ordinary river flow and drifted out through the lower spillways harmless as rain. Silence followed. Then the domain erupted. Shouts from the bridge. Calls in the upper terraces. Spears lifted high. Relief moving through the gathered Zora like a visible current. Even from down on the support line Harry could feel the change. A people who had expected another loss and instead gotten a reprieve. Sidon stood first, water streaming from his armor like scales, and turned toward Harry with open delight. Well struck. Harry pushed himself upright, breathing hard. You too. Sidon laughed, full and bright and startlingly alive in a kingdom that so often sounded like grief. Then his eyes dropped to the hollow blade in Harry's hand. The expression changed. Not fear. Recognition. Deep and immediate. He lowered his head slightly. "The blade of evil's bane?" he said, and yet altered. Harry looked at the silver, white lines faintly pulsing beneath the blue steel. "That's one word for it." Sidon's gaze lifted again. "Come. My father will wish to see the one who held the basin with light." Harry almost said no on instinct, then remembered he was trying, for once, not to solve every problem by wandering off alone into worse ones. So he sheathed the blade and followed the prince into Zora's domain. Up close, the domain was even more beautiful than it had seemed from below. Waterways ran through everything, not as decoration but as lifeblood. Bridges curved like swept fins over clear pools lit from beneath by luminous stones. Sculpted columns rose in white, blue spirals, inset with shell-like patterns and polished silver trim. The air smelled of clean water, rain, stone, and something faintly floral Harry couldn't place. Voices echoed musically through the architecture. Even the armor and clothing of the Zora carried artistry in shape and color, as though their whole people had long ago decided utility should never excuse ugliness. It should have felt festive. Instead it felt strained. The outer victory had lifted spirits, yes, but only temporarily. Harry saw it in the hurried movement of healers, the patched sections of lower terraces, the tired guards on upper platforms. This was not the first attack. It had just been the first one turned back cleanly in a while. The central throne terrace was occupied by a Zora of enormous size and age, broad as carved river stone and crowned in gold. King Dorephan, Harry guessed before the name was spoken aloud. Age had not softened him. It had made him seem like the river given judgment. Sidon knelt briefly and spoke at length. Dorephan listened, great eyes moving from his son to Harry and finally to the sword at Harry's side. When he answered, his voice rolled through the terrace like deep water over rock. So far, Harry caught about one word in 10. Sidon turned helpfully. "My father says that arriving in our hour of need, bearing that blade, and choosing to save our people before asking any price is a rare way to introduce oneself." Harry rubbed the back of his neck. "I'm working on better social habits." To his surprise, Dorephan laughed. A vast, resonant sound that shook the basin light. Sidon translated again after speaking with him. "He also asks whether you are always this underdressed for legendary appearances." Harry looked down at his travel-worn coat, damp boots, and probably blood-stained sleeve from 3 regions ago. Apparently, that earned another deep laugh from the king. The ease of it helped. Then the mood shifted. Dorephan leaned forward and spoke more quietly, one heavy hand resting on the carved arm of his throne. Sidon's bright expression sobered as he listened. "The attacks began weeks ago." The prince translated. "Something in the upper waters has been poisoning the flow into our domain. At first we thought it only a natural blight stirred by the kingdom's general decay. Then the sludge began to move with intention. We sent scouts. Some did not return. Others came back speaking of a shrine reservoir high in the mountains, where black water rises against gravity and whispers in the stone." Harry's grip tightened unconsciously on the sheath of the hollow blade. That sounded entirely too much like the beginning of a proper problem. Sidon continued. "My father believes the corruption is being fed by an ancient conduit beneath the old water temple roots. A place connected, perhaps, to the same deep evil that now stirs beneath the castle. We have kept the domain alive by force and vigilance, but if the source is not severed, the waters will keep turning against us." Harry thought of the basin beast, reforming again and again from poisoned flow. "We need to go upstream," he said. Sidon's smile returned, though it was thinner now. "Yes." Dorephan spoke once more, slower. Sidon translated carefully this time. "My father asks a different question first. Not whether you can fight, for that we have seen. He asks whether you understand that our people need more from you than another bold strike." The words landed exactly where they were meant to. Harry said nothing. Dorephan held his gaze. The king continued, and Sidon translated with visible respect. "A warrior who arrives, slays a beast, and leaves a frightened people behind him may be praised in songs. But a protector leaves others stronger than he found them. Which do you intend to be?" The terrace went very still. Harry felt, suddenly, like he was back in the forge. Not because of relics. because the right answer was not the easy one. He thought of his rush to Hyrule Castle, of the Phantom's hand on his chest, of the Master Sword dimming in his grip because he had mistaken reaching the enemy for readiness to defeat him. He thought of the basin just now and how the domain had only held because he and Sidon had shaped defense first, strike second. So when Harry answered, he answered honestly, "I'm trying to stop being the first kind." Dorifan watched him for a long moment. Then the king inclined his great head once. Sidon smiled again, brighter now. "Good. Then Zora's domain may yet like you." Harry stayed. That mattered more than any dramatic declaration. Not because the plot of some legend demanded it, because the domain needed hands, not just heroics. For the next 2 days he worked beside Zora guards, builders, and healers while scouts mapped the upper routes. He used the hollow blade not to dazzle but to reinforce weak spillway walls with short, lived barrier curves while masons reset cracked stone. He helped escort civilians along lower channels during aftershocks in the current. He stood watch at night beside the outer basins, learning how the water sounded just before corruption tried to rise through it. The Zora watched all of it, at first with caution, then with curiosity, then with the odd, warm practicality of people deciding that whatever strange land, born swordsman had dropped into their crisis, at least he was useful, and didn't complain too much when asked to haul things. That last part was untrue. Harry complained constantly, but apparently his standards for complaints still counted as manageable. Sidon appeared everywhere. On patrol, in strategy discussions, helping children rebuild a broken walkway rail 1 hour, and sparring with guards the next. He was exhausting in the way sunlight might be exhausting if given a trident and permission to speak at length. Harry found him impossible to dislike. On the second evening, after a long day of reinforcing the lower channels, Sidon led Harry to a quieter upper terrace where clear water flowed through a circular pool beneath statues of past Zora champions. "This place," Sidon said, resting his trident against the stone rail, "holds memory well." Harry looked around. The pool reflected the evening sky so clearly it seemed to continue downward forever. The statues around it were different from the militant outer figures, softer, more elegiac. One in particular stood with a raised healing hand and calm eyes. Mifa, Harry knew her at once. The knowing hurt. Sidon noticed his expression and smiled sadly. "Yes, my sister." Harry looked back at the statue. "I'm sorry." Sidon was quiet for a time. The waterfalls below filled the silence. "At first," he said, "I hated memory. It made every corridor in this domain echo louder. Every kindness felt unfinished. Every victory tasted of absence." He glanced sideways at Harry. "You understand this, I think." Harry stared down into the pool, more than he wanted to admit. Sidon continued, voice gentler now, "But water teaches what stone often forgets. Memory is not only where pain remains, it is also where shape remains. We become what we continue to carry well." The words struck with uncomfortable accuracy. Harry looked at the hollow blade lying across his knees where he sat beside the pool. Blue steel, silver, white channels. One relic honestly spent to change another. "What become what we continue to carry well," he repeated. Sidon nodded. The evening light moved across the water. For a moment, perhaps because he was tired or because Lanayru really did hold memory differently, Harry thought he saw another reflection there beneath his own and Sidon's. Green cloth, fair hair, a quiet face he did not fully know and yet somehow recognized. Beside that reflection stood a smaller Zora figure with kind eyes and patient sorrow. The image lasted only a heartbeat. Then the pool showed only water again. Harry didn't mention it. Some things were clearer when left quiet. Instead he asked, "What's at the source?" Sidon's mouth tightened slightly. "We will know by tomorrow. My scouts returned before dusk. The upper reservoir is feeding from an old sanctified root, once used to bless the waters entering the domain. Something has fouled the heart channel there. It is guarded?" Harry snorted softly. "Naturally." "Of course," Sidon said with full sincerity. "This is Hyrule?" That got a real laugh out of him. A small one, but real. When he finally rose from the poolside, Harry felt something settle in him. Not the dramatic shift of prophecy, not the sharp edge of combat readiness, but a quieter thing. The domain had needed protection, and for the first time in Hyrule he had given it without trying to make the act itself into the whole victory. That was new. That mattered. They departed for the upper reservoir at dawn. Harry, Sidon, 4 Zora Guard swimmers, and 1 elder engineer who knew the ancient water routes better than anyone still living. The climb took them through mist, laced cliffs, and along narrow channels carved into the mountain itself. The higher they rose, the worse the water became. Clean flow gave way to murk to streaks of black sheen. Then, near the sanctified road, the streams stopped sounding like water altogether and started sounding like whispers dragged through stone. Harry hated that immediately. The final approach opened into a hidden basin ringed by sheer walls and the broken remains of an old water temple gate. Carved fish and wave motifs had been split apart by veins of black, red residue that pulsed faintly in the seams. At the center, where a great circular spillway should have poured clean water into Lanayru's channels, a whirlpool of sludge rotated backward against gravity, and standing before it, ankle-deep in black water, was a figure in armor made of barnacle, dark metal, and old royal filigree. Not alive, not dead either. A drowned knight of some older age, its eye, slits glowing with the same red intelligence Harry had seen in the phantom beneath the castle. Around it circled lesser sludge forms like hounds. Sidon's grip tightened on his trident. That is no river beast. Harry drew the hollow blade. No, he said softly. It's a message. The drowned knight lifted its spear, and the poisoned reservoir answered. The battle at the upper waters was not won by force alone. That was the point. The sludge hounds hit first, rushing down the broken spillway in snapping waves. Harry did not meet them by charging ahead. He stepped in front of the elder engineer, and the 2 guards holding the rear channel, angled the hollow blade low, and cast a wide barrier, sweep across the stone. Sidon's water spear met the same line from the flank. Light and clean current sheared the first hounds apart before they could reach the support team. The drowned knight came next. It moved with awful calm, spear cutting precise lines through the poisoned air. Harry met it blade to spear and felt the difference at once, not as overwhelming as the phantom in the castle, but built from the same school of malice. Calculating, adaptable. The knight pushed not to kill Harry first, but to drive him away from the spillway controls while the sludge behind it fed upward into the reservoir heart. Harry understood the tactic immediately. "You cut the source," he shouted to Sidon. "I'll hold this one." Sidon flashed him a fierce grin.
With pleasure.
The prince vaulted away toward the reservoir rim with 2 guards following, leaving Harry alone with the drowned knight in the middle of the sanctified rote. For the first few exchanges, Harry fought as he always did against better, trained opponents, messy, reactive, creative. Then the lesson of Lanayru returned. Defend first, anchor first. The hollow blade answered beautifully when he stopped trying to overwhelm the knight and instead turned every motion into territory control. A barrier arc cut off one poisoned flank. A tight disarming slash knocked the spearline off center. A sword step took him inside a thrust, not for a flashy killing blow, but to place himself between the knight and the channel lever behind him. The drowned thing hissed through its helm. Its red eye, lights brightened. Then it changed tactics and drove a pulse of black water at the rear team. Harry didn't think. He turned and cast the broadest shield he had managed yet. The hollow blade sang. Blue, white force expanded over the engineer and guards in a domed arc. The poison surge hit and split around them, hissing harmlessly into the side gutters. Harry felt the impact all the way through his spine, but the shield held. Behind the knight, Sidon struck the first spillway seal. Ancient mechanisms groaned. The backward whirlpool at the center of the reservoir faltered. The drowned knight screamed. Harry pivoted on instinct and cut straight through the sound with a 2-handed upward slash. The silver, white channels in the blade flashed brilliantly. The knight's chest split open, not in blood, but in dark water and trapped red light. For one instant Harry saw what had been inside the armor, not a corpse, but a knot of gloom wearing memory as shape. He drove the blade through the knot. Holy light burst. The armor collapsed empty. At the same moment Sidon shattered the second seal, and clean mountain water roared through the old sanctified root like judgment finally remembered. The sludge, whirlpool imploded. Black residue tore free from the spillway stones in shrieking ribbons, and was dragged down into the sacrificial overflow channels where ancient purification runes flared awake for the first time in generations. The basin trembled, then stilled. Clean water poured downward. Real water. Lanayru's song returned to the channels with such sudden clarity that Harry felt it in his teeth. The Zora around him shouted in triumph. Sidon raised his trident high, laughing aloud as spray and morning light turned him into something that looked almost legendary enough to make Harry suspicious. The elder engineer fell to his knees weeping with relief, and Harry stood in the middle of it all, chest heaving, blade bright in his hand, and realized the difference. This victory did not belong only to him. That made it larger. When they returned to Zora's domain, the mood had changed completely. The waters entering the lower basins ran clear again. The dark stains at the channel mouths were already fading. Children were back out on upper terraces under watchful eyes. Guards still stood ready, but now their postures carried confidence instead of pure fatigue. The whole domain seemed to breathe deeper. Dorifan received them in the central basin before half the city. Sidon spoke with joyous emphasis. The elder engineer added details in grave, trembling language. Then the king looked to Harry and rose, slowly, heavily, magnificently, from his throne. The gathered Zora fell quiet. Sidon translated, "My father says this. Today you did not merely cut down a monster. You stood where the blow would fall and made our people safe long enough for us to save ourselves. That is the work of a protector." The words landed deeper than Harry expected. More than praise. Recognition of the lesson he had nearly missed. Dorifan lifted one great hand, and an attendant stepped forward carrying a folded mantle of blue, white scalecloth clasped with silver. Sidon smiled as he took it. "A gift of the domain," he said. "Not armor, though it will turn water and light cold more kindly than your current clothing. A sign also that Lanayru remembers who defended her flow." Harry took the mantle carefully. It shimmered in the light like river skin. For a moment he could not think what to say. So he said the truth. "Thank you." Sidon's grin widened. "You are improving at social habits." Harry gave him a dry look. "Don't spread that around." Laughter rippled through the gathered Zora. It felt good, too good, perhaps, because Hyrule never let warmth last without reminding you what it was trying to protect. That evening, as the domain celebrated the clearing of the waters, a messenger arrived from the northern roads carrying news of movement in the volcanic region beyond Lanayru. Monsters stirred unusually near Death Mountain. Trade paths were failing. Something in the heat beneath the old Goron roots had awakened. Sidon found Harry on the upper terrace again, where the pool reflected sunset in long red gold strips. "You heard," the prince said. Harry nodded. "Of course it's another disaster." Sidon folded his arms over the rail and looked toward the horizon where distant peaks glowed faintly under darkening sky. "This is the kingdom we inherited." Harry rested the hollow blade beside him. Its silver-white channels glimmered softly beneath the evening light. Not demanding, not restless, ready. "The waters are clear now," he said. "For the moment? And you'll hold them?" Sidon smiled, though something bittersweet touched it. "Yes, we will." He turned then, serious again. "When you go to the mountain, remember what the waters taught you." Harry looked down at the blade, then at his own reflection wavering beside it in the pool. Defend first, strength shared, victory that leaves others stronger. He nodded once. "I will." The reflection shifted with the ripples. For a heartbeat just beneath his own face, he thought he saw another, green-clad, quiet-eyed, carrying grief with the same uncomfortable familiarity as a second pulse. Then the water smoothed, and only Harry remained. Perhaps that was the lesson too, not to become the old hero completely. To let memory sharpen shape without erasing the man holding it. When night finally settled over Zora's domain, the falls sang cleanly again, and lantern light danced in 1,000 reflected pieces across the basins. Below, the people of the waters celebrated survival. Above, Harry Potter stood with a Zora prince at his side, and a kingdom still breaking in other directions, and understood for the first time that hope was not a single shining triumph. It was maintenance. It was people breathing easier because you stayed long enough to help. It was water cleared today, so someone might endure tomorrow. And when he left Lanayru at dawn, wearing the blue, white mantle of the domain over his shoulders, and carrying the hollow blade with steadier hands than before, he did not walk like a boy rushing to the next fight. He walked like someone beginning to understand what the fights were for. The road from Lanayru to Eldin taught Harry that kingdoms did not break in neat pieces. They failed by connected pressures. Clear one poisoned water route, and suddenly the caravans that should have resumed trade still did not come. Restore one region's breathing room, and the next messenger arrived carrying news that food, medicine, or simple hope could not move where it needed to go, because some other road had become a throat with a hand around it. Hyrule did not have the luxury of isolated disasters, which meant neither did Harry. He left Zora's domain under a clear morning sky, the blue, white mantle of the waters resting light across his shoulders and the hollow blade quiet at his side. Sidon escorted him as far as the lower bridges, talking the entire way with the tireless brightness of someone who treated encouragement not as a mood, but as a combat style. You will like the Gorons, Sidon declared as they paused where the river road began to turn away from the domain. They are direct, loyal, and magnificently loud. It is possible you may even seem quiet among them. Harry looked at him. That feels unlikely. Sidon grinned. You underestimate how much noise can live in a mountain. That sounded fair. Their farewell was easier than Harry expected and harder too. Easier, because Sidon made solemnity impossible to sustain for long, harder, because leaving somewhere he had actually helped without destroying it felt strangely unfamiliar. The prince clasped his forearm once, strong and warm. When the road grows foolish, Sidon said, remember the waters. Harry nodded. Defend first. And? He sighed, shared strength. Staying long enough to matter. Sidon's smile sharpened into approval. Excellent. You have become at least marginally teachable. Harry snorted and turned toward the northern road. By noon the sound of waterfalls had faded behind him. By evening, the air had started to change. Eldin announced itself gradually. The earth reddened first. Soil gave way to stone streaked with iron and old fire. Green thinned from the hillsides until only stubborn shrubs and heat, loving grasses clung to the cracks. Then came the smell, not smoke exactly, but mineral heat, like rain striking a forged stone. Rivers narrowed into faster, hotter channels. Steam rose from fissures in the ground. Far ahead, beyond layered black-red ridges, Death Mountain loomed against the sky like a sleeping god with lava breathing beneath its skin. Harry had seen volcanoes in pictures. This was not that. This mountain felt inhabited by its own furnace. The Zora mantle helped. It seemed to draw the edge from the worst of the heat, cooling the air around his shoulders just enough to keep the climb tolerable. Without it, Harry suspected the lower Eldin roads would already have turned him back. As it was, sweat still gathered at his neck by mid-morning and dried by noon before it could properly fall. The road itself should have been busy. That became obvious by what remained of it. Wide wagon grooves had been burned into the stone over generations. Way stations, watchtowers, and carved rest niches dotted the road at regular intervals. Old trade markers stood at forks, shaped like hammers, anvils, and stylized mountain crests. Yet nearly all of it lay abandoned now. Some stations had simply been left to the heat and dust. Others had been smashed. One watchtower had been cut clean through, its upper half lying split beside the road in a scatter of blackened blocks. Harry stopped there. The cut had not come from heat, or random monster damage. It was too clean, too deliberate, too high. His hand settled unconsciously on the hollow blade's hilt. Something strong lived on this road. The first people he met confirmed it. They were not travelers so much as survivors. 3 Gorons and 2 Hylian traders camped in the shadow of a basalt overhang well off the main path, where the rocks still held a little morning coolness. The Gorons were enormous, even sitting down broad bodies of living stone and muscle, with glowing orange cracks like dormant magma tracing through dark hides. The Hylians looked exhausted in the way only people who had seen a route fail beneath them could look exhausted. When Harry approached, every head turned at once. One of the Gorons rose immediately, gripping a stone maul in both hands. Not hostile, exactly, protective. Harry stopped at a respectful distance and kept both hands visible. "I'm not looking for trouble," he said. The Goron grunted, eyeing the blade at Harry's side. "Then you picked the wrong road, little guy." At least this region had the courtesy to speak his language. The other Gorons relaxed a fraction after that. One of the traders stood, wiping sweat and dust from his face, and gave Harry the kind of desperate appraisal people reserved for armed strangers who might either save them or make everything worse. "You came up from Lanayru," he asked. Harry nodded. The man exhaled sharply. "Then you haven't seen it yet?" "That depends what it is." The tallest Goron snorted. "Big mean. Horse, cat nightmare with a bow." Harry blinked. "Horse, cat?" The second trader, a woman with a bandaged hand and a burn across one sleeve, said flatly, "Lunnel." That name he knew before she finished saying it. The instinct hit hard enough to make his spine go tight. Apex predator. Heavy bow. Crusher, spear, or blade depending on type. Fast enough to make large creatures look clumsy. Smart enough to punish fear and routine both. One of Hyrule's monsters that was not merely dangerous, but personal about it. Harry was getting progressively less fond of inherited battlefield knowledge. "Where?" he asked. The Goron pointed up the road with the maul handle. "Shatterback Pass. Sits on the old trade climb where the canyon narrows. Been there 6 days. Maybe 7. Kills anything that tries the road. Doesn't even eat most of it." He bared his rocky teeth. "Just likes making sure nothing gets through." That matched the ruined watchtower. Harry looked uphill. Heat shimmered above the red stone path as it wound into blacker heights. Somewhere up there, the pass held shut like a fist. "What's it guarding?" he asked. The Gorons exchanged a look. The eldest among them, smaller but denser than the others, tapped the ground with stubby fingers. "Could be nothing," he said. "Could be instinct. Could be the monsters near Death Mountain are stirring strange, and it picked the choke point because it knows prey bunch up there." His eyes narrowed. Could be something further up is calling the strong ones to hold key roads. Harry thought of the drowned knight at the reservoir. The phantom under the castle, Ganondorf's influence seeding itself outward through routes, waters, and old sanctified places. A message, he'd called it. Maybe this was another one. The younger Goron growled low in his chest. "Whatever the reason, miners can't get down from the upper camps. Supply sledges can't get up. We tried the ridge trails too. Bokoblins took one, falling rock sealed the other. That road is the only real route left." That did it. Not because Harry wanted the fight. Because the pass mattered. He crouched by the campfire ring and looked at the rough route sketch the traders had scratched into the ash with a stick. Shatterback Pass sat at a narrow bend where the road crossed a stone bridge over a lava-cut ravine before climbing into higher quarry country. Steep walls on both sides, little cover. Bad footing in places. Exactly the sort of ground a Lionel would choose if it wanted every approach to feel like a challenge. One of the traders looked at the blade on Harry's back and then at him. "You're thinking about trying." Harry met her eyes. "Yes." The camp fell quiet. Then the biggest Goron gave a deep, rolling sigh that sounded like a boulder settling. "Course you are. Swords got that kind of look." Harry almost asked what kind of look a sword had, then decided he did not actually want the answer. Instead he said, "I'm not charging it blindly." That earned him a skeptical silence strong enough to be insulting. He looked around the camp. "I'm serious." The eldest Goron folded thick arms over his chest. "Then maybe there's hope for you yet, little guy." Harry spent the afternoon preparing. That, more than anything, marked how far Hyrule had changed him. A month ago, less, probably, he would have gone the moment he heard the pass was blocked. Wand out, good intentions blazing. Ready to improvise his way through disaster and apologize to the rubble later. Now he watched the road. He climbed a side ridge with one of the traders who knew the lower canyon, and spent an hour under the heat shimmer learning the land before he let himself approach it. Shatterback Pass became clear in pieces. The main road narrowed between black-red cliffs, crossed an arched bridge over a deep split in the mountain, then widened into a bowl-shaped rise of broken stone and abandoned ore carts. Beyond that, the trail bent again toward upper quarry roads. The Lionel was there. Even at a distance, Harry felt the scale of it. It stood on the bridge as if it had been carved for the place. Massive leonine body ringed with muscle, crimson mane lashing in the heat, wind, humanoid torso armored in scorched bronze and dark leather, a heavy bow strapped across its back, and a curved blade resting against one shoulder, horns arsed from its brow like blackened crescents. It was not pacing nervously or roaring for effect. It simply stood there in ownership, surveying the pass with a predator's patience. Then, while Harry watched from the ridge, a boulder shifted on one of the upper slopes. The Lionel's head snapped toward the sound instantly. In one fluid motion it drew the bow, loosed an arrow, and shattered the rock in mid, fall before it could even hit the road. Harry went still. The thing was not merely strong. It was terrifyingly precise. The traitor beside him swore under her breath. Harry said nothing. He kept watching. Patterns mattered. The Lionel patrolled the bridge and the immediate bowl behind it. Every so often it scanned the ridges. Twice it fired at shadows or movement too slight for Harry to identify clearly. Once it prowled back to an overturned ore wagon and kicked aside something metallic beneath it. Supplies, perhaps, or bodies. Hard to tell at this distance. Most importantly, it was alone. No Bokoblin support. No ambush squad hidden in the rocks. Just the road, the ravine, old carts, loose scree, and an apex killing machine that did not appear to need help. On the way back down the ridge, Harry began assembling the fight in his head. Not a duel. A sequence. Lure it off the bridge if possible. Limit the bow advantage. Use terrain. Force movement around obstacles. Avoid trading strength. Use the hollow blade for interruption, not dominance. Short sword, steps only. Too much blink work on unstable stone, and he'd break his own neck before the Lionel did him the courtesy. Save the largest barrier casts for the bow volleys. And above all, do not let it control the range. He returned to the camp near sunset and found the Gorons already loading a battered ore sledge. Harry frowned. What's that for? The youngest Goron blinked. If you kill it? I said I'd clear the pass, not join a funeral parade. Right, the Goron said. If you clear it. Harry rubbed a hand over his face. That's not better. The eldest Goron, who had introduced himself hours earlier as Grum, crouched beside the campfire and tapped a wrapped bundle. Blast ore? He said. Harry looked up sharply. Inside the cloth lay several red, black stones laced with glittering mineral veins. Even before Grum explained, Harry could guess what they did. We'll use these for quarry breaks, the Goron said. Hit 'em hard enough. They go up hotter than dragon spit. Not stable for carrying into a proper fight unless you're real stupid. Harry eyed the war. You're offering them to me. Grum shrugged. You're climbing toward a Lionel alone. We've passed real stupid already. That was, annoyingly, fair. Harry took 2 pieces. No more. Enough to make terrain matter if needed, not enough to turn the whole pass into his own grave. By the time night settled fully, the plan existed. It was not a good plan. Those were rare. But it was a plan with structure, which for Harry Potter counted as growth bordering on sainthood. He slept badly anyway. Dreams came in fragments. A bridge over open dark. Hooves pounding stone. A green-clad figure raising shield against a rain of arrows that moved faster than thought. Not memory exactly. Anticipation shaped by old courage. When Harry woke before dawn, the hollow blade was already warm beneath its sheath. He went up alone. The camp did not argue. That surprised him until he realized why this was not Britain. People in Hyrule had lived too long under monsters to romanticize every fight as something the whole village should join just because courage sounded better in company. The pass needed clearing. The best chance was one trained fighter, a few prepared contingencies, and everyone else staying alive long enough to use the road if he succeeded. That, Harry thought, was either grim wisdom or profoundly depressing. Probably both. Morning heat had already begun to gather by the time he reached the lower bend beneath the bridge. The ravine below glowed dull orange in its deeper cuts, where lava moved far under the rock like a buried heartbeat. Heat haze warped the air. Loose stones shifted underfoot. High above, vultures or something close enough to vultures circled in slow, patient loops. Harry stopped behind a broken supply cart near the final approach and drew the hollow blade. Blue steel. Silver, white script beneath. The sword answered him with a low pulse. No backup focus. Just stance, breath, and will carried honestly through the blade. He rolled one shoulder. Adjusted the Zora mantle tighter. Checked the blast or pouches hooked at his belt. Then he stepped out onto the road. The Lionel noticed at once. Of course it did. Its head lifted from where it had been watching the upper road. Red eyes locked down the pass onto Harry. The great body shifted, not with surprise but with alert pleasure, like a predator realizing the morning had finally improved. Harry kept walking until he stood in the open, before the bridge's first arch. The Lionel lowered the curved blade from its shoulder and drove the point into stone with a metallic crack. Then, in a voice rough as a landslide, it spoke. Little hero. Harry's blood went cold, not because it talked. Because it used that word. He tightened his grip on the hollow blade. You know what I am, then. The Lionel's lip curled back from long fangs. I know what follows you. That sounded entirely too much like Ganondorf's influence speaking through another thing's mouth. Heat rolled up from the ravine. The Lionel reached back over one shoulder and drew its bow. Harry moved first. The first volley came faster than thought. 3 arrows. One high, one center. One low, not aimed simply to hit but to herd. Harry's body reacted before his mind could name the geometry. He soared, stepped left, felt the world jerk around him in a burst of silver, white displacement. Then cut the nearest arrow from the air as he landed. The other 2 exploded against the road behind him in bursts of fire. Not ordinary arrows. Of course not. The blast hit like a furnace door slamming open. Harry threw a barrier over his back and let the shockwave roll around him rather than through him. Then the Lionel charged. The sheer speed of something that size moving with that much purpose was obscene. It crossed the bridge in a storm of hooves and stone chips, curved blade rising in one hand, while the other reached back for another arrow even as it ran. Harry threw a narrow slash of force down the road, not to wound, but to spoil the line. Silver red light struck the bridge stones before the Lionel and burst them upward. For a human opponent, the broken footing would have meant a stumble. The Lionel vaulted the shattered section without losing momentum. Harry swore and met the first blade strike with the hollow blade. The collision rang like an anvil hit inside a cathedral. Power screamed through his arms. He gave ground instantly rather than lock strength against strength, pivoting with the blow and letting it tear a furrow through the road where his chest had been. The Lionel reversed the weapon mid-motion and slammed a backhanded shield bash with its bow arm toward Harry's head. He ducked, cut low at the foreleg, and almost landed clean, almost. The Lionel twisted impossibly fast. His blade scored armor and fur instead of tendon, a shallow cut, enough to prove it could bleed. Not enough to matter yet, the beast laughed. Actually laughed, then kicked. Harry flew sideways into the wreckage of an old ore cart and hit hard enough to feel one rib protest sharply. He rolled before the next arrow could pin him to the splintered wood. It struck where his shoulder had been and blew the entire cart apart in a blast of burning fragments. Too much range control, too much physical dominance. Harry needed the terrain. He retreated uphill deliberately, drawing the Lionel off the bridge and into the quarry bowl where abandoned carts, rock spines, and partially collapsed ore trenches broke sightlines. The beast followed at a measured pace now, no longer rushing. It had tested him. It knew he was not simple prey. That made it worse, not better. The Lionel stalked between 2 old ore lifts and smiled through fangs. Better than the castle, Shadow said. Harry's stomach tightened, so the thing was touched by that deeper malice, not puppeted perhaps, not fully controlled, but informed. Does it tell all your jokes for you? Harry called back, or just the stupid ones. The Lionel answered with another arrow. Harry brought the hollow blade up in a diagonal guard. The barrier arc formed exactly where he wanted it this time, tight, slanted, precise. The arrow struck, detonated, and sheared off the shield curve in a flood of fire that rolled harmlessly overhead instead of into him. Better. The Lionel loosed a second arrow before the first flames had cleared. Harry soared, stepped right between the burning fragments, landed behind a broken mine track, and slashed a disarming crescent toward the bow. The Lionel yanked the weapon aside. The arc clipped one horn instead, leaving a bright silver gouge. Its eyes narrowed. Good, angry was better than amused. Harry moved again, not waiting for the retaliation. He cut through a hanging chain above the linel, dropping an old ore bucket the size of a carriage onto the road. The beast smashed it apart with one contemptuous swing, but that half-second of blocked sightline let Harry throw the first blast ore. It clattered beneath the linel's rear hooves. The beast noticed instantly and leapt clear. The explosion still caught it along one flank. Fire and red, black stone shards burst upward in a spray hot enough to turn the air white. The linel roared and landed hard, one side of its armor blackened and smoking now. Not crippled, not even close, but hurt. Harry came in fast. He sword-stepped once, twice, short. Brutal bursts that carried him through the settling blast smoke and into striking range before the beast fully reset. The hollow blade flashed in a tight combination shoulder, elbow, inner thigh. The first hit armor and rang off, the second bit shallow, the third drew a line of blood. The linel caught the next strike on its own blade and hammered down with force that bent Harry's knees. Then it head-butted him. Stars burst across his vision. He stumbled back just in time to avoid the follow, up slash that cut a glowing line through the stone where his body would have been. The linel did not pause. Its bow vanished across its back in one fluid movement. A massive crusher-headed weapon, gods knew where it had been secured, came into its hands instead, all brutal weight and spiked metal. Harry's heart dropped. He knew enough to know this was worse. The curved blade had been lethal precision. The crusher was catastrophe on a handle. The linel swung. Harry did not try to block. He sword-stepped clear and still felt the impact through the road as the crusher hit, shattering a whole slab of quarry stone into flying fragments. One piece clipped his shoulder hard enough to numb the arm for a moment. The second swing came from below. He barely cleared it. The shockwave lifted him off his feet and slammed him onto a sloped pile of loose scree that started sliding toward the ravine edge. Harry dug the hollow blade into the stones to arrest the slide, sparks spitting from the edge. The linel charged uphill through the dust cloud. Harry had one heartbeat to think. Then he saw it. The old ore rails curving along the slope, half buried but intact enough to lead toward a broken loading chute over the ravine. Above them, lodged in a cracked support frame, hung one last mine cart still loaded with stone. A stupid idea. His specialty. He kicked off the scree, ran along the rail line, and slashed the retaining pin from the cart as he passed. The linel followed without hesitation. The loaded cart began to move. Slowly at first, then faster. Harry reached the end of the rails near the loading chute and turned just as the linel realized what was coming. It smashed the crusher once into the track, trying to derail the cart. Too late. The weight hit like a boulder avalanche, slamming the beast broadside and carrying both cart and linel into the chute edge. Stone exploded. The linel went half over the ravine. Half. Its forelegs in one hand caught the broken lip. The crusher fell, spinning down into the orange dark. Harry did not waste the chance. He sprinted in, raised the hollow blade for the finishing strike, and stopped himself half a breath before bringing it down. Because the linel was not helpless. Its bow hand still moved. Its eyes were still perfectly clear, and the road beneath Harry's feet groaned. Trap! He jerked backward an instant before the linel's hindquarters kicked up with monstrous force, shattering the remaining lip of the chute into open air. The beast hauled itself back onto the road in a violent surge of muscle and rage. One horn was chipped now. Blood ran from its side. Dust and sparks coated its mane. It looked, Harry thought dimly, like the mountain had decided to hate him personally. It roared. This time not amused at all. Then fire rolled out of its mouth. Harry had not known it could do that. Or rather, some old echo had known, but Harry had not brought the knowledge to the front in time. The sheet of flame tore across the broken quarry lip. He threw the broadest barrier he could manage. The hollow blade answered with a convex shield that held for perhaps 2.5 of the longest seconds of Harry's life before the heat started punching through. The Zora mantle hissed where sparks struck it. His boots slid backward across the rubble. He could not hold. He changed angle, not resisting flat. Lanayru's lesson again. Harry twisted the shield into a curve, letting the flames split around him and wash into the rock walls on either side. The heat still scorched his face and hands. The world smelled suddenly of burned cloth and hot iron. But when the fire ended, he was still standing, barely. The Lionel was already drawing the bow again. No more mistakes, Harry thought. No more waiting for the perfect chance. He needed a decisive opening. The next 3 arrows came charged with crackling yellow light. Shock arrows. Harry moved before they loosed. Sword step left, then immediately right off the first landing, breaking the prediction line. 1 arrow grazed his sleeve and burst in a net of lightning that turned half the quarry wall white. Another took the old loading frame and sent molten bolts raining down. The third, Harry cut from the hip. The hollow blade's disarming arc hit the arrow in flight, split its charge, and redirected the halves into the rail bed on either side of the Lionel. Electricity exploded through the metal lines under its own hooves. The beast convulsed. Not long. Not enough, but enough. Harry ran. The last blast ore still hung at his belt. He tore it free and hurled it not at the Lionel's body, but at the ground directly before its front legs, as it fought through the shock, stagger. Then he soared, stepped straight into the creature's blind side, and drove the hollow blade deep into the chipped horn at the base where silver damage already marked the earlier strike. The ore detonated. The Lionel's head snapped sideways from the concussive force at the exact moment Harry ripped the blade downward. With every ounce of strength the shrines, the forge, and pure stubborn panic had left him. Horn, brow, and shoulder line opened in one blazing cut. Holy blue, white light flooded the wound. The Lionel screamed. It reared. Harry was thrown clear and hit hard, sliding through dust and broken or down to one knee with the sword still in his hand. For a heartbeat, neither of them moved. Then the Lionel landed badly. One foreleg buckled. Blood sheeted down its face in dark lines. The damaged horn hung broken. Its bow clattered away over the edge and vanished into the ravine. Still it did not fall. Still it stood. Harry stared in exhausted disbelief. The beast lifted its head. Red eyes met his across the ruined quarry, and in that final look, the corruption behind them seemed to peel back just a little. Not gone, not cleansed, but loosened enough that something truer showed through. A warrior's pride. Fear, yes, hunger certainly, but also recognition. The Lionel snorted blood and heat. Then, to Harry's astonishment, it discarded the remaining blade too. No weapons now. Only itself. Challenge. The meaning passed clear as speech. Finish this honestly. Harry's lungs burned. His ribs ached. One arm felt half-cooked from the fire breath. He should have hated the invitation. Instead, something old in him answered. He rose slowly, set both feet in the dust, lifted the hollow blade in a two-handed guard. The Lionel charged one last time. No arrows, no tricks, just speed and monstrous force. Harry met it with timing. The world narrowed to hoofbeats, one opening, one breath. At the final instant he soared, stepped not away, but through the angle, inside the killing line exactly as the shrine construct had once forced him to learn. The hollow blade rose in a tight, merciless thrust under the lifted forequarters and into the throat where blood, momentum, and holy steel all found the same answer. The Lionel crashed past him. 3 more steps, then stopped. For one impossible second it remained standing against the smoke and heat and broken road. Then the great body collapsed. Silence hit the quarry like a dropped curtain. Harry stayed where he was, sword still raised, chest heaving so hard it hurt. The hollow blade's silver, white channels glowed brightly for a moment longer, then softened. No triumphant blaze. No divine fanfare. Just the quiet hum of a weapon that had carried what he asked and expected him to survive the rest himself. Harry looked at the fallen Lionel. The corruption around its wounds was already evaporating into thin black steam. Underneath, the body looked somehow less monstrous. Still enormous. Still lethal. But more real. As if some layer of Ganondorf's listening malice had ridden the beast and now been cut away with the horn. He stepped closer carefully. The Lionel's eyes had dimmed, though not entirely. As Harry watched, the final red in them faded to something darker, calmer. Not human, not tame, but no longer watching him with another mind's amusement. The beast gave one last rough breath and was still. Harry lowered the hollow blade. For a long moment he could hear only wind, heat, and the faint creak of settling quarry timbers. Then, from far below the road bend came shouting. Goron's traders, people who had been watching the pass from a safer distance, and had only now decided the morning was unlikely to end with Harry's body rolling down the slope. He almost laughed. Instead, he sat down very hard on a broken rail tie and let himself shake. Not from fear after the fact, from the release of staying alive through the kind of fight where one wrong blink would have been enough. He looked at the hollow blade resting across his knees. The blade was dusty, scorched near the guard, flecked with blood and quarry grit, but steady, no instability, no spiritual cross-current, no crack racing up wood grain toward disaster, just one weapon, honestly carried, that had proven itself against something physically beyond Harry in almost every category. Not because it made him stronger than the Lionel, because it let him fight cleaner. That mattered. More footsteps, louder now. By the time Grum and the others reached the quarry bowl, Harry had managed to stand again, though perhaps not convincingly. The biggest Goron took one look at the dead Lionel, then at Harry, then at the destroyed road around both, and let out a low whistle like steam escaping a pressure valve. "Well," Grum said, "road's clear." Harry coughed once. That was the plan. The trader woman stared at the fallen beast with naked disbelief. "You actually did it." He looked at the ravine, the shattered carts, the broken bridge lip, and the scorch marks still smoking along half the quarry. In fairness, the mountain helped. That earned a bark of laughter from one of the Gorons. Then the younger Goron pointed at the dead Lionel's broken horn and said reverently, "By the peak you fought it close." Harry looked down at his burned sleeve, torn coat, and blood drying at his temple. "Yes," he said. "I noticed. They moved fast after that, not out of disrespect, but because Eldon taught practicality the way Lanayru taught flow. The pass needed clearing while the victory still held. Carts were righted. Rubble was shifted. Two Gorons hauled the Lionel's body aside with solemn, wary effort, muttering what sounded suspiciously like apologies to the mountain for getting blood on one of its roads. Harry helped where he could, which was less than his pride wanted and more than Grum liked seeing. "Sit down before you fall down, little guy." The elder Goron grumbled, "I'm fine. You are mostly vertical." Different thing. Harry sat. From his place on the broken rail tie, he watched the road reopen in pieces. Traders peered around the bend from below. Miners from the upper camps began to descend in cautious groups, carrying tools and supplies and the stunned expressions of people who had expected another trapped day and instead found the pass returned to them. That, more than the dead Lionel, made the fight feel real, not the kill. The movement after, life resuming. Grum eventually dropped down beside him, carrying a canteen carved from some heat-proof stone composite. The water inside was warm and tasted strongly of minerals, but Harry drank it anyway. The Goron nodded toward the hollow blade. "That sword," he said, "not like other hero blades I've heard about." Harry glanced at him. "No." Grum scratched one thick arm thoughtfully. "Moves like holy steel. But the light coming off it in the fight, there was something else in it. Cleaner than monster magic. Sharper than normal spell stuff." Harry looked back at the blade. Silver, white lines slept beneath the blue surface. "It's both?" he said at last. "Or maybe neither cleanly anymore." Grum grunted, apparently satisfied with an answer that explained almost nothing. Then he pointed uphill with his chin. Road being blocked wasn't the real problem anyway. Harry followed the gesture. Higher up, beyond the reopened pass, Death Mountain waited. Closer now, larger. Its slopes glowed in places with living seams of lava, and dark smoke rolled from vents near the upper quarry roads. Even from here Harry could feel the mountain's deeper unrest. A pulse in the stone not unlike the bad rhythm he had felt beneath the castle, though earthier, more trapped. "The Gorons up top say the heat's changed," Grum said. "Not just hotter. Angry. Mines opening where they shouldn't. Monsters coming out where there used to be stable tunnels. Trade was hurting already." Then the Lionel sat on the throat and turned hurt into panic. Harry nodded slowly. The pattern again. Roots, resources. Regions pressured until help arrived late and always tired. He pushed himself to his feet, wincing only slightly when his rib reminded him it still existed. Grum watched him. You're going up there too, aren't you? Harry looked at Death Mountain, then at the reopened road behind him, where miners and merchants were already beginning to move again. Then down at the Hollow Blade, which felt a little more his in the hand than it had yesterday. Yes, he said. The elder Goron sighed with theatrical suffering. Course you are. But there was no real complaint in it. Only the resigned acceptance of people who had lived long enough to recognize a protector when one showed up exhausted, half-burned, and determined to walk directly into the next disaster anyway. By late afternoon the pass was open enough for real traffic to begin flowing again. Not all at once, not triumphantly, just honestly. Carts creaking over repaired sections, Goron porters hauling ore crates downhill, 2 traders heading up with medicine and dried food for the camps beyond. A boy leading heat-resistant pack lizards over the bridge with very wide eyes as he passed the dead Lionel. The road lived again. Harry stood at the top of Shatterback Pass and watched it happen. This victory, like Lanayru's, did not belong only to the strike that ended the beast. It belonged to the people already using the road while the dust was still settling. That was the lesson, he thought. Again and again, Hyrule kept teaching it until he stopped trying to turn every battle into a private myth. A protector leaves movement behind him. Toward evening, when the heat shifted from punishing to merely relentless, Harry started up the mountain road with a small Goron escort bound for the upper camps. The pass fell away behind them. The Lionel's body grew small in the reopened quarry. Ahead, the volcanic paths bent toward furnaces, mines, and whatever had awakened in the fire beneath Eldin. As he climbed, Harry touched the hollow blade's hilt once. The sword answered with a quiet pulse. No boasting, no hunger, just readiness. Good, Harry thought, because if Death Mountain had anything more obnoxious than a Lionel waiting for him, he would prefer the warning early. The mountain rumbled faintly in the distance, as if hearing the thought and laughing to itself through stone. Death Mountain did not welcome visitors, it tolerated them. Barely. By the time Harry and the Goron escort climbed beyond Shatterback Pass into the upper Eldin roots, the world had changed from harsh to actively volcanic. The air shimmered even in shadow. Stone beneath the boots, or feet, or whatever precisely counted as feet for Gorons, held a constant low heat that rose through the body like standing too close to a forge all day. Vents in the mountainside breathed steam and sulfur in irregular bursts. Lava glowed in cracks far below the roads, not always visible, but always present, like an enormous furnace thinking beneath the world. The Gorons loved it, or at least respected it enough to stop complaining after the 50th time Harry muttered that the mountain was trying to roast him alive. Told ya, said Grum, hauling an ore crate one, handed while Harry sweated his way up a carved switchback. Noise in a mountain. Heat, too. This is not heat, Harry said. This is punishment. The younger Goron laughed so hard he nearly rolled off the path. The road bent around a basalt ridge and Goron City came into view. Harry stopped dead. He had expected another settlement. Perhaps something practical and crude, carved straight into the rock. Instead, he found a city built as if the mountain itself had decided architecture should be made out of courage and anvils. Great stone ramps spiraled around a central caldera basin. Massive carved archways framed the higher roads like the mouths of ancient furnaces. Smithing terraces glowed orange and gold under suspended braziers. Bridges of black iron and fireproof stone linked district to district. Everywhere Harry looked there were forges, cranes or lifts, cooling troughs, and homes built right into the warm rock with rounded doors and engraved lintels shaped like hammers, flames, and smiling mountain faces. It was magnificent and strained. Too many shutters closed. Too many empty workstations. Too many Gorons stationed above the roads with clubs and stone cannons instead of tools. The mountain boomed once in the distance, low and angry. Even from here, Harry could feel the city listening. He was brought straight to the highest forge terrace. The Gorons did not waste time with ceremony when work was breaking around them. At the center of a broad platform, ringed by cooling pits and hanging chains, stood a Goron built like a fortress wall that had learned to shout. Broad shoulders, a beard, like ridge of dark rock under his face. Scars cut through one arm and across the side of his chest like old lava lines turned white by time. He leaned on a massive stone hammer as though it were a walking stick and glared at the mountain as if daring it to misbehave within arm's reach. Bluto, Harry thought instantly. Apparently even his inherited instincts had the good sense to recognize an obvious chief. Grum spoke rapidly in Goron tongue, pointing once downhill toward the pass and then to Harry. Bluto's heavy gaze shifted, landed on the hollow blade at Harry's side, then on Harry himself. Bluto grunted. So you're the little guy who dropped a Lionel on my road? Harry blinked. Your road? Everything on this mountain's my road until it collapses. Bluto said. That seemed difficult to argue with. Bluto thumped the stone hammer once against the terrace. You cleared the pass. Good. Means the lower routes breathe again. Shame the upper ones are still trying to kill everybody. Harry looked past him toward the higher slopes. The city climbed toward quarry mouths and ancient mineworks cut deep into the mountain. Above all that, nearer the dark shoulder of Death Mountain itself, smoke rolled from a cluster of shattered crane towers and broken lift chains. Now and then a pulse of red light flashed beneath the stone. Not lava, something faller. What happened up there? Harry asked. Bluto's expression soared in the way only someone personally offended by geology could manage. Old pressure forges under the mountain woke wrong, he said. Not just hot, twisted. He jabbed a finger uphill. We got a network of ancient bellows and magma channels under the quarry district. Used to regulate the mountain's heat so the city could mine, smith, live. Then 3 weeks back the vents started pulsing in bad rhythms. Mines cracked open. Fire monsters started walking out of shafts that'd been stable for generations. Whole tunnel crews trapped when support routes went molten. Harry thought at once of Lanayru's polluted reservoir and the drowned knight guarding it. A route. A system. Something ancient and necessary being corrupted at the source. The mountain isn't erupting, Bluto continued, but it's thinking about it real hard. That was not reassuring. A younger voice cut in from behind one of the forge pillars. Technically, Chief, it's more like a staggered internal pressure cascade than a full eruption risk. Harry turned. The speaker was another Goron, younger than the others by a fair stretch, broad but not yet carrying the same settled weight of age. Protective stone plating jutted around his shoulders and wrists in rounded forms that looked half natural, half inherited. His eyes were bright. His expression was earnest in exactly the way trouble often was. Yunobo, Harry realized. Of course. Bluto groaned without turning. What did I say about saying the same thing with more words? Yunobo spread his hands defensively. I was clarifying. You were making it sound like an engineer's tantrum instead of a mountain's one. It can be both? Yunobo muttered. Harry liked him immediately. Bluto pointed the hammer at Harry. That road beast wasn't the heart of the problem. This is. Something under the old pressure forges is poisoning the fire routes. If it keeps up, upper quarry camps are finished, and the city starts getting hit next. His eyes narrowed. I got miners trapped, work teams cut off, and magma vents opening where they've got no business opening. So tell me, Sword, boy, are you here to kill one big obvious thing, or are you willing to do the less glorious part too? Harry had learned to hear that question beneath the words now. Protector or passing hero? He exhaled slowly. What's the less glorious part? That, apparently, was the correct answer. Bluto jabbed his hammer toward a carved stone table where maps, or samples, and broken metal fragments lay scattered. Then get over here. The problem beneath Death Mountain had layers. Harry was beginning to suspect that Hyrule had never once believed in simple disasters. The oldest Goron engineers had built a pressure network inside the lower volcanic chambers long before current memory. Stone bellows, vent locks, magma channels, and release shafts designed to bleed heat away from the city and keep the upper mines stable. It was not one mechanism. It was a living system. And somewhere in the middle of that system sat the Heartforge chamber, where 4 great vent rings regulated pressure through the mountain's spine. That chamber had gone silent, or rather, worse than silent. Wrong. Scouts reported red-black fire moving under the grates, or veins darkening and cracking. creatures of molten stone walking out of side tunnels as though summoned. One whole support district above the chamber had been evacuated after the floors grew hot enough to melt tools in place. On the stone table, Yunobo traced the routes with one thick finger. If the four vent rings stay jammed, pressure keeps building in the side channels, he said. That means more tunnel collapses, more magma surges, and if the upper release shaft goes, the quarry district gets buried in superheated rock. Harry stared at the diagram. So we unjam the rings. Bluto snorted. If you want to do it easy, sure, Yunobo winced. The problem is the chamber's not just blocked, something's nested in it. There it was. The big obvious thing. Harry almost felt relieved. What kind of something? 3 Gorons around the table exchanged looks. None of them seemed enthusiastic. Finally, Bluto grunted, Idiotalis, maybe. Yunobo lifted a hand. A very large one. Another Goron added darkly, and smarter than normal rock heads. That felt unfair. Bluto folded thick arms over his chest. Scouts who got close saw a stone giant walking the chamber with magma pouring through its seams and old forged chains wrapped around its core like armor. Didn't chase far. Didn't need to. Just kept breaking vent gear every time anyone tried to reach the locks. His jaw tightened. Whatever's under there isn't just angry. It's guarding the pressure failure. A message again, Harry thought. Ganondorf's corruption didn't merely spread destruction. It chose structures that kept regions alive, then turned them into choke points and weapons. He looked back at the map. What's the path? Bluto gave a humorless laugh. 2 of 'em. One direct, through the lower smelter tunnels. That route's shortest and hottest, with magma beasts in the pipes and bad footing half the way. Other goes around through old support galleries where half the ceiling's cracked and the floor hates you. Comforting. Eldon tries. Harry leaned on the table and forced himself not to rush the answer. Lanayru. Shatterback Pass. The castle. He'd been taught this enough times that ignoring it now would almost be insulting. How many miners are still trapped? Yunobo's expression lost its brightness immediately. 2 work crews. One in the support galleries above Ring 2, one closer to the lower smelter route. We've heard hammer knocks from both through the rock. They're alive. For now. There it was. Decision first. If Harry went straight for the Heartforge chamber, the Talus might fall faster, but trapped crews might die in tunnel breaks or heat bursts before the city could stabilize the upper routes. If he went for the crews first, the chamber got more time to worsen. He hated choices like this, which usually meant they were the right ones to take seriously. He looked at Bluto. Can the city hold if the chamber stays jammed a little longer? The chief considered. Maybe. Not forever. But some hours, yes. Harry nodded. Then we saved the crews first. Not because it was cleaner. Because it wasn't. Bluto's eyes narrowed, measuring him. Then the chief nodded once. Good. Yunobo grinned with open relief. I was hoping you'd say that. Harry looked at him. That worried me until just now. It should. Bluto thumped his hammer against the stone again. You and Yunobo go in with a rescue team. Pull the trapped crews. Open what side vents you can on the way. Once the people are out, you drop to the Heartforge and kill whatever's growing a brain down there. His gaze moved pointedly to Harry's blade. You up for that, little guy? Harry rested a hand on the hollow blade's hilt. The sword answered with a steady pulse. Ask me after the first collapse. The lower Eldon tunnels were hotter than any surface road had prepared Harry for. Not because of raw temperature alone, though there was plenty of that. It was the pressure of it. The air in the tunnels felt compressed, as if the mountain were breathing too close. Stone walls sweated mineral moisture that hissed to vapor where it touched hotter seams. Old support beams groaned. Chains clicked overhead in shafts no longer fully stable. Every few minutes the rock underfoot shuddered with distant force and sent dust, or ash or powdered ore, drifting down from the cracks. Harry descended with Yunobo, 4 Goron rescuers, 2 engineers, and a pair of sleds loaded with cooling clay, support wedges, and rope. The Gorons moved with practiced certainty despite the danger, calling short warnings ahead whenever the tunnel narrowed or the floor shifted. Harry stayed near the front with Yunobo, watching the younger Goron work. Yunobo's bravery had a different shape than Seiden's. Seiden threw himself at problems like sunlight with a spear. Yunobo moved as if constantly aware of how much heavier the world could become if he failed. He hesitated a little before hard turns. Double-checked support lines, asked questions under his breath while still stepping forward into heat and danger. Harry understood that shape far too well. The first monsters came near the smelter branch. 3 fire keys burst out of a vent line trailing sparks and shrill noise. Harry cut 2 from the air in one rising motion of the hollow blade. Yunobo didn't even bother with finesse. He tucked his head, rolled forward in a burst of shocking speed, and flattened the third against the tunnel wall with enough force to shake dust loose from the ceiling. Harry stared as Yunobo unrolled and brushed ash off himself. "You can do that." Yunobo blinked. "Roll. I was thinking more turn into a boulder and commit homicide, but yes." Yunobo beamed. "It runs in the family." That did sound like Daruk's bloodline. They found the first trapped crew behind a partial collapse above Ring 2. The Gorons inside had done everything right. They'd braced the pocket with tools, used cooling clay to keep a side seam from igniting, and hammered a rescue rhythm into the rock whenever the tremors eased. When Harry and the team broke through, the trapped workers did not cheer. They got up and started helping clear the road out. That felt very Goron. The problem came when the side seam split wider. Molten orange light knifed through the crack, and the support wall began to bulge. One engineer shouted. Another crewman grabbed a brace too late. Harry moved on instinct, not forward. Not toward the enemy, because the enemy right now was pressure and heat, and the simple fact that a rescue tunnel was about to become a furnace. He drove the hollow blade into the ground and cast broad. The barrier that unfolded wasn't elegant. It was raw force, shaped through stance and stubborn need. Blue, white light spread across the seam in a convex shield just as the molten surge burst through. The tunnel filled with hissing steam and sparks. Harry's boots dug grooves in the stone. The shield bowed inward violently.
Move!
He shouted. The Gorons moved, trapped workers first, then engineers. Then the rescue team hauling sleds and tools through the narrowing stable side of the pocket, while Harry held the line against the mountain's open mouth. He could feel the hollow blade straining, not in danger, but in demand. Barrier work on this scale under constant heat took everything clean in him and left nothing room to hide. A thick hand hit his shoulder. Yunobo. "You can't hold it forever?" Harry almost laughed through clenched teeth. That's been a theme. Yunobo rolled past him before Harry could stop him. Straight at the unstable support pile. For one awful second Harry thought the younger Goron had lost his mind. Then Yunobo slammed into the angled braces at exactly the right point, knocking them free in a controlled collapse. The tunnel roof beyond them dropped all at once, sealing the broken seam behind a cascade of heavy stone. The molten surge vanished. Harry's barrier collapsed with it. The whole corridor rang with the impact of settling rock. When the steam cleared, the seam was sealed. Crude, temporary, but sealed. Harry lowered the hollow blade slowly, breathing hard. Yunobo unrolled, slightly singed and deeply pleased with himself. That, Harry said, was insane. Yunobo puffed his chest. Efficient insane. Harry couldn't actually argue. The second rescue was worse. The lower smelter route had partly flooded with superheated runoff. The trapped crew there was stuck on an old loading platform above a narrow magma cut, with only one chain bridge still holding them off from a full drop into the lower channels. The bridge was failing by the minute, and waiting between Harry's team and the platform stood 2 magma Lizalfos and a half, awakened stone construct fused into the wall by corrupted ore. The fight happened on bad footing, under heat, with people screaming across a gap to hurry up, while the bridge chains groaned like dying metal. It was exactly the sort of place where old Harry would have tried to blast everything in sight and trusted luck to sort out the edges. Now he fought smaller, cleaner, a barrier slash to turn the first Lizalfos fire, spit into the wall instead of letting it splash the bridge supports. A tight sword step onto a side beam only after checking the anchor points twice. A disarming cut that knocked the second lizard's hook. spear into the magma trench without blowing apart the whole walkway, while Yunobo and two Gorons wrestled the wall, constructs a tension with hammers and raw stone. Harry cut across behind it, found the dark or seam feeding its movement, and drove the hollow blade into the corruption, core like a key turning in a wrong lock. Holy light ran through the rock. The construct fell dead, weight instantly. Then the bridge gave way. Half of it anyway. Harry lunged forward and caught the last hanging chain with his left hand, just as a trapped miner slipped. For one heartbeat the world became heat, iron links, and the screaming strain of shoulder sockets. Then Yunobo crashed into position beside him, braced his whole bulk against the loading beam, and roared, "Pull!" They hauled 3 miners across one by one while the remaining chain shrieked and stretched. The last worker made it over just before the anchor ring tore loose and the bridge vanished into the glowing cut below. No one cheered. They just leaned where they stood and breathed like people who had nearly died and hated that becoming routine. Harry understood that too. By the time the rescue teams returned the trapped workers to the mid-level galleries, the upper quarry roots had a chance to stabilize. It should have felt like enough. It didn't, because the mountain was still building pressure, and now Harry could hear it in every wall. A pulse below, a bad heartbeat. Waiting, Bluto met them at the staging chamber above the Heartforge descent. The chief took one look at the rescued crews and grunted approval sharp as a chisel strike. Then he looked at the tremor-dusted ceiling and said, "Good. Now we hit the thing causing the tantrum." No one argued. The descent to the Heartforge chamber felt like going into the throat of the mountain. The tunnel spiraled downward around a central shaft where ancient lift chains still hung, glowing dull red in the heat. Old forge bells lined the walls at intervals, cracked by time, now ringing faintly on their own whenever the deeper pressure surged. Air rushed upward in hot breaths carrying ash and the metallic scent of scorched ore. The farther down they went, the more the rock changed color, from black and red to something deeper, darker, veined with ugly lines of red-black corruption that looked too much like the gloom around Hyrule Castle. Ganondorf's Reach, Harry thought, not as pure or concentrated as under the castle, but unmistakable. The Heartforge chamber opened below them in terrible grandeur. It was enormous, a cathedral carved for fire. 4 colossal vent rings rose around a central magma well, each one built of ancient stone, chainwork, and rotating lock, gears meant to bleed pressure into side channels. Catwalks crisscrossed the space at different levels. Old lift cranes hung over the center. Molten light from the well painted everything in violent orange and gold. Or it would have, if corruption had not stained half the chamber black-red. One vent ring was jammed solid with fused ore and gloom. Another spun too fast, shrieking metal on stone. A third had collapsed inward. The fourth still moved cleanly, almost desperately, as if trying to regulate the whole mountain alone. And at the center, walking a ring of shattered chain and broken locking mechanisms around the magma well, stood the thing guarding the chamber. Igneo Harry had been told. That was technically correct. It was also inadequate. This one looked as though a fortress wall had grown limbs and hatred in a volcano, a towering body of basalt and living magma, all plated in black, red corruption and wrapped through the torso with ancient forged chains glowing from internal heat. Its shoulders scraped hanging crane lines. Molten light poured through cracks in its arms and down into fists the size of wagons. At its chest, not on its back like lesser Talus's, not hidden low, but mounted forward like a blasphemous forge heart, burned a core of dark ore and pulsing red light. A heart-guarded weak point. Wonderful. The talus turned as they entered. Its face was little more than a rough mass of rock and burning eyes. Yet when it looked at Harry, something intelligent focused there. Not speech. Recognition. The core brightened. The mountain shook. Bluto spat one sharp curse and hefted his hammer. Right then, he said, oogly enough. The talus roared. Stone from the ceiling began to fall. The fight for the Heartforge chamber was not one battle. It was 3 happening at once. First, survive the talus. Second, free the vent rings before the chamber ruptured. Third, keep the Gorons alive long enough to do both. Harry chose the shape of his role in the first heartbeat. He pointed the hollow blade at the cleanly functioning fourth ring and shouted,
That one stays moving!
"Get the others clear if you can. I'll keep it off you." Bluto didn't waste time arguing. He barked orders, and the Gorons split instantly. 2 engineers and 3 hammer teams rushed for the damaged vent controls. Yunobo stayed with Harry. The Talus tore a section of catwalk free and hurled it. Harry's barrier caught the worst of it, but the impact still drove him and Yunobo backward in a shower of sparks. Metal screamed. The broken catwalk slab skidded past and smashed into the far wall hard enough to crack stone. Too strong to meet directly. Again, the lesson was always the same. Leg joints, Harry shouted. We'll make it bend. Yunobo grinned with terrifying enthusiasm. Now that's a plan, he rolled. Not toward the core. Toward the right knee. The younger Goron hit the Talus at speed like a living cannonball. The giant staggered half a step, one magma, lit leg buckling inward just enough to change its balance. Harry soared, stepped up the fallen catwalk fragments, using the debris like stairs, and slashed a silver, white arc across the chainwork binding the chest. Not enough to sever, enough to weaken. The Talus swung. A whole arm of burning stone and chain swept across the chamber. Harry jumped. Barrier curved under him to deflect the edge of the impact and landed hard on a suspended crane hook line that was absolutely not meant to hold people. The chamber shook again. Behind him, Goron hammers rang on vent controls. One ring shifted. Pressure hissed from a side channel. Good. The Talus tore the crane line out of its socket. Harry dropped. He hit the giant's shoulder, ran 2 desperate steps across burning rock, and drove the hollow blade toward the core. The sword bit. Holy light flared across black, red ore. The Talus screamed in a voice like collapsing mines. Then a burst of magma exploded from the wound and threw Harry clear across the chamber. He hit a half-broken platform, rolled through blistering heat, and barely got the shield up before a boulder. Fist came down where his head had been. The impact collapsed the whole platform section. Harry fell with it. For one sickening instant he was dropping toward the magma well. Then the world jerked sideways. Yunobo had caught the back of his mantle in one hand, braced against a chain pillar with both feet dug into stone. Got you! Harry dangled over volcanic death and stared up at him. You are rapidly becoming my favorite rescue hazard. Yunobo hauled him back onto the catwalk remains with a grunt. Thanks, I think. No time. The Talus had turned away from them already, lumbering toward the vent teams. Protector, Harry thought. Not glory. He stepped hard across the chamber. This time the blink carried cleaner than before. Short, brutal, but controlled. He came out of the step on the Talus upper flank and slammed a barrier arc across one engineer team just as a rain of molten debris came down. The shield held. The debris split and rolled away. Bluto's hammer struck Ring 2's jammed lock at the same moment from below, and the vent mechanism finally broke free with a shriek. Superheated pressure blasted sideways down the channel and out of the chamber. The whole mountain seemed to exhale. 2 rings now functioning. Not enough. The Talus backhanded Harry off its shoulder. This time he expected it. He twisted in the fall, landed badly but not fatally, and turned the impact into a slide under the giant's stance. From below, he could see the true problem, the corruption. Core wasn't merely powering the Talus. It was feeding on the vent failures. Every jammed ring gave it more unstable pressure to consume. Kill it now, and the chamber might still rupture if the remaining vents stayed blocked. They had to synchronize the ending. Yunobo, Harry shouted. The younger Goron, halfway up a broken support ramp, looked over. Can you break Ring 3's collapse if I clear the chain brace? Yunobo looked from the collapsed ring to the Talus to the unstable ceiling, and, to Harry's deep admiration, didn't ask whether this was sane. Yeah,
Great.
Harry ran. Not at the Talus this time. At the chamber wall, he leapt onto a side support, climbed 3 fast steps of broken stone, stepped onto a hanging crane arm, and used the height to slash downward at the chain brace pinning Ring 3. The hollow blade silver, white channels flared like drawn lightning. One perfect cut. The chain snapped. Now, Yunobo rolled uphill like a launched boulder and hit the collapsed ring with enough force to make the whole chamber sound like a struck gong. Stone shifted. Locked gears screamed. The ring lurched, then dropped back into alignment with a shower of sparks and a roar of released pressure as the vent channel reopened. 3. Only the over-spinning ring remained unstable. The Talus understood that too. For the first time, its movements changed from guarding to desperation. It tore one of the old cranes free and swung the entire burning armature at Ring 4. The last clean system, trying to smash the only stable vent left. Harry intercepted, not by overpowering, by placing himself in the line. He drove the hollow blade into the catwalk before Ring 4 and cast the largest barrier he had ever attempted through the sword. Blue, white force surged out in a broad wall curved by heat, anchored to both the vent platform and his stance. The crane arm slammed into it with catastrophic force. The shield screamed. Harry screamed with it, not from fear, but from the sheer bodily violence of channeling that much power without a wand's narrow mediation. The silver, white lines in the blade blazed almost unbearably bright. He could feel the forging in them. The Elder Wand's final lesson, not as arrogance, but as capacity, how to carry power without breaking the channel. The barrier held. For 3 impossible heartbeats, it held. That was enough. Bluto and 2 Gorons hit Ring 4's over, spinning lock with synchronized hammer blows. The mechanism jammed, corrected, then began turning at the proper rhythm. All 4 vent rings opened. The chamber changed at once. Pressure equalized through the mountain spine in a massive rushing howl. Side channels lit orange gold. The bad heartbeat under the floor broke apart into flowing heat instead of trapped rage. The magma well dropped half a level as the ancient pressure network finally remembered how to breathe. The Talus reeled. Its core dimmed for the first time there. Now, Harry dropped the dying barrier and ran at the giant as it staggered in the shifting heat. Unobo came from the opposite side. Bluto roared from below. The whole chamber moved with them. Unobo smashed the Talus' left leg. Bluto hammered the right ankle until stone split. The giant toppled forward to one knee. Harry soared, stepped up the fallen crane, onto the lowered shoulder, across one burning chain span, and reached the chest core just as the Talus dragged a magma fist toward him in one last attempt to swat him from existence. He saw the line, not the core alone, the chains around it. The corruption root-threaded through the heart of the vent failures. The hollow blade rose in both hands, and Harry cut downward with everything he had. Holy blue, white light crashed through black red ore. Silver white script blazed from hilt to tip. The chainwork shattered. The corrupted core split open like a diseased furnace heart, and all the stolen pressure it had been feeding on erupted upward in a pillar of molten fire and screaming dark. Harry was blown backward through heat and light. This time he didn't hit stone. A broad Goron arm caught him around the ribs and nearly cracked the ribs anyway. Bluto dragged him clear while the Talus convulsed in the center of the chamber. Its body began to come apart, not exploding, but losing coordination as the corruption that held its pieces in one murderous purpose was burned away. Great slabs of rock sloughed off, magma bled harmlessly into the now regulated well. The red, black core collapsed inward under the hollow blade's light until all that remained was a dull chunk of cracked ore that fell into the molten channel and vanished. The Talus gave one last sound like a mine finally settling after too much strain. Then it collapsed. The Heartforged chamber fell silent except for the sound of the vent, rings turning in proper rhythm. Steady. Measure live. Harry hung half in Bluto's grip, half on his own feet, and breathed like a drowning man who had only just discovered air again. Unobo stumbled over through the settling dust and heat, face blackened with soot and grin splitting him ear to ear. We did it. Bluto set Harry down with all the care of dropping a sack of ore, which was still preferable to the magma. Then the chief looked at the working vents, the fallen giant, and the chamber no longer trying to become a volcanic murder confession. He grunted. Wes, we did. For a Goron, that sounded suspiciously close to emotional. When they climbed back to Goron City, the mountain had changed, not dramatically. It still smoked, still rumbled, still breathed heat through 100 cracks and vents. But the rhythm was different, less furious, more alive in the way a forge was alive when properly fed instead of when it threatened to burst its walls. News outran them somehow. It always did in places where survival mattered enough. By the time Harry, Bluto, and the others emerged onto the highest city terrace, Gorons had already gathered along the ramps and stone bridges. Workers from the lower smithies, miners with suits still on their arms, children climbing onto ledges to see better, traders from the reopened pass, staring up in astonishment as the pressure bells above the city rang in clean sequence for the first time in weeks. No one needed a formal announcement. They could feel the mountain breathing right again. The shout that went up then was not elegant. It was not organized. It was loud enough to frighten birds out of 3 different cliff nests. Harry, still hot, sore, dust-covered, and fairly certain one shoulder was going to hate him tomorrow, found himself grimacing at the noise. "Told you," Sidon had said. "You may even seem quiet among them." He resented being proven right by people he liked. Bluto raised one massive hand, and somehow the terrace quieted in waves. The chief turned first to his city, then after a long moment, to Harry. "You didn't just smash the heart of the problem," he said, voice carrying across the terrace and down the ramps. "You helped pull our people out before the chamber came down, kept the vent rings alive while the mountain tried to spit us all into the sky, and cut the rot from the forge without taking the city with it." That was, Harry thought, a nicer summary than he deserved. Bluto's heavy gaze stayed on him. "That makes you useful, a beat." Then the older Gorons began to laugh. Harry blinked. Yunobo whispered out of the side of his mouth, "That's basically high praise." "That's terrifying." "It should be." Bluto gestured, and one of the city smiths stepped forward carrying a pair of dark bracers lined with red gold metal and set with small cooling stones. "Fire ward bracers," the chief said, "made for heat, shift work in the upper quarries. They'll help you keep your hands from cooking off next time you decide to stand between a mountain and its bad decisions." Harry took them carefully. The metal was warm, but not painfully so. "Thanks," he said. Bluto grunted. Means I don't have to explain to anyone why I let the road, saving little guy burn himself stupid." Again, apparently high praise. That night, Goron City did not celebrate the way Zora's domain had celebrated. The waters had needed relief. The mountain needed noise. Forges relit across the terraces. Great stone roasting pits filled with heat, shimmering food. Hammers rang not in labor, but in joy from the lower ramps. Somewhere 3 Gorons were trying to sing, and all of them sounded like gravel in love. Harry sat with Yunobo and a cluster of exhausted workers on an upper terrace looking out over the reopened quarries. The hollow blade rested beside him. The fire ward bracers sat newly buckled on his forearms. Far above, Death Mountain glowed in calmer lines. Yunobo said around a mouthful of roasted something Harry had stopped trying to identify by species. "I was pretty sure you were going to die at least twice." Harry looked at him. "Only twice," Yunobo considered. 3. "But one of them I thought I might die too, so it felt rude to count." That was fair. The younger Goron leaned back on his hands and looked at the sky where volcanic heat blurred the stars nearest the mountain. "You fight weird." Harry snorted. "Everyone keeps saying that like I don't know." "No, I mean weird good." Yunobo frowned, searching for words. "Not like a knight. Not like a proper swordsman. Not like someone using hero, blades from the old songs. More like," he gestured vaguely, "like you're always solving the fight while you're inside it." Harry looked down at the hollow blade. Blue steel caught forge light. Silver, white lines slept beneath it. "Maybe," he said quietly. "That's because I wasn't trained for this world." Yunobo nodded as if that made perfect sense. "Yeah, but it also means monsters can't tell what you'll do next." Harry thought of the Lionel, the Talus, the Phantom under the castle. Not trained for this world, perhaps, but increasingly shaped by it. The thought felt less alien than it once had. A messenger came late, climbing fast from the lower road with a Rito feather, cape dusted in ash and cold. That alone was enough to turn heads. Rito did not come to Death Mountain lightly. The messenger bowed to Bluto, spoke in clipped urgency, then pointed north, west across the dark horizon. Bluto's expression soared immediately. He barked for Harry. When Harry reached the chief's terrace, the Rito looked him over once, then at the hollow blade, then back to Bluto. "This is him," Bluto grunted. Seems to be. The messenger turned to Harry. Hebra is buried in a storm that shouldn't exist. That caught his attention instantly. The Rito continued. Not blizzard weather. A wall of circling ice and screaming wind that won't break. Flight routes gone. Supply lines cut. Some of our scouts say the storm has a voice in it. Ganondorf again, Harry thought. Or at least his shadow reaching outward through weather now, not just water and fire. The messenger's eyes tightened. Village still stands, but barely. The updrafts around the mountain roads are turning wrong. If the storm gets stronger, we lose the skies. Bluto folded thick arms over his chest and looked at Harry with an expression that contained equal parts sympathy and total lack of mercy. Roads clear, mountains breathing, waters clean. He jerked his chin toward the northwest. Seems the wind wants its turn. Harry stared across the dark. From Death Mountain's heights, he could just barely see the far line of the world where cooler land met sky. There, above distance and darkness, lightning flickered pale inside a mass of cloud too dense and twisted to be natural. Hebra, storm country. Rito skies, the next wound. He looked down at the hollow blade, then at the new fire, ward bracers. Then at the mountain city below him already returning to life because he had stayed long enough for the victory to mean something. Protector? Not passing here again. He exhaled slowly. Right? Harry said. Then I'm going north. Bluto grunted approval. Unobo, arriving just in time to overhear, groaned theatrically. Do disasters ever queue up politely in this kingdom? The Rito messenger answered with absolute sincerity. No. That, Harry thought, was becoming obvious. Still, when he left Goron City at dawn, carrying the noise of working forges behind him and the first real bite of colder wind before him, he did not feel like he was running toward the next crisis to prove something. He felt like he was moving because the kingdom needed movement. Roads reopened. Waters cleared. Mountains stabilized. Now the sky. As the Elden heat fell away and the land gradually turned from ember, red stone toward harsher, colder ridges, Harry Potter tightened the mantle of Lanayru across his shoulders, adjusted the fire, ward bracers on his arms, and walked toward the northern storm with a steadier step than the boy who had once rushed Hyrule Castle alone. Above him, the clouds darkened. And far away in Hebra, the wind began to scream. Hebra did not begin with snow, it began with absence. The warmth of Elden fell away by degrees over 2 long days of travel northwest, until Harry realized he had stopped sweating entirely and started missing it. The land thinned first, red stone giving way to harsher gray ridges, then open highland, then stretches of rock and scrub so wind, scarred they seemed flayed clean. Trees bent smaller and harder. Rivers narrowed under ice, rimmed banks. The sky widened until it felt less like a ceiling and more like a judgment. By the 3rd day, the air itself had changed. Not simply cold, hungry. It cut through layers and found the seams in clothing, the gaps at the throat, the ache in half-healed bruises. The blue, white mantle from Zora's domain helped. The fire ward bracers from Goron City held warmth better than they should have. Even so, Harry felt the cold settling into him with stubborn interest, as if Hebra were testing what kind of creature dared walk into its breath. He walked anyway. The Rito messenger who had come to Elden, Canel, sharp-eyed and clipped in speech, moved far more comfortably through the northern roads than Harry did, where Harry picked his way over ice, slick stone and cursed every concealed patch of frozen mud. Canel seemed to read the ridgelines as naturally as other people rid staircases. Try not to fight the slope, the Rito said once, glancing back as Harry nearly went sideways on a wind-packed drift. The mountain will win. That advice is getting repetitive across this kingdom. Harry muttered. Canel actually laughed. It was a short sound, like a note clipped free from duty by accident. You travel like ground, folk who learned bravery before balance. Harry adjusted the hollow blade on his back and said, That is irritatingly accurate. By dusk of the 4th day, the storm became visible, not as weather, as architecture. It towered over the far Hebra range like a cathedral built from blizzard and rage. A massive wall of circling ice, cloud-churned above the mountains, shot through with pale blue lightning and streaks of darker violet that did not belong to natural snow. Wind spiraled around a central mass so dense it looked almost solid, At its edges, smaller currents broke free and raced over the ridges like hunting dogs. Harry stopped dead on the trail. Even at that distance, he could hear it. Not the sound exactly, but the pressure of it. A scream spread thin across miles of air. Cannel's feathers tightened against the wind. It's bigger than yesterday. Harry looked at him sharply. You can tell? We all can. That landed heavier than the words themselves. If an entire people of flyers could feel the storm growing day by day, then Hebra was not merely enduring a blizzard. It was watching its whole future narrow. They pushed on through the gathering dark. The first real sign of the storm's reach came before the village. 2 Rito scouts lay half buried in snow beside a ruined way station carved into a cliff hollow. They were alive, barely, curled under a splintered glider frame, and wrapped in emergency cloaks glazed with ice. Cannell dropped to them at once, calling their names in a voice Harry had not yet heard from him. Sharp, frightened, personal. Harry knelt beside the second scout and pulled the ice-rimmed cloak back from the bird-like face. The Rito's breathing was shallow. Feathers caked white, one wing bent wrong beneath him. "Can you hear me?" Harry asked. The scout's eyes fluttered open. "Storm," he rasped, "not wind. Eyes in it." Then he blacked out again. Cannell looked up from the first scout, face gone hard. There was a patrol route above the village. They shouldn't have been this low. Harry looked toward the storm, wall beyond the black silhouettes of Hebra's peaks. Eyes in it. Of course there were. He was learning that Ganondorf never wasted a region's natural strength. He twisted it. Water became poison, fire became pressure, and now the sky itself was being turned into a prison. They got the scouts moving between them and reached Rito Village an hour after full dark. Rito Village was beautiful even under siege. It spiraled around a vast stone pillar rising from a cold canyon, all linked bridges, carved perches, hanging lanterns, and layered homes built with a flyer's understanding of height and open air. Wind passed through everything. Nothing in the village looked simply placed. It all looked balanced, as if each walkway and roofline had been taught how to ride the current rather than resist it. Under normal skies, Harry thought, this place would have felt like music. Under the storm, it felt like a song being sung through clenched teeth. Half the outer flight ramps were closed. Rope bridges had been braced against violent gusts. Supply caches lined the lower ring in tight order. More worrying, most of the Rito he saw on arrival were on the ground. Not perched, not circling, not riding updrafts for simple movement. Grounded. The effect was eerie. A flying people forced into caution looked wrong in some deep structural way. Cannell passed the wounded scouts to waiting healers and led Harry up through the village without ceremony. Heads turned as they passed. Not just because Harry was human, though that helped. Their gaze kept catching on the hallow blade, on the Zora mantle, on the fire ward bracers, on the general appearance of someone who had clearly crossed too many disasters in a row and not yet had the courtesy to die. At the highest sheltered platform waited the chief Rito warrior, Tiba. Harry recognized him before the name came. Broad-winged, stern, carrying himself with the rigid efficiency of someone who had turned worry into discipline, because that was the only version of fear his people could afford. Beside him stood a smaller shape trying very hard to look older and failing only in height and intensity. Tulin. Harry's inherited instincts were becoming less a help and more an increasingly presumptuous spoiler. Tiba looked first at Cannell, then at Harry. "This is the swordsman." Cannell nodded. "From the waters. The mountain. The pass." Tiba's eyes dropped to the hollow blade. Something in his expression changed. Not reverence, exactly, but recalculation. Then his gaze returned to Harry's face. "We do not need a legend," Tiba said. "We need our skies back." That was, Harry thought, refreshingly efficient. "Good," Harry said. "I'm not much of a legend." Tulin snorted before catching himself. Tiba ignored him with the ease of long practice. He led Harry and Cannell to a map platform sheltered under stretched hide and braided wind charms. The storm over Hebra had been marked in charcoal and blue dye over a carved relief of the mountains. Flight routes crossed out. Hunting paths gone. Supply circles narrowed almost to the village itself. Tiba tapped the center of the storm mass. It began higher, near the old Wind Temple roots and the northern airy spires. His voice stayed flat and controlled. At first we thought it a severe front. Then the currents changed pattern. Updrafts began reversing. Scouts vanished. Ice formed where no cold pocket should hold it. The storm started circling instead of passing. A source, Harry said. Teba nodded once.
Yes!
Cannell added quietly. Some who got close reported hearing a voice in the gusts. Harry remembered the wounded scout, ice in it. Teba's talons tightened on the map edge. The storm doesn't only trap the air, it learns. It pushes flyers toward bad currents. It breaks formation. It wants us clumsy and load. His eyes narrowed. That is not weather. No, Harry thought. It wasn't. It was strategy. Tulin leaned over the table. We found something else. Teba gave him one measuring glance, then let him continue. The younger Rito pointed with quick certainty toward a cluster of old sky spires north of the village. There used to be a ceremonial ascent route there. Not for regular flights, for old sage rites and high Aries. Most of it's broken now. But after the storm started, the wind around those spires changed first. Like something grabbed the whole mountain's air by the throat. Teba finished the thought. If the source can be reached, it will be there. Harry studied the map. The approach looked awful. Narrow ridgelines, exposed glider leaps, dead bridges, and long open sections where a storm strong enough to ground the Rito would have perfect sight lines. What have you tried? Teba's expression hardened further. Direct flights fail. Teams get split. Ground routes above the third ridge are blocked by ice, fall, and hostile currents. Twice we forced a partial ascent and were driven back by creatures in the storm. Creatures? Harry asked. Tulin's feathers bristled. Ice, Keese, Aerocutus, and things shaped like Rito for half a second before they broke apart. Phantoms, Harry thought. Not full ones, perhaps. Weather-born imitations. Teba's voice lowered. There is more. Last night, one of the shrine sentries near the upper glide launch heard words in the wind. Not our language. Not any language he knew, but he described it as chant like. Harry went very still. Cross, world spill. The idea rose in his mind before he could stop it. Not because he had proof yet, because the pattern fit too well. Water routes. Fire pressure systems. Now air channels and chant like sound woven into storm rotation. Ganondorf wasn't merely poisoning regional lifelines. He was experimenting with structures of power. Learning how Hyrule's magic and Harry's foreign presence interacted, looking for the seams between worlds. He pushed that thought down for now, one problem at a time. So, Harry said, tapping the spire route, we don't brute force the storm. Teba gave him a very slight nod, which probably counted as applause from him. We cut through it intelligently. Tulin leaned in, bright-eyed. I can guide the lower currents. Teba turned on him instantly. Nopo? Tebo. Tulin's feathers flared. I know the updraft pockets better than anyone, and if the air is twisting, then I can feel the turns before. You are not flying into that storm. The words cracked like thrown ice. Silence dropped over the platform. Harry looked away very slightly, because some arguments between older warriors and the young were private even when held in public. Tulin's jaw tightened. Then send someone who still remembers what the air felt like before fear taught everyone to hug the stone. Teba went still in a different way. Not anger now. Pain, that told Harry enough. Tulin was right in the worst possible way, and Teba knew it. Before the silence could harden into something crueler, Harry said, He goes. Both Rito turned to him. Teba's stare could have sharpened ore. You do not command my village. No, Harry said calmly, but you asked whether I was a legend or useful. Useful means saying the obvious thing when everyone hates it? He looked at Tulin. He knows the currents. He's fast. And I'm not getting through Habra's sky by pretending I understand it from the ground. Teba's wings shifted once. You would trust a child in a storm built to kill flyers. Harry thought of Unobo rolling himself into tunnel collapses. Of Sidon laughing in poisoned water. Of his own life being repeatedly saved by people older or younger than anyone sensible would have preferred. I would trust the person who knows the route, Harry said. Then I'd make it my job to keep him alive. Tulin tried not to look vindicated and failed spectacularly. Tiba closed his eyes for one long breath. When he opened them again, the decision was already made. Then you move at dawn, he said. But you do not treat this as some grand sortie for glory. His gaze pinned both of them in turn. If the storm breaks your line, you retreat. If the source is not reachable, you retreat. If either of you mistakes courage for permission to die stupidly, I will be furious at your ghosts. Tulin's expression brightened despite the threat. That means yes. Teba looked heavenward with the patience of a man badly served by fate. Harry, despite everything, nearly smiled. He learned to glide properly the next morning. Not well. Not gracefully. Properly enough not to die on the first ridge. The old paraglider from the Great Plateau had survived hard use, but the Rito took one look at it and declared that while charming in a relic from an unexpectedly survivable fool sort of way, it needed re-rigging for Hebra wind. By sunrise, it had been reinforced with lighter ribs, stormline cords, and adjustments to the hand grips that let Harry shift tension faster, without tearing the whole thing sideways in bad gusts. Tulin supervised with infuriating cheer. Your problem, he said, circling Harry as the latter struggled into a harness loop, is that you think in straight lines. Harry frowned. My problem list is much longer than that. No, really. Tulin demonstrated by opening his own smaller glider and letting the wind catch it at the platform edge without leaving the ground. Ground. Folks see distance and think, get there. Flyers see air and think, which moving thing wants to help me get there, which one wants me dead, and which one is lying. Harry stared. That is the least comforting thing anyone has ever said about travel. Tulin grinned. You'll be fine. That usually meant he would not, in fact, be fine. The first jump proved it. They launched from the mid-height training perch toward a lower crosswind line over the canyon. Harry opened too late, overcorrected left, and spent 3 sickening seconds oscillating like laundry with ambition while Tulin shouted instructions from somewhere disgustingly stable nearby. Stop fighting the drop! I'm not fighting it, I'm objecting! Same thing! He landed hard on the target platform, slid on packed frost, crashed into a coil of rope, and came up with all his dignity dead on impact. Tulin landed beside him as lightly as if the air had personally put him down. That, the young Rito said kindly, was better. Harry looked at him from the rope coil. Liar. But it was better. By the 5th jump, he understood something important. Gliding in Hebra wasn't about conquering the wind any more than Lanayru had been about overpowering the water. It was negotiation under pressure. Commit too rigidly, and the gust punished you. Yield too completely, and it owned your direction. By the 9th jump, Harry felt the first eerie flash of recognition. Horseback in open fields. A leap from a cliff. A body-trusting movement through open space as if it had once been as natural as walking. Link's old instincts didn't make him a flyer, but they quieted the part of him that needed full control before taking action. That was enough. Tiba watched the final practice from the upper rail, arms folded and expression unreadable. When Harry landed the last run without nearly concussing himself on village infrastructure, the older Rito said only, acceptable. Tulin puffed up immediately. I told you. Yes, Tiba said, repeatedly. He stepped forward then and handed Harry something wrapped in stormcloth. Inside lay a set of narrow feather, fletched darts tipped with bright metal and bound in blue thread. Sky markers, Tiba said. Throw them into stable air pockets if you find any above the 3rd ridge. They'll hold a current beacon long enough for later flights. He looked toward the storm wall in the distance. We are not only trying to survive this, we are trying to reclaim the sky after. There it was again. Protector, not passing hero. Harry tucked the markers into a belt loop on the Zora mantle and nodded once. I'll bring you a path. Teba met his eyes. Bring us truth. A path if the sky allows it. Fair enough. They launched at dawn, Harry and Tulin. No fanfare. No watching crowd beyond a few sentries in Teba, standing still as carved ice at the highest rail. The lower route was all ridgeline and burst glide, short jumps from cliff to cliff, broken by stretches on foot across frozen stone where old Rito launch posts leaned under rime and wind shear. Tulin moved through it like a thought the mountain had forgotten to block. Harry followed with a mix of increasing competence and sheer offended survival. The first real attack came on the second ridge. Ice keys burst out of a hollow spire in a spray of frozen powder, shrieking as they dove for the glider wings. Harry cut one from the air with the hollow blade, while still half running, then had to throw himself sideways and use the glider itself as a wind, caught shield against a second wave. Tulin arrowed past him, loosing 3 feathered shots so fast Harry barely saw the draw. "Lower current pocket!" he shouted over the wind. "Use it." Harry did not see any pocket. Then the air under him changed, lift instead of drag, a narrow, rising seam of wind that Tulin had already angled toward. He jumped into it on trust and found himself lifted over the next broken ridge gap clean enough to avoid the mass of ice keys swarming beneath. Not bad, he thought mid-glide. Then an updraft reversed with no warning and nearly folded him backward into the cliff face. Storm influence. The sky was already wrong here. He corrected hard, landed on a frozen ledge, and immediately saw what Teba had meant. The wind was being trained. Not fully controlled, but corrupted into bad habits. Helpful currents snapped sideways at the wrong moment. Safe updrafts turned treacherous near exposed spans. It felt less like flying through weather and more like crossing a battlefield where the terrain itself had joined the enemy. Tulin landed beside him, eyes bright and fierce. "You feel it now?" Harry nodded. "It's thinking." The young Rito's expression went grim. "Yes." Higher they climbed. The storm wall grew. By the third ridge, daylight had dimmed into a blue, white gloom under circling cloud bands. Ice formed on ropes and glider edges almost instantly if they stayed still too long. Old stone spires rose from the cliffs like broken organ pipes, each one howling differently as the twisted currents passed through. They found the first shrine, sentry perch abandoned. Not empty abandoned. Food cache half buried in snow. A snap bow. A circle of wind charms torn down and ground into the frost. On the inner wall, cut hastily in Rito script with a knife point, Dio Notfalu Tichi Sog. Harry stared at the words. Tulin's feathers flattened. That wasn't there 3 days ago. A sound drifted across the ridge. Not exactly singing, not exactly chanting, but enough of both to make the hair on Harry's arms rise. He looked out into the circling storm beyond the perch. Shapes moved in it. Winged, maybe. Or just long enough to suggest wings before becoming spindrift again. "We keep moving," Harry said. Tulin swallowed once, then nodded. "Yeah." The upper ascent became a war with visibility. The storm took distance away first, then direction, then sound. Gusts threw ice hard enough to cut skin. More than once Harry lost sight of Tulin entirely for 3 or 4 terrifying seconds, only to glimpse the young Rito again through a break in the white, banking hard around a broken spire, or using some impossible slipstream to regain the line. Harry marked stable pockets where he could, driving the blue, threaded sky markers into cracks or frozen outcroppings whenever Tulin shouted that a current held true. Behind them, the little fletched beacons flared pale blue and hummed against the storm. A path, however fragile, was being built. That mattered. Then the storm noticed them properly. The wind dropped, not weakened, focused. The sudden silence hit harder than a roar. Tulin's head snapped up. "Harry!" The world screamed. A cyclone tore sideways out of the storm wall and slammed into the ridge below them, shattering ice and stone into a whirling hollow of death. In its center rode the shapes the sentry had warned of. Phantoms. Rito shaped only at a glance. Hollow bodies made from packed snow, screaming wind, and threads of violet, black corruption. Wings too long. Faces blank except for bright voids where eyes should have been. They moved in flocks, but wrong, each one breaking apart and reforming inside the current without losing speed. The first flock hit Tulin. Harry moved on instinct. Sword step. The blink carried him through 3 body lengths of murderous air, and into the line between Tulin and the lead phantom. He slashed upward, and the hollow blade answered with a crescent of silver, blue force that cut the first construct cleanly in half. It burst into ordinary snow and a hiss of black vapor. The second slammed into Harry bodily. It felt like being hit with winter that hated him personally. He crashed into a pillar of ice, barely got the blade up, and drove a barrier pulse through the point of contact. Light burst outward. The phantom peeled off in shrieking fragments.
They're feeding on the current.
Tulin shouted. Harry saw it instantly. Every time one burst, the surrounding storm tried to reform it from drifting ice and corrupted wind. Endless if fought badly. Then stop the flock, not the pieces. He grabbed Tulin's shoulder and pointed. Through the storm, barely visible above the next launch span, hovered a rotating knot of darker wind. A hub point where 5 or 6 of the phantoms kept reforming before diving again. Tulin understood. He grinned with pure combat delight. Race you. Before Harry could object that phrasing, the young Rito launched. Harry swore and followed. This was not gliding now. This was falling with negotiation. The two of them cut through the white in different lines. Tulin higher, banking into the hard crosswind with instinctive elegance, Harry lower, using the glider in short bursts and the hollow blade's barrier arcs to survive the worst gust impacts. Phantom Rito broke from the cyclone around them, diving in silence until the last second when their false wings screamed like torn metal. Tulin's arrows broke too. Harry slashed through another. A fourth slammed into his glider and nearly tore it from his hands. He let the storm take him half a second longer than felt safe. Then sword stepped mid-drop, the world snapped sideways. He came out of the step onto a narrow pocket of stable wind almost directly beneath the storm. Not planned, barely survivable, perfect enough. Harry folded the glider, caught himself on the updraft with one impossible heartbeat of balance, and drove the hollow blade upward in a two-handed thrust as if spearing the sky itself. The sword sang, not the quiet hum of readiness, a clear, bright note that cut through the storm chant like sunlight through stained glass. Blue-white force lanced straight into the knot of dark wind. For one blinding instant, the whole cyclone flashed from within, and Harry saw what held it together, not just corruption, but a spiral of symbols turning inside the storm. Not Helian runes, not shakeglyphs, something closer, alarmingly closer, to the geometries he knew from spellcraft, conjuration lattices, focus spirals, a foreign grammar being taught to Hyrule's weather. Ganondorf really was learning. The storm not ruptured. All the Phantom Rito exploded into snow and torn air at once. Harry dropped. Tulin dove beneath him in a blue, gray blur and caught his arm just enough to redirect the fall toward the next launch perch instead of the canyon. They hit the stone together in an undignified heap of feathers, cloak, glider cloth, and curses. For several seconds neither moved. Then Tulin said into the snow, "I won." Harry turned his head enough to glare. "You absolutely did not." Tulin laughed until he coughed. The storm above them shrieked in renewed fury. They pushed on. The final ascent route ended at the ancient sky's spires. There were 5 of them in a ring around a broken central platform suspended over nothing but cloud and abyss. Once, long ago, they must have been a ceremonial flight gate, a place where Rito sages or temple guardians rode the upper winds toward the sanctums above Hybra. Now the outer bridges were broken, the launch rails iced over, and the whole structure hung inside the storm's beating heart. At the center rotated the source. Not a monster. Not exactly. An old wind mechanism. Part shrine, part temple engine, part sky beacon, had been wrapped in a sphere of ice and dark current. Rings of ancient metal turned around it at conflicting angles. Lightning crawled over exposed fins and shattered bells. In the middle of the whole thing floated a violet, black crystal shaped like a tear or fang, pulsing with the same ugly intelligence Harry had seen in every region's source corruption. And around it, carved in the spinning wind like a spell being tested against another world, moved those same foreign-looking geometries. Harry felt cold in a way that had nothing to do with Hybra. "It's using the beacon," he said. Tulin crouched low behind a broken rail, feathers plastered by wind. "Can you fix it?" Harry stared at the rotating mechanism. He did not have enough information to answer. So he answered honestly, "I can break the corruption." Tulin nodded as though that were the only part he'd asked about anyway. The crystal pulsed. The storm answered. Then the air around the central platform tore open into the largest phantom yet. This one did not mimic a Rito. It formed as a great bird of ice and storm, long-necked and broad-winged, built from whirling blades of sleet and broken pieces of old shrine metal. Its eyes burned violet. Its cry hit the spires hard enough to crack frost from the stone. Tulin stared. That's new. Harry gripped the hollow blade tighter. That's always new. The storm bird launched. It crossed the gap between spires in one savage beat of false wings and sent a storm front ahead of it. Harry threw up a barrier and was still driven backward half the length of the platform. Tulin took to the air instantly, banking above the second strike and loosing arrows into the thing's wing joints. The shots passed through 2 layers of storm before one hit metal and sent a burst of dark ice scattering. Not enough. The bird wheeled. The wind mechanism behind it spun faster. Harry saw the problem. The phantom wasn't the source. It was the guardian. Worse, every second they spent fighting it cleanly, the storm built around the beacon again. He looked to the side. One of the old launch rails still angled toward the center platform, half buried in rime but intact enough to carry a glider line. A stupid idea. Always. Tulin? He shouted. The young Rito banked hard to avoid a wing blade of ice.
What?
Can you blind it? Tulin didn't ask how long or why.
Yeah. Go, Harry ran.
Not at the bird. Toward the dead launch rail. The phantom saw movement and came after him immediately, beating a wall of sleet down the spire. Tulin rose above it and loosed 3 arrows in fast succession, one at each eye and one directly through the beak line. All 3 burst in bright flashes of impact. The storm bird screamed and veered upward for a heartbeat. Enough. Harry hit the rail at full speed, snapped open the glider, and hurled himself into the void between spires. Wind seized him. For one awful second, it was entirely the wrong wind, trying to throw him under the central platform into the canyon's white death. Then Harry remembered the rule: which moving thing wants to help, which wants you dead, and which is lying. He felt for the false current, ignored the first drop panic offered him, and cut across it instead of through. The glider bit. The storm shifted. He dropped lower than comfort, then caught a rising seam from the beacon's own rotation and slingshotted upward toward the center sphere. The phantom bird realized too late. It dove. Harry folded the glider mid-flight, soared, stepped the last impossible stretch through open air, and landed hard on the rotating central platform itself. The crystal pulsed directly before him. Up close, the foreign geometry in the storm was unmistakable. Not copied wandwork, adapted logic. Ganondorf was using Hyrule's temple mechanism to test how foreign magical structure could stabilize moving power. If the storm held, he wouldn't just trap Hebra. He'd learn how to make Hyrule's system speak in an outside grammar. A bridge. A dangerous one. Harry didn't have time to think beyond that. The phantom bird hit the platform. Ice exploded across the stone. Harry rolled under one slashing wing, came up on a knee, and drove the hollow blade into the crystal. The answer was violent, not resistance. Feedback. Storm, corruption, and foreign magical geometry all screamed through the blade at once. The silver-white channels along the hollow blade lit like veins of lightning. Harry saw for a split second a void. Like chamber far below Hyrule Castle, ancient eyes open in the dark, and a lattice of crossed worlds being sketched in malice and patience. Then the blade cut deeper. Blue, white holy light crashed through the crystal's core. The phantom bird shrieked and broke apart mid-strike. The sky mechanism convulsed. Tulin screamed Harry's name over the roar of unraveling storm. The whole platform started coming apart. Harry yanked the hollow blade free, grabbed the glider, and ran 3 steps into open air because there was nowhere else left to go. The storm collapsed. Not all at once. In layers. The false circles broke first, then the inverted currents. Then the screaming pressure bands that had been holding Hebra in a fist. Snow and cloud blew outward in a ring so vast Harry could see the mountains below reappearing one ridge at a time through the clearing white. He also saw, with very immediate practical concern, that he was now falling through the middle of a disintegrating sky temple. Tulin arrowed beneath him again, furious and brilliant. Open it, Harry did. The glider snapped wide. For one sickening second the remaining winds bucked him sideways. Then the real Hebra air caught underneath, not gentle, not warm, but honest. A clean updraft rose through the storm's collapsing shell and carried both him and Tulin outward into sudden blue. Sunlight hit them. Actual sunlight. Harry laughed aloud before he could stop himself. Below, the mountain chain shone white and silver under a broken sky, finally remembering how to be sky. Beside him, Tulin whooped so loudly it echoed off 3 peaks. They glided down through widening light as the storm shredded behind them. And for the first time since entering Hebra, the wind did not scream, it sang. Rito village saw them coming. By the time Harry and Tulin reached the upper launch rails, half the settlement stood on bridges, terraces, and perch lines staring up at the clearing heavens. The cloud wall over Hebra was breaking apart into ordinary weather. Sun poured through in gold shafts. Stable currents were already forming around the village's higher rings, and somewhere above, 2 daring scouts had taken wing again just to prove they could. Teba met them at the landing rail. He said nothing at first. Just looked at the open sky, then at Tulin, then at Harry. Finally he asked, "How much of the upper spire remains?" Tulin grimaced. "Less than before." Teba nodded once. "Then we will rebuild from truth." That, Harry thought, was very nearly approval and perhaps the most Rito thing possible. The chief's gaze shifted to his son. "You followed instruction." Tulin opened his beak, hesitated, then said, "Mostly." Teba exhaled through his beak in a long, suffering way that translated perfectly across species. Then he touched his forehead briefly to Tulin's in a gesture so quick and private Harry almost looked away. When Teba turned back to Harry, his expression was still stern, but not closed. "You brought back more than a cleared sky," he said. "Cannell says the lower markers are already holding stable lines." Harry looked down at the sky marker case. "Empty now. A path," he said. Teba gave one short nod. "A path." The village did celebrate, though not wildly. Rito joy under returning skies looked different from Goron noise or Zora relief. It was immediate motion. Scouts relaunching in widening circles. Supply gliders testing currents. Children being physically restrained from diving into half. Restored air lanes before the adults finished yelling instructions. By evening, songs had begun. Real songs this time, not warnings or storm counts. Songs that used height the way water used reflection. Harry stood on an upper perch as the last of the false storm blew east in harmless fragments, and looked at Hebra under clean dusk for the first time. The sky should have felt like freedom. Instead, after the vision at the crystal, it felt like evidence. Ganondorf was not merely corrupting regional hearts. He was studying systems. Learning how Hyrule's sacred infrastructure could be bent into frameworks for something larger. The storm beacon had carried geometries foreign to Hyrule because Harry was foreign to Hyrule. The very fact of his arrival had given the Demon King a new set of magical seams to probe. That thought sat cold in him. Teba joined him after sunset. For a long while they simply watched the reopened air routes. Then the Rito warrior said, "The storm was not only a prison." Harry glanced at him. Teba's eyes remained on the darkening mountains. "Tulin told me what you saw in the beacon before it broke." "Not clearly. Enough." He folded his wings behind him. "Our old wind mechanisms are designed to carry song, prayer, and directional memory through moving air. If something corrupted one to test a foreign magical pattern," his gaze sharpened slightly, "then your enemy is learning." Harry said nothing. "Because yes, exactly." Teba continued, "You carry another world in your magic whether you wish to or not. If the Demon King finds how to braid that into Hyrule's sacred structures, he may do more than poison regions. He may widen the wound between worlds." There it was, spoken aloud now, not just a theory in Harry's head. A threat. He gripped the rail harder than he realized until the cold wood bit his palm. "I came here because I was called," he said quietly. "If that call is making things worse." Teba cut him off at once. "No." The force of it was almost startling. The Rito warrior turned to face him fully. "The storm was not born because you came. It was shaped because evil uses what exists. Do not insult the people you have saved by pretending your presence created their suffering." His expression stayed stern, but the edge of it had changed. The question is not whether your enemy can exploit the crossing between worlds. The question is whether you will understand it faster than he does. Harry let out a long breath. That was, annoyingly, the correct framing. Teba looked back to the sky. "There are old records in other regions," he said. "Gerudo ones, especially. They remember more than most about kings of evil, secret stones, and what power becomes when it seeks eternity through the wrong vessels." He paused. If the Demon King is experimenting, the desert may already know why. Gerudo, the next path opening, wind over water, fire after air. The kingdom's roads were drawing a map toward something deeper now. Harry looked down at the hollow blade resting against the rail. In the night breeze, the silver, white channels beneath the steel shimmered once like hidden starlight. You're saying go to the desert. I am saying, Tiba replied, that when a predator changes its hunting pattern, wise people study where it learned the trick. That sounded enough like a command to satisfy every part of Hyrule that enjoyed sending him onward. Still, Harry nodded. The direction felt right. Before Teba left, he drew a feather from the clasp at his shoulder, long, dark-tipped, bound at the base with silver thread, and handed it to Harry. A gale feather, he said. Fix it to your glider rig. It will help the cloth answer faster in hard crosswinds. His eyes flicked once toward the hollow blade. You learned something in the air today. Carry it before the ground teaches you to forget. Harry took the feather carefully. Thanks. Teba inclined his head very slightly. You are becoming difficult to dismiss. Coming from him, that might have been the warmest line in Hebra. When Harry was alone again, he fastened the gale feather into the rigged glider lines and stood for a long while under the restored sky. This region's lesson, he thought, had not been only mobility, it had been trust in motion. Not rushing, not forcing, letting movement itself become intelligence instead of panic. Link's old instincts had helped, yes, but they had not replaced him. They had only quieted enough fear for Harry's own choices to survive the air. That mattered. All of it mattered. The waters had taught defense. The mountain had taught pressure and timing. The sky had taught movement and the danger of wider seams. By dawn, Rito's scouts were already flying the restored routes in widening circles. Supply gliders had begun testing the long northern lanes. Children were being scolded from joy instead of fear. A protector leaves movement behind him again. As Harry prepared to leave Hybra the next morning, Tulin landed beside him with the easy confidence of someone who had nearly died in a storm and considered that a successful day. You're going south next, right? Harry adjusted the glider straps over his shoulder. That obvious. Tulin grinned. Everything's south from here unless you plan to fight the sea. Tempting, but no. The desert'll hate you. Harry looked at him. That sounds like a local recommendation. It is. Tulin's expression softened just a little. You'll be fine, though. You're getting better at impossible stuff? Harry snorted. Then, because the younger Rito had earned honesty, he said, I'm getting better at not doing it alone. Tulin blinked once, then smiled in a way that looked suddenly younger than all his storm-flying courage. Yeah, he said, that too. Harry left Rito Village under clear skies and hard northern light, with a gale feather on his glider, a kingdom's next trail turning toward the desert, and a new understanding settled cold and sharp inside him. Ganondorf was not simply waiting. He was learning. And the next step would not just be about saving a region. It would be about discovering why the Demon King needed the old secrets of Hyrule's deepest past, and what kind of immortal anchor let him survive every age that should have buried him. Far to the south, beyond canyons, ruins, and heat-hazed distance, Gerudo lands waited under their own merciless sky. And somewhere beneath sand and forgotten stone, the truth of the secret stone was beginning to stir. The desert did not bother pretending to welcome him. After Hebra's honest cold and restored sky, Gerudo country felt like stepping into a challenge issued by the sun itself. The air dried first, stripping the last trace of northern frost from Harry's clothes and skin. Then the land opened. Rock gave way to ochre plains, then to harsher canyons cut by old wind and older water, and finally to a sea of sand so vast it made every other region feel contained by comparison. The sky here was merciless, not storm-dark like Hebra, not smoky like Eldin, clear, brutally, brilliantly clear, as if the world had been cut down to essentials: heat, light, distance, and whatever strength you had left after the sun finished taking its share. Harry rode south with a small trade band for the first stretch, mostly because the Rito had insisted that even a sword-bearing fool could still die embarrassingly fast in the desert by choosing the wrong dune. The The merchants were Hylians and Gerudo mixed, hard-faced and practical, their wagons built low and wide with sand sails furled against side wind. They asked very few questions. That suited Harry. He had grown used to being glanced at, measured against the hollow blade on his back, and then quietly accepted as another strange thing traveling under a kingdom's bad season. The further south they went, the more the signs of corruption changed. Not black water, not volcanic pressure, not storm geometry. Here it wore patience. Trade markers half buried and then uncovered in the wrong places, as if the dunes themselves were shifting with too much intelligence. Skeletons of old watchtowers revealed by sand in patterns that did not match the age of the surrounding drifts. Mirage lines lingering too long on the horizon, showing ruins where no ruins stood and once. To Harry's deep discomfort, the outline of Hogwarts towers wavering in desert heat before collapsing back into emptiness. Ganondorf's reach, he thought, had learned subtlety here. Of course it had. This was Gerudo land. If any region in Hyrule understood old kings of evil, pride shaped into empire, and danger that smiled before it struck, it would be this one. On the fifth evening, the desert attacked, not with monsters at first, with absence. The wind dropped out of nowhere. The dunes ahead flattened under sunset light. The caravan master gave a single sharp order, and every driver hauled their beasts closer together at once. Cloth was wrapped over faces. Wheel locks were checked. One of the Gerudo guards looked straight at Harry and said, "Tee yourself to something, unless you want your bones found in another kingdom." Harry did not argue. He had barely secured himself to the wagon rail when the horizon rose. Not figuratively. It rose. A wall of sand came at them like a moving cliff, lit blood orange by the dying sun. It swallowed the distance, the sky, the lines between earth and air. The first impact hit with enough force to turn breathing into labor. Sand drove into every seam of cloth and metal. The world vanished into a roaring amber dark. Somewhere beside him a wagon beast screamed. Somewhere else a wheel snapped. The caravan did not panic. That frightened Harry more than if they had. They were too used to this. He drew the hollow blade once the worst of the first gust passed and angled it into a low barrier line beside the nearest wagon team, cutting the wind rather than trying to stop it. Blue-white force unfolded in a narrow, curved shield that gave the lead animals enough calm to keep their footing and not tear the harness loose. He held it there in bursts, repositioning whenever the storm shifted, until the caravan's own ground anchors and storm cloths took the rest. For what felt like an hour and was probably minutes, the desert became noise and pressure and the simple ugliness of endurance. Then, through the storm, came another sound. Laughing, not loud, close. Harry turned so sharply the barrier line flickered. A figure moved just beyond the curtain of sand. Tall, crowned. Broad-shouldered beneath layered robes and armor, it stood in the storm with one hand behind its back as if watching a private joke. Ganondorf, not truly. Too blurred. Too thin. Another phantom shaped from the land's own fear and old memory. Still, the sight hit like a fist. The figure lifted one hand. Not in attack, in invitation. Then the sand tore through it, and it was gone. Harry gritted his teeth and held the barrier until the storm finally passed. When dawn came, the caravan was still standing. 2 wagons half buried, 1 wheel gone, 1 beast limping, no deaths. The Gerudo guard who had warned him about the rail spat sand looked at the shallow line where his barrier had cut the drift away from the wagon teams and gave him a long, appraising stare. You fight the desert like someone who hates being taught. Harry looked at the dunes and said, "That's accurate in every region." She snorted. By midday, the walls of Gerudo town appeared through the heat like something carved from the desert's own refusal to yield. Gerudo town rose from the sands in warm stone, banners, and defiance. Its walls were not as sheer as a castle's, nor as organically sweeping as Zora architecture. They looked built for living under a hard sky and being judged by no one outside them. Carved red, gold stone, high terraces, wind-catching fabrics stretched between towers, long, narrow windows designed to guide air and deny heat. Watch platforms rimmed with archers and sand scouts. At the heart of it all, a palace, like structure lifted in layered curves above the city with the confidence of a place that had survived too many ages to be impressed by one more. Harry liked it immediately. He was also stopped at the gate immediately. That felt fair. The Gerudo who had ridden with the caravan spoke to the gate guards at length, gesturing once toward Harry and twice toward the hollow blade. The guards' expressions changed in stages: skepticism, irritation, shock, and finally the kind of resigned acceptance that implied someone important would have to deal with this problem personally. Harry waited in the shade of the gate arch, drinking water that still felt warm from the skins, until a new escort arrived. She moved like someone who did not waste seconds unless they belonged to her. Tall even for a Gerudo, dark-haired, dressed in desert leathers and ceremonial metalwork light enough for combat, with a curved blade at one hip and command in every inch of posture. Riju, Harry thought at once. He was becoming profoundly tired of being spoiled by inherited courage. Her eyes flicked once to his face, once to the hollow blade, and then settled into something more focused than surprise. "So," she said, in language clear enough to save everyone trouble, "you are the one leaving repaired regions behind you." Harry considered that. That sounds better than it usually feels. Something near amusement touched her mouth and vanished. You can explain that inside. Riju's council chamber was cooler than the streets, but not by much. Gerudo design did not fight the desert with brute force. It redirected heat, trapped shadow, and made air move where it was needed. The effect was subtle enough that Harry felt the difference only after a few breaths, when he realized his shoulders had stopped bracing against the day. Maps lined one wall, old blades and ceremonial fans another. At the center stood a circular table inset with polished stone and blue, green mineral lines that caught the light like buried water. Riju dismissed everyone except one elder advisor, a stone-faced captain of guards, and a scholar draped in desert, white with ink on her fingers. Then she looked at Harry and said, "Start with the truth, not the useful version." That Harry thought was promising, so he did. Not all of it. Not every inward doubt and every dream and every private fear. But enough: the crossing from Hogwarts, Hyrule, the great Plato the Master Sword, the forging of the Hollow Blade, the regional corruptions, the storm beacon in Hebra and the foreign magical geometry being tested there. Ganondorf's influence pushing through systems instead of just armies. He expected interruption. He got silence. Not because they disbelieved him, because Gerudo listened like people used to bad truths arriving in full. When he finished, the scholar in white looked almost ill. Riju, however, had gone very still. "The beacon in Hebra," she said at last. "You are certain the geometry was foreign to Hyrule?" Harry nodded. "Not exactly my world's spell work, but close enough that I recognized what it was doing. It was using Hyrule's mechanism to carry another magical logic." The elder advisor inhaled sharply. Riju's fingers tightened once on the table edge. "So he has begun it," she said quietly. Harry frowned. "Begun what?" The scholar answered first, voice low. "The old kings always tried to outlive the world that judged them." That was not an answer. It was a warning shaped like one. Harry looked from her to Riju. "You know something?" Riju met his gaze directly. "Wes." Then she turned to the scholar. "Bring it." The woman bowed and disappeared through a side archway. When she returned, two attendants followed carrying a sealed stone case banded in copper and wrapped in red cloth marked with protective sigils. They set it gently on the table and withdrew at once. The room seemed to draw tighter around it. Riju rested one hand on the cloth. "In Gerudo memory," she said, "Ganondorf is not only a demon king. He is also a warning specifically against our own blood." Her voice remained controlled, but there was something fierce beneath it now. One king born to us who chose hunger over duty, and condemned every daughter after him to be measured against that shadow whether we deserve it or not. The elder advisor's face hardened. The captain of guards folded her arms more tightly. Riju continued. "We keep records others bury or soften, because forgetting him has never protected us. In the deepest of those records, there is an account older than the calamity, older even than the last age of heroes most people remember clearly." She drew the red cloth back. The copper bands came with it. "What defeated Ganondorf before," she said, "did not truly kill him." Harry felt cold despite the desert. The scholar broke the stone seal. Inside lay a series of thin stone tablets and one fragment of crystal darkened almost to black. Not large, not impressive at first glance. Yet the hollow blade on Harry's back pulsed so sharply that his whole spine went rigid. Riju noticed.
Yes!
She said. The blade feels it. Harry stepped closer. The crystal fragment was no bigger than a child's palm. Irregular, hollowed in one edge as if broken from something once complete. Within its dark body glimmered trapped red, gold light like dying fire. He knew it before anyone said the name. Secret stone, he whispered. The scholar looked startled. You know the term. I know enough to hate it already. That drew the faintest, driest flicker of amusement from the captain. Riju lifted the fragment carefully. Not the whole stone, she said. Only a piece. The records say it was broken off during a failed sealing attempt generations after the first great imprisoning. That fragment became our proof that the stone's power is not merely amplification. Her eyes sharpened. It is anchorage. The word hit like a bell. Harry thought at once of the phantom beneath the castle, of the drowned knight, of the storm beacon, of every regional corruption seeming less like random malice and more like extensions from a central, patient source. Not regeneration, he said slowly. Riju nodded. Not in the simple sense. The stone binds identity, will, and transformed power together across time. So long as the stone remains aligned to Ganondorf's being, death is never final. Defeat becomes dormancy, sealing becomes delay. Even destruction of the body is only interruption. The room went quiet. Harry stared at the dark fragment in her hand. There it was. The answer beneath every age's failure. Not beat him harder, not bury him deeper. Break the anchor. Riju placed the fragment back in the case. Our ancestors learned this too late. They fought the king. They imprisoned the demon. They never fully severed the bond between the one and the other. She looked up. That is why he returns. Harry's mind raced. The hollow blade could cut corruption, purify channels, damage phantoms, whelm the sacred wound where evil touched structure. But if Ganondorf's core existence was fixed to the secret stone, then even the Master Sword's light alone would only destroy the body shape he currently wore. Not enough. The scholar slid one of the tablets toward him. Ancient Gerudo script ran across it in lines cut so deeply they still looked fresh in the angled light. The records describe the stone as needing three things to remain bound, she said. Will. Resonance. Harry frowned. Meaning? Riju answered. Will is obvious. Ganondorf's own refusal to end. Vessel is the transformed body through which the power acts. Resonance is the part most ages misunderstand. She tapped the dark fragment. The stone does not anchor itself in isolation. It anchors through aligned structures, ritual chambers, sacred mechanisms, bloodline memory, conquered thrones, places where identity is repeatedly fed back into power. This is why he corrupts temples, castles, regional hearts. He is strengthening the song the stone hears when it asks, "Who am I bound to?" Harry felt the shape of the whole war change around him. Not random regional crises. Not even only pressure and chaos. Preparation. Ganondorf had been reinforcing the world's answer to his own existence, making Hyrule's systems repeat his name in different magical languages until the bond became nearly impossible to cut. And Harry? Harry had arrived as a foreign note, a new grammar. Something Ganondorf could test and potentially incorporate. Unless Harry learned the structure first and turned it against him. The scholar pointed to another line on the tablet. The old text says the anchor may be severed only when the vessel is pierced by a force carrying both final judgment and recognition of true form. Harry read the line twice, even though he could not fully read the script itself. The hollow blade pulsed once. Final judgment, recognition of true form. He thought of the forging, of the Elder Wand's inheritance burned down to its cleanest lesson. Not killing power, not domination, but the capacity to carry absolute magical finality through a stable channel. Then he thought of the Master Sword's purpose, evil's bane. Not vague destruction, but the holy recognition that cut corruption from what it tried to disguise itself as. Judgment and recognition. Together. Not Avada Kedavra exactly. Not the killing curse spoken through sacred steel like some childish fusion of names and force. Something cleaner, more precise. The finality of severance carried by a blade that could see the truth of what it cut. The idea formed like a wound closing. Riju saw it in his face. "You understand," she said softly. Harry nodded, though the motion felt strange. "I think so." The elder advisor, who had not spoken yet, finally did. "And if you are wrong?" The question hit with the right weight. Harry looked at the stone case, at the fragment, at the old records that had watched one evil man become a curse carried by ages. "Then I die under his castle," Harry said, "and the next age gets another delay instead of an ending." No one in the room flinched. That, more than anything, made Gerudo feel honest. Riju closed the case. "Then we do not let you go in wrong." The desert's problem was not solved by knowledge alone. Of course it wasn't. While Riju and her scholars gave shape to the secret stone's truth, Gerudo Town still had its own wound to endure. Raiders from the western dunes had become bolder under cover of new mirages. Sync routes shifted too quickly. Ancient lightning pylons beyond the town walls flickered with black, red charge and drew monsters toward trade paths that should have remained safe. Ganondorf, even in explanation, did not stop applying pressure. So Harry stayed. Again, he helped escort repair teams to the outer pylon routes, where the desert tried every trick it knew. Heat mirages that turned watch posts into phantom gatehouses. Sand pits opening under seemingly solid stone. Gibdo nests in the old catacomb entries where dry dead things hissed and moved under wraps of rotten cloth. The Gerudo fought like the desert itself. Precise, unsentimental, never wasting motion on drama. Harry liked that too. Their captain of guards, Buliera, tolerated him with a severity that made Teba seem positively effusive. She corrected his stance in curved blade close work once, because apparently surviving 14 regional disasters still didn't exempt him from being told he overcommitted his right shoulder. "She's right," Riju said after watching him get nearly disarmed by a training hook on the outer terrace. Harry glared. "All of you are very invested in my humiliation." Riju smiled, sharp as a drawn scimitar. "No, in your survival." That, Harry thought, was worse. 3 days after his arrival, he rode with a Gerudo strike team to the western lightning field, where the pylons still stood half, buried under dune lines. The corruption there was elegant in the ugliest way. Storm charge trapped inside ancient desert conductors, and fed through mirrored crystal arrays that bent distance like lying glass. Monsters moved between reflections instead of shadow. Arrows seemed to come from the wrong places. One Gerudo rider vanished for 2 seconds in a mirage fold and nearly rode straight into a stone sink. Harry hated every second of it. He also understood it. The desert was doing what Hebra had done, only with sight instead of wind. So he stopped trying to dominate the field and started reading it. A barrier angled not against the lightning itself, but against the reflective path that carried it wrong. A precise cut through one corrupted crystal to collapse 3 false sight lines at once. A sword step-timed through a heat shimmer only after he stopped trusting the visual space and started trusting the cadence of footfall and echo. When they brought the pylon field down, it did not explode. It unclenched. The false horizons collapsed. The trap charged blood harmlessly into the grounding rods the Gerudo had built generations ago. And for the first time since entering the desert, Harry felt not just that he was helping a region survive, but that he was learning how Ganondorf hid his core war behind local pain. The desert sharpened truth by stripping away comfort. That was its lesson. No extra movement, no extra feeling, no extra illusion permitted to stay once the sun hit it directly enough. By the time he returned to Gerudo Town after the pylon raid, Harry was tired in the bone, deep way that meant understanding had cost him something real. Riju found him on the palace roof at dusk. The desert sunset was impossible in the way only truly merciless places earned the right to be beautiful. Red, gold, copper, violet. The dunes turned into an ocean of shifting fire under the last light. Harry sat with the hollow blade across his knees. Riju stood beside the parapet and looked west. "You've seen the pattern now," she said. Harry nodded. "He's not just hurting regions, he's tuning them." Wes, making Hyrule repeat him. Riju's eyes stayed on the horizon. "A king believes the world should remember his shape. A demon king believes the world should become unable to remember anything else." The line settled into him like a blade finding its sheath. He looked down at the hollow blade, blue steel, silver-white script hidden within, holy recognition and cleansed finality waiting in the same form. The fragment, he said quietly. Can the full stone really be severed? Riju did not answer at once. When she did, honesty cost her a little. We think so. She folded her arms, but no record survives of it being done fully. Only partial fractures, failed sealings, ages buying themselves time. Her expression hardened. That is why this matters. Not because the kingdom needs another victory. Because it needs a first ending. Harry leaned back against the warm stone and shut his eyes briefly. A first ending. That was heavier than heroism. That was responsibility with no legend left to hide behind. When he opened his eyes again, Riju was studying him with the same steady severity she gave maps and threats. You are wondering whether you should go to the castle now, she said. Harry almost laughed. You do that mind-reading thing too. No, you have the expression of a man standing at the edge of the final cliff and trying not to admit he can already see the drop. Fair enough. He looked toward the north, west where Hyrule Castle could not be seen from here, but its place in his thoughts had become as fixed as any visible star. Yes, he said. Riju nodded once. Then hear this and hear it properly. She stepped closer, desert dusk turning sharp lines soft only around the edges. You do not go back there alone the way you first did. You do not return as a wandering blade, trying to cut through the center by pain and instinct. You return with routes open, regions breathing, and allies who understand their own stake in the end. Her gaze did not waver. If the stone anchors through the kingdom's repeated memory of him, then the kingdom must answer with its own repeated refusal. Harry stared at her. The shape of the final assault changed again. Not one hero against the Dark King, a kingdom speaking back through all the regions he had helped steady. Water, wind, desert. Different answers to the same evil converging. Protector not passing hero, not because it sounded noble, because the structure of the magic demanded it. He nodded slowly. All right. Ridge's shoulders eased by a fraction. Good. Then, because she was Gerudo and apparently incapable of leaving anything softened for too long, she added, also, Buliara says your right shoulder is still overcommitted. Harry looked at her in disbelief. You brought that up now? It continues to be true now. He laughed despite himself. That laugh carried into the desert dark and died there, but not unhappily. Riju rode with him 2 days later to the buried chamber beneath the western dunes. It lay under a ruin older than current Gerudo stonework, half swallowed by the sand and exposed only because the recent false storms had shifted a whole ridge line. The scholars had identified the markings from the fragment case, a relic vault tied to the old sealing attempts. If the records were right, it would hold the last clear explanation they needed before the castle. The entrance descended through cracked red stone into cool dark lined with murals half erased by time. Gerudo Queens, a kneeling king in chains of light, a crystal at his chest, sages around him, hands raised in different symbols. Then later panels, the king altered, monstrous, the chains holding but not ending, the crystal still intact through every age of defeat. At the final chamber, they found the answer written in gold, an obsidian in a language the scholars translated aloud from the threshold while Riju and Harry stood inside with drawn weapons. No monsters waited there, no trap, only truth. The final inscription said, that which is bound by the stone may be laid low, sealed, sundered, and forgotten, yet rise again while name and vessel remain in song with the stone. Therefore let the chosen blade know this law, do not seek the death of the tyrant first. Seek first the silence between king and jewel. For when the bond is severed, the body remembers it is mortal. Harry read the translated line twice. Then once more, do not seek the death of the tyrant first. Seek the silence. Riju turned to him in the relic light. That is your win condition. Not kill Ganondorf. Not immediately. Sever the bond first. Everything after that became possible. Harry looked down at the hollow blade. For the first time since forging it, he fully understood what it was for. Not to outshine the Demon King. Not to overpower him in some simple contest of legend against legend. To cut one exact thing that no one before had managed to cut cleanly enough, the connection between immortal will and immortal anchor. Recognition and final judgment. Silence between king and jewel. He let out a slow breath. Behind them, the desert remained vast and hard and brilliantly indifferent. Ahead, the castle waited with all its phantoms, structures, and wounds. Between those two things stood Harry, no less afraid than before, but finally afraid in the right direction. Riju rested one hand on the sealed stone chest beside the inscription. "When you ride for the castle," she said, "Gerudo town rides in the wider war. We will not throw daughters against walls for your personal myth, but we will strike the roads, harry the outer scouts, and make sure the desert does not feed his center while you cut for the stone." Harry looked at her. The question came out quieter than he intended. Riju did not misunderstand it. "Because," she said, "if one evil king is allowed to remain our people's inheritance forever, then every daughter after me rules under his shadow. I am done with that." The answer was perfect. The desert would answer the kingdom's final refusal in its own voice. Harry nodded once. Then he turned toward the stair out of the chamber. It was time. Not for recklessness, for return. When he emerged into the night above the dunes, the stars over Gerudo country blazed with desert sharpness. No storm, no cloud. No heat haze thick enough to soften them. Just clean distance and the shape of a world that had finally given him the truth in a language impossible to misunderstand. Behind him lay knowledge. Ahead, siege. And somewhere in the long dark between regions, riders were already preparing roads, skies, waters, and fire lines for the first ending Hyrule had ever truly been offered. Harry Potter tightened his hand on the hollow blade's hilt. This time, when he looked toward the unseen north, where the castle waited, he did not feel like a boy being dragged toward destiny. He felt like a blade being returned to the wounded, had finally learned how to close. Hyrule did not gather for war the way stories like to pretend kingdoms gathered. There was no single trumpet, no shining line of impossible banners arriving all at once beneath a heroic sunrise. What came instead was movement. Roads reopened in Eldon, and ore wagons began rolling again. Not for trade this time, but for siege-shot chain, braces, and the kind of ironwork that let walls fail where they ought to fail. Lanayru's waters ran clear, and Zora messengers cut through the river channels carrying word faster than riders ever could. Hibra's skies, restored at last, filled with scouting flights and supply gliders mapping air routes around the castle's poisoned cloud belt. In Gerudo country, dune, riders vanished into the west and south approaches, until even the sand itself seemed to be waiting with a knife in hand. Harry stood at the last assembly ridge east of central Hyrule and watched it happen. Not an army, something better. A kingdom remembering itself in pieces, then choosing to answer together. Below, the plains that had once seemed so dead around Hyrule Castle no longer looked empty. They looked tense. Lines of approach had been cut through the old monster territories. Signal fires burned low and coated across the ridges. Engineers, swimmers, gliders, scouts, raiders, miners, and guards moved in separate rhythms toward one center with the same hard intention. The castle still loomed under its crown of red, black malice, but for the first time since Harry had seen it in the Black Lake, it no longer looked like the only living will in the land. Sidon came to stand beside him first, tall and bright even beneath war armor. His trident rested against one shoulder, and the clean lines of Lanayru's watercraft glimmered in the dawn light. "It is uglier up close," the prince observed. Harry snorted softly. "That's exactly what I thought." "Good. Then we are beginning from shared wisdom." Yunobo arrived next, hauling what appeared to be part of a Goron artillery mechanism over one shoulder, as though it weighed no more than a decent lunch. Fire, ward plating gleamed over his arms. His grin was broad and very much unsuited to the subject of death. "I brought the loud answer," he announced. "I never doubted that," Harry said. A gust of colder air cut across the ridge, and Tulin landed on the stone beside them with the easy arrogance of someone young enough to consider that a natural way to enter a conversation. His bow was strung. The gale feather rigging on Harry's glider had been adjusted again, while he slept because apparently the Rito considered leaving anything merely functional a personal insult. The outer cloud belt is thinner on the northeast tower line. Tulin said it once. Still bad, but bad in a way I know how to hate. Riju came last, not because she was late, because Gerudo arrivals understood timing better than most diplomacy ever did. She rode up the slope with a small guard not behind her, sand silk veil pushed back, curved blades at either hip, and the kind of stillness that made even armed men look like noise by comparison. When she dismounted, she did not waste time looking at the castle. She looked at Harry. "Final review," she said. "That got all of them. The 5 of them. Water, fire, wind, desert." And Harry at the center of a pattern he no longer mistook for ownership, gathered around the field map pinned beneath stones on the ridge table. The plan was not glorious. That was why it had a chance. Riju traced the outer ring first. Ganondorf's anchor is strengthened by repeated resonance through corrupted structures. We do not need to cleanse the entire castle before Harry enters. We do need to make the kingdom stop repeating him long enough for the bond to weaken. Sidon tapped the moat and eastern channels. The Zora strike here. We cut the malice saturation in the lower waters and break its hold on the castle's reflective current lines. Garons hit the siege forges and lower wall supports. Yunobo said, thumping one thick finger against the southern approach. Not random smashing, good smashing, the kind that makes the castle spend attention staying upright. Tulin's wingtip pointed to the tower crowns. Rito take the upper scouts, storm watchers, and corrupted air beacons. If it tries to close the sky, we open it again. Riju laid 2 fingers against the western roads. Gerudo riders sever every outer relay route we can reach. Scouts, mirage posts, lightning markers, reserve movements. Nothing gets to reinforce his center cleanly. Then all 4 of them looked at Harry. He looked at the map. Then at the hollow blade resting blue and silver, white at his side, then beyond the ridge, to the castle. "I go through the wound once you've made it stop singing his name quite so loudly," he said. "Precisely," said Riju. Sidon's expression sobered. "And when you reach the deepest chamber?" "I don't kill him first," Harry finished. No one interrupted. They all knew it now. Not because he had shouted it like a revelation. Because the truth had passed through them and settled where it needed to settle. Silence between King and Jewel. Tiba had called it through messenger flight before the final ride in. Harry rested one hand on the hollow blade's hilt. "I cut the bond first." Yunobo rolled one shoulder, all cheerful menace and contained nerves. "Then we keep the whole ugly castle too busy to stop you." That, Harry thought, was as good a summary as any. They broke from the ridge before dawn fully lifted. No speeches, no oaths shouted at the horizon, just motion, again. The first strike belonged to the desert. Gerudo riders appeared out of the western haze like blade reflections under a low sun, hitting the outer monster camps and relay lines before the castle's sentries fully understood what direction the attack had come from. Harry saw it from the eastern ridge, while descending with the central strike force. A line of fast movement through dust, then bursts of mirror, bright steel and detonating lightning pylons turned against their corrupted markers. The west flank of the castle answered with signals, then the sky answered faster. Rito scouts and war flyers dropped from Hebra's clean air in precise, screaming lines, arrows and sky, markers turning the upper cloud belt into lanes of visibility, where moments before there had only been red, black turbulence. Tulin shot one corrupted beacon off the north tower before the first castle horn could finish sounding. The beacons didn't explode. They burst into fragments of storm geometry and dead ice, raining harmlessly down over the fields. Then the waters hit. Sidon led the eastern channel strike at a dead run through the restored moat, lined Zora swimmers moving beneath, and beside the surge like a second intelligence inside the river. Corrupted water rose to meet them in tendrils and boiling curtains. Sidon's trident flashed, and Lanayru's answer rolled clean and blew through the filth like daylight entering a grave. The moat did not turn pure at once, but it stopped belonging entirely to the castle. That mattered. The castle screamed, not literally, in systems. Wall beasts woke. Guardian eyes flickered along old battlements. Lazaphos patrol knots spilled from the lower breaks. The malice around the outer towers deepened, trying to harden the whole structure into one giant clenched fist. And that was when Eldon struck. Goron artillery did not resemble elegant siegecraft. It resembled the mountain deciding masonry had become disrespectful, or cannons built from mine hardware and forged tubes thundered from the southern ridges. Blast ore, chain shot, and stone burst charges hammered the lower wall supports, not randomly exactly as promised, but with terrifyingly practical brutality. Sections the castle needed for resonance and internal pressure took the hardest hits. Yunobo himself vanished into the smoke under one breach, line with a demolition crew, and emerged 3 minutes later riding a wave of falling debris and looking deeply pleased with himself. Harry had no time to admire any of it for long. He was already moving with the central strike. The castle's outer fields no longer belonged exclusively to the enemy. That was enough. Now they had to make the gap mean something. Harry led the initial eastern push because he could feel where the castle wanted him least. Not in some mystical chosen one way. In the practical, sickening sense of how a wound learned to guard itself. Every step closer to Hyrule Castle thickened the air again, just as it had on his first foolish approach. But the difference now was staggering. He was not alone under that pressure. He could feel the waters fighting the moat's corruption to one side, hear Goron artillery changing the southern wall's rhythm, glimpse Rito shadows harrying the cloud belt overhead, and know that Gerudo raiders were turning the west roads into panic. The kingdom was answering. The castle hated it. The first guardians came out of the eastern breach in pairs, old shells newly lit with crimson eyes and slicked in fresh gloom. Harry did not wait for them to fire. He ran straight into the opening line of their aim and cut low with the hollow blade. A silver, red disarming arc crossed the first eye. Sidon's trident took the second in the same breath. Both constructs exploded into lightless sparks and dead metal before their beams could find the central line behind him. "Left flank," shouted a Hellion captain from the ridge below. Harry turned on instinct. Lizalfos were coming over the half-cleansed moat supports, fast and low. Not mindless. A proper strike intended to hit the Zora channelers while their attention stayed on the water. Riju got there first. She and her guard not hit the flank not like cavalry, but like correction. No wasted speed, no heroic flourish. Just devastatingly precise violence that opened and closed in the same motion. Curved blades flashed. 2 Lizalfos dropped into the channel stones. A third lost its spear and then its footing under a Gerudo hook line. The whole strike dissolved before it ever quite became a problem. Harry almost smiled. The sword at his side pulsed once, as if acknowledging the pattern. Not his war alone. Good. The eastern breach opened fully when the last of the moat corruption was cut back enough for Zora engineers to redirect the current under the castle's old support arches. The change wasn't dramatic to the eye, just water moving differently. To the structure beneath, it was catastrophe. A whole lower gallery groaned. Stone shifted. Part of the eastern wall line slumped inward enough to expose the old service entrances beneath the outer court. There. Harry saw it instantly. A route. The same lower gut of the castle he had once entered alone in arrogance, now reachable under siege conditions with half the kingdom forcing the walls to choose too many emergencies at once. He turned to the others. "That's my path." Sidon stepped closer at once. "Then we take you to it." Harry shook his head. "Not all the way." Yunobo scowled. "You are not doing the alone thing again." "No," Harry said. "I'm doing the necessary thing." That shut him up for exactly 2 heartbeats. Riju crossed her arms. "Explain." "So Harry did fast? If all of us go into the center, the outer ring retightens. The resonant structures recover. The castle starts singing him cleanly again, and everything we just opened narrows." He pointed to the towers, the waters, the wall line, the roads. "You keep pressure on the structure. Make it answer the kingdom instead of only him. I go through the wound while it can't decide which voice to obey. Silence. Not because they disliked it, because they knew it was right." Tulin landed on a broken parapet above them in a burst of down, feathers, and said, "I hate that makes sense." Harry looked up. "You and me both." Sidon laid a hand on his shoulder then, steady and warm through the chaos. "Then hear this before you go," the prince said. The kingdom is speaking now. Do not enter that place as if you carry all of it alone. You only carry the cut. Harry looked at him. That line would stay. He knew it before the battle moved on. Yunobo thumped one fist against Harry's bracer. Make the big ugly regret waking up. Tulin folded his wings sharply. If you die stupidly after all the work I did teaching you gliding, I'll be offended forever. Riju stepped in last. She did not touch him. She simply held his gaze and said, "Silence first." Harry nodded. Silence first. Then he turned and ran into the castle. The Eastern Service passages were worse than he remembered. That was impressive, because he had remembered them very poorly. The siege above turned the lower halls into a living contradiction. Every tremor from Goron's strikes brought dust and cracked stone raining down. Every shift in the waters outside changed the sound in the walls. The whole castle seemed to be trying to decide whether it was fortress, temple, wound, or corpse. Harry used the cloak early. Not because he wanted to vanish from the whole war, but because once he crossed the first inner threshold, subtlety mattered again. Outside, the castle was busy dying in pieces. Inside, it was trying to learn where to place its surviving attention. The cloak let him be absence inside that uncertainty. He moved through the old supply underways with the hollow blade drawn low and quiet, using barrier, curves not as shields of force, but as short, lived dampers to redirect falling debris or deaden the harshest edge of guardian beams through narrow passages. Twice he had to step over open cracks where the floor had split under siege pressure. Once he passed a hall of cracked knight statues where red-black phantoms moved between plinths like thoughts Ganondorf had not finished thinking yet. He did not stop to fight them. He cut the nearest one only when it tried to cross his line. The hollow blade passed through the phantom with a hiss of blue light and recognition. The thing did not die so much as lose the lie holding it together. Armor, shadow, borrowed shape, all gone in one breath, leaving only a smear of black mist that the castle inhaled again through a wall crack. Not enough to matter. Good to know. The deeper he went, the more the castle showed its method. Resonance points. Riju had been right. The structure was full of them. Throne-line galleries where old royal symbols had been crusted over in malice, mirror halls tuned to reflect the central tower's corrupted pulse, stairwells carved through ancient ceremony roots, now echoing with the same low heartbeat he had heard beneath the Undercroft on his first visit. Ganondorf had not merely occupied the castle. He had taught it to answer him. Harry's path through the inner east became part infiltration, part sabotage. He did not try to cleanse whole halls. That would have been pointless. Instead, he cut the lines that mattered most when he could. A silver, white slash through a mirrored relay crystal that shattered one whole branch of repeating pulse. A barrier arc driven into the floor to disrupt the return rhythm of a corrupted shrine, groove long enough for the structure to lose its timing. One ugly, close, quarters fight with a phantom captain in the Hall of Banners, where Harry took a shallow cut across the thigh, but severed the thing's control sigil from the wall behind it, and felt the whole gallery go suddenly, blessedly mute. Silence first. Again and again. By the time he reached the inner court stairs, the outer siege had changed pitch. He could hear it now even through stone, not collapsing, winning ground. There were Rito cries overhead in cleaner air. Water pressure deep below had shifted from corrupted boil to controlled surge. Somewhere on the western side, Gerudo signal bells were sounding in short success bursts. And every so often the whole castle lurched from a Goron strike hitting exactly where it was not supposed to survive cleanly. The kingdom was speaking. Ganondorf would be hearing all of it. Good. Harry climbed the cracked stair toward the central keep. At the top waited the first true answer from the Demon King. The hall beyond the inner stairs should once have been beautiful. Long windows broken open to the dead sky. White stone columns. Mosaic floors. A throne processional rote lined with carvings of old kings and sages. Now it was a corridor of red-black ruin, and waiting in its center stood 4 figures Harry knew on sight, not because of names, because of feeling. Water, fire, wind, sand. Phantom champions, or perhaps more precisely mockeries of what the kingdom had just sent against the castle. The first stood in liquid armor that shifted between river and blade. The second wore forged chains and magma light. The third had wings made of storm, shards. The fourth flickered through mirage and lightning. None had real faces, only impressions. Silhouettes built from Ganondorf's attempt to answer the kingdom's renewed voices with imitations under his control. Harry stopped. The four phantoms spread slightly across the hall. Then, in one synchronized motion, they attacked. The fight was brutal because it was intimate. Not one huge monster. Not one duel. Pressure from every lesson thrown back at him at once. The water phantom cut first, all flowing spear lines in slippery red, black arcs that turned the floor itself treacherous underfoot. Harry met it with the hollow blade low and defensive, remembering Lanayru. Curve, don't resist flat. The barrier he cast split the wave, line apart just long enough for him to sword, step through the narrow dry seam between attacks. The fire phantom crashed in second, every strike heavy enough to crack columns. Eldon's answer came back through his body before thought. Don't meet force where it wants to exist. Harry let the blow glance into a side pillar, turned with it, and slashed the chain, bright elbow seam where the thing's motion had to become honest for half a breath. The wind phantom dove from above. Tulin's lessons saved him there, not swordsmanship. Air thinking. Harry stopped treating the upper attack as something he had to see clearly first. He rid the moving lie in the draft across his cheek, pivoted under the screeching wing blade, and threw a sky marker dart into the stable air pocket, just beyond the phantom's turn. The beacon flared blue. For one precious instant the storm, thing's borrowed movement had an honest current forced through it. Harry cut it there. The sand mirage phantom was worst of all. It did not strike directly. It made the hall untrustworthy. 3 Harrys in reflection. 4 floors over the real floor. Rega's silhouette stepping from one column, only to dissolve into black grit and reappear behind him with a lightning hook already falling. The desert's lessons saved him too. Stop trusting the extra thing. He shut his left eye. Then the right, just long enough to kill sight as the dominant liar and let rhythm take over instead. Footstep. Pulse. Breath. Real. When he opened them again, there was only one phantom in reach. He drove the hollow blade straight through its chest. The other 3 hit him almost simultaneously. He went down hard, rolling through broken mosaic while the hall exploded around him in water, fire, ice, and sand. Pain flared everywhere at once. His shoulder screamed. His burned side from the Lionel fight remembered itself with interest. The hollow blade skittered from his grip across cracked stone, blue light flashing as it spun. One of the phantoms moved to pin it. Harry moved faster, not with speed he had. With refusal, he hit the floor in a slide, caught the hilt inches before the storm wing reached it, and the instant his hand closed around the sword, every lesson the kingdom had hammered into him rose together. Not separately now, one flow. Barrier, curve from Lanayru, pressure timing from Eldon, motion trust from Hebra, truth cut from Gerudo. He came up in a turning strike that wasn't flashy enough for songs, and was far too exact for the phantoms to survive. The hollow blade carved a circle of blue, white and silver, red light through the center of the hall. Not a blast, a sentence. The water phantom burst into clean spray and dead ash. The fire phantom cracked apart into harmless slag. The wind phantom lost shape and screamed itself into ordinary air. The sand phantom shattered into glass, dry dust that fell without mirage. Then the hall was still. Harry stayed where he was for a second, kneeling, blade down, breathing hard enough to taste blood at the back of his throat. The phantoms had not been Ganondorf's greatest force. They had been his question. Can the kingdom's lessons live in one body without breaking it? Harry got shakily to his feet. Yes, he said to the empty hall. Then he kept moving. The throne tower was no longer defensible in the ordinary sense. The outer siege had done its work too well. Half the lower court beneath it burned or flooded or smoked under competing forces. One whole stair line had collapsed inward, exposing old sanctum routes and a yawning drop into the understructure below. The central keep's upper halls shuddered under every third impact from outside, and through broken archways Harry could see pieces of the wider war still unfolding. Rito flights crossing clean air above ruined battlements, Zora pressure lines forcing back malice along the eastern channels, Goron's strike crews turning the southern wall into a negotiation the castle was steadily losing, and flashes of Gerudo steel along the west routes every time the enemy tried to form new outer lines. For one impossible heartbeat, he saw Hyrule not as dying kingdom or haunted ruin. He saw it fighting for itself. Then a golden light flashed from below, not the sky, not Siegefire. Zelda, Harry spun toward it at once. The glow had come from under the throne tower, not above. Deep. Strained. More like a heartbeat skipping than a beam cast in strength. He found the descent route half by instinct and half, because the castle no longer had enough attention left to hide it properly. A crack through the old throne dais. A ceremonial stair dropped long ago beneath newer stonework. The processional path down to the deepest chamber, where kings were never meant to kneel. As soon as he took the first step, the air changed. Everything above had felt like war. This felt like origin, ancient stone. Ancient silence, ancient wrongness. The walls here were older than the castle's current shape. Rougher. More deliberate. The carvings showed no Hylian kings, no surface court. Only spirals, imprisoning chains, sevenfold symbols, and at the bottom of every panel, the same image repeated again and again, a king, like figure bound to a crystal at his chest. The secret stone had been part of the wound from the start. Harry descended until the outside war became only a distant pulse. Then even that faded. At the bottom waited a circular antechamber with no doors, only one open arch cut into black rock ahead. And standing in that arch was Ganondorf's shadow. Not a phantom this time, not one of the lesser bodies built from environmental corruption. A fuller shape, tall, regal, terrible, with long red hair drifting in a wind that did not belong underground and eyes like banked coals under a crown of hatred. He wore no full flesh yet. Not the complete awful majesty of a demon king restored, but enough of himself that the chamber seemed built around his presence rather than the other way around. Harry stopped, the hollow blade pulsed in his hand. The shadow smiled. "You took your time?" The voice was not loud. It did not need to be. It entered the chamber like history deciding to speak. Harry's grip tightened. "I had a kingdom to wake up first." The smile sharpened. "Yes," said Ganondorf. "I noticed." He looked, actually looked, not merely glared, at the hollow blade then, and something like genuine interest moved through the hunger in his face. "The wand is gone," he said. "Good. It was an ugly little throne." Harry said nothing. Ganondorf's gaze rose again. "Do you know," he asked almost conversationally, "what your greatest value has been to me?" Harry almost laughed. "I'm sure you're dying to tell me." The shadow's eyes brightened. Perspective. The word fell like cold iron. "You arrived carrying a world that shaped power through narrowed channels, sharp ownership, and concentrated finality." Ganondorf continued. Clever grammar. Efficient small. He lifted one hand slightly, and red, black motes drifted around his fingers like patient cinders. Hyrule taught power as covenant lineage, sacred echo. Vast but sentimental. You, little hero, showed me where the two might speak. Harry felt the chamber contract. The storm beacon, the mirage field, the castle's resonance points, all of it. Ganondorf smiled wider. "You thought I was merely learning to exploit your difference. But exploitation is the language of lesser kings. I was studying how to outgrow Hyrule's old cage." There it was, said plainly now. He wanted more than repeated return. He wanted expansion, a larger anchorage, a way to make the secret stone here more than one world answer back. Harry stepped forward once. "That ends here." Ganondorf's shadow laughed softly. "Does it?" Then, for the first time, the light beyond the arch brightened enough for Harry to see into the chamber behind the shadow. A vast circular abyss. Chains of gold and ancient stone. At its far center, suspended above a well of rising gloom and red-black light, hung Zelda. Held not by crude imprisonment but by continuous effort, every line of her body taut with golden power as she kept some central seal from breaking fully open. Her face was pale, her eyes closed. The light around her flickered. Harry's pulse slammed hard enough to hurt. The shadow saw that too. "Ah," Ganondorf murmured. "There is your haste again." Harry raised the hollow blade. Blue, white light ran the edges. Silver, white script beneath the steel woke in perfect, quiet lines. Ganondorf's shadow shifted aside from the arch very slightly. invitation, not because he believed Harry would win, because he wanted the final shape of things to begin properly. The Demon King's voice followed him into the dark. "Come then," he said. "Bring me the silence you think you understand." Harry stepped through the arch, and in the deepest chamber beneath Hyrule Castle, with Zelda's failing light above and the true well of the secret stone's resonance opening below, the final duel at last began.